Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. So here I am right here. And there you are right there. So here we are. Here we go again. We're doing it again. You know, if you ask me how many of these, let me remove this saying. It's not as though it excites anybody anymore. If you ask me how many of these sessions I've done, I couldn't tell you how many. But every time this thing just lands on my face, I just feel a surge of nerves. I don't know why. I suppose it's a healthy thing, but there it is. Tomorrow I'll probably feel the same sensations again. But there it is. Here we are. Good to see you. Good day to you. How are you? So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and do that. So to the like button, it's compulsory. So you must click on that. So that's a compulsory button. You must click on that. The subscription button as well is also compulsory. So you must be subscribed as well. So those two are mandatory. You must do those. So now the hyperlink that says StreamYard, so that is at your discretion, but it's highly recommended that you do that because that is what facilitates the conversation that we have here. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, yes, let me see. Yes, so that works better. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, highly recommended that you click on it in order for us then to be able to have a conversation, especially if you're a new voice to the space. You know we're forever canvassing for new voices. and the voice that we're canvassing for today is yours. So do all those. So what are we contending with today? Well, we kick it off with this one. So this, let me remove that from the screen as well. So you can see the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to use that. So use that at your discretion. This headline on the screen, this is a storyline that we have been contending with within the Nigerian space for about 2 years solid. So this is the narrative of Fulanization that you're seeing on your screen. And Nigerian Senate throw out controversial water bill promoted by former President Buhari. So this very much is a Fulanization bill, and a lot of people have been monitoring this bill to see where it lands. Thankfully, it's landed in the dustbin. So let me explain why it is it's a Fulanization bill. You see, this water bill, it wants to domesticate then the waterways. Wherever there's a water, there's a lake, etc. It wants to domesticate it as a federal preserve. And once it is domesticated, once it has been ring-fenced as a federal preserve, and this was by the Buhari administration, by the way, then the federal government then decides who gets access to it. So you know the most fertile land is usually along some sort of a river waterway sort of a space. So what essentially they are looking to do with that water bill is to take the fat of the land off all of the spaces in Nigeria and domesticate it as a federal preserve. And then, of course, that then constitutes the herding route. Remember, they were that was all wrapped in that Ruga narrative and that Fulanization narrative. But then, of course, as soon as Buhari is gone, that bill goes out of the window. But that bill goes out of the window. It's not thrown completely in the dustbin. It is held in abeyance. So the total defeat of that bill is what we want to see, and measures to be put in place so that it is virtually practically impossible for that bill to ever be actualized. But because once that bill has been actualized, then that is the colonization of Nigeria right there. Nigerian Senate throw out controversial water bill promoted by former President Buhari. So what's in play there, we find out. So now this next headline, like him or loathe him, you cannot underplay his efficiency. So let me put it that way. You cannot underplay his efficiency. I'm talking, of course, about Lai Mohammed. So if there was any star name that came out of the Buhari administration, it is certainly Lai Mohammed. He is the one name that, for good or bad, was the most potent and most effective of all of the functionaries within the Buhari administration. And it looks as though that talent did not pass the international community by. Lai Mohammed gets international lobby job. And by the way, if you want to understand, then understand that a lobby job internationally is essentially write your check sort of a thing. So what this means is, anyway, we get into the reading and then we discuss what that means. But that is a plum job right there. That's a plum job. If you ever wondered what a plum job was. So a plum job for Lai Mohammed. Let's go on to this one. So we cannot but touch base with the tribunal to see what Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar are up to. But it looks as though there's somewhat of an infighting between those two rascally elements. So the two rascally elements, tribunal, how Peter Obi rigged Atiku in Anambra. So this is a witness now giving us an on the ground account of what he or she saw or imagined that they did see. So there it is now. And of course, even though I mock that internal fighting amongst these two rascally elements, there's actually, it doesn't take a lot to just go off the back of this headline and believe this. Only because of some of the figures that were coming out of the Southeast, when they're telling you that somebody scored 97% in a vote that was keenly contested. So that automatically tells you that something out of hand happened there. And it looks as though evidence of that is now coming through. How Peter Obi rigged Atiku in Anambra. So this is an eyewitness now. But then, of course, as soon as you say Anambra now, they ring fence it and turn it into it is his homeland, and therefore he must score 100%. So we go on from that to this one. So let me just bring you the headline. Nigeria not included as Canada adds 2 African nations to visa-free travel list. So that headline does not catch anybody off guard. But you can see the reasons why they would not add Nigeria just for the volume of your population. Imagine if Canada facilitated a visa-free entry into their country for Nigerians. The whole of Lagos will completely empty, and the whole of Quebec, or whatever the capital is in Canada, will be busting at the seams. And Nigeria not included, as Canada adds 2 African nations to visa-free travel list. So exactly what's in play there, we find out shortly. And only to then land on this storyline, AREGBESOLA blames devil for rift with Oyetola, seeks forgiveness. So during the Osun State election, AREGBESOLA, of course, he was at loggerheads with Tinubu because he wanted to be the godfather of that state in the manner that Tinubu is the godfather of Lagos politics. But Tinubu wanted, of course, the entirety of Yoruba land, and he wanted his cousin, who was already rigged in for a first term, to continue to retain that seat. So AREGBESOLA's group went against Oyetola, and that is one of the key reasons, because I think Ede, which I suspect, and people correct me if I'm mistaken, but I think Ede, which AREGBESOLA, I suspect, either comes from or has great influence in, is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, voting blocks within the Osun State space. And he swung that space against the APC to cost them that governorship. But now Tinubu has become the president, and the punishment is going to come thick and fast. So on his knees, AREGBESOLA blames devil for rift with Oyetola, seeks forgiveness. So there it is right there. So it's just it's testament to all of that, actually, because in all of the politicking that we have been discussing over the last week or so since Tinubu came into play, AREGBESOLA's name has not even been mentioned. I've even forgotten about him until he now resurfaces again. So all that, and then we'll be touching base still with the El Rufai bombshell from yesterday. It looks as though the spillouts of that is still very much in play. Akim Baba Ahmed, the older brother of Yusuf Dati, let's just see what he has to say. Let's just capture this one immediately and right now. Muslim ticket is a fraud, says Northern Forum spokesman. So where's the body of this now? Let's see. Is there a body to this? Where is the body? Where is the body? All right. I think it might all be on Daily Trust. Let's see. It's not that deep or meaningful a storyline to make an effort for. So if it's not showing up immediately, then I'll just abandon it. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Hold on. All right. Okay, it doesn't actually offer much, but we just leave it at the headline then. So there it is. Still plenty to chew through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol: click on the like button, click on subscribe if you want to come join the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let me take you back to where we'll be kicking it off from, and then of course we'll come in via the K guys. So let's come in via the K guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. night, oh. Hapa you don't come, oh. Hapa oh night, oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So this controversial water bill now, it looks as though it has died a natural death. Nigerian federal lawmakers in the Senate have finally trashed the controversial National Water Resources Bill pushed by the former President Muhammadu Buhari-led Nigerian government. The senators rejected the bill on Tuesday after it was listed for concurrence on the other, let's take that again. Nigerian federal lawmakers in the Senate have finally trashed the controversial National Water Resources Bill pushed by the former president, Muhammadu Buhari-led Nigerian government. The senators rejected the bill on Tuesday after it was listed for concurrence on the other paper for consideration and passage. Recall that Buhari had, in 2017, presented the bill to the Senate and House of Representatives, seeking to transfer the control of water resources from all the states of the Federation to the federal government. So you really have to have an understanding of what that means to see just how big a move this is. The immediate past president in the bill sought to establish the National Council on Water Resources, Nigerian Water Resources Regulatory Commission, River Basin Development Authorities, Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, and National Water Resources Institute. According to the bill, the proposed bodies, if established, were to provide for regulations, equity, and sustainable development, management, use, and conservation of Nigeria's surface and groundwater resources. So Nigeria's surface and groundwater resources. So you have to especially pay attention to that. Nigeria's surface and groundwater resources. So it gets to the point that they are able to then at the federal level tax you for the borehole that you dig in your house. That's what that means. The groundwater resources is your borehole. So understand that. So this is how deep that was intending to go. The bill had, since its presentation at the two legislative chambers, generated controversy across the country, as many Nigerians rejected the bill. But the Buhari-led government had insisted on the passage of the bill into law by the 9th National Assembly lawmakers. The House of Representatives had passed the bill in 2020 amid suspicions by members and the general public. Before the passage, Chairman of the House Committee on Water Resources, Sada Soli, said the then Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami. But I'm wondering why they are saying the then, because of course, as Abubakar Malami been stepped down, I'm not quite sure. So are the permanent secretaries now in charge of the ministries? I'm not quite sure what the status is of the ministers over the last week or so. Before the passage, Chairman of the House Committee on Water Resources, Sada Soli, said the then Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami SAN, as well as commissioners for justice and attorney generals of the 36 states of the Federation had been consulted, and the opinions received would be attached to the bill and distributed to all members. But the rejection of the bill on Tuesday by the Senate has put an end to the controversy generated by the bill amongst governors and federal lawmakers, mainly from the southern part of the country. So this, it just tells you, you see that chasm in Nigeria, that north-south chasm, is always a case of the not wanting to make an incursion into the southern space. So if they are telling you about a water bill, and not the north, as we know, is a largely, vastly arid land. It's almost almost somewhat of a semi-desert. So if they are telling you about a water resources bill, that essentially tells you that that is targeted at the southern region. But the rejection of the bill on Tuesday by the Senate has put an end to the controversy generated by the bill amongst governors and federal lawmakers, mainly from the southern part of the country. When the bill was read for concurrence on the House of the Senate, Senator Gabriel Swasom from Benue Northwest raised Order 85 of the Senate rules, which provides that senators must have full details of the provisions of any bill coming for concurrence. Also, Senator James Manager from Delta South, who seconded Senator Swasom, stressed the need to have details of the bill since provision was made for only the title of the bill. The Senate President, Senator Ahmed Lawan, later ruled in favor of the rule cited, and thereafter the Red Legislative Chamber withheld concurrence to the bill, having ruled in favor of those opposed to it. So that then marks the end, then hopefully, of that water bill. But it only marks the end of it for this round. It's put in abeyance for 8 years. So it depends on who the northerner is that succeeds Buhari to then see if there's going to be a re-emergence of this bill. If it re-emerges in 8 years' time, it's going to be passed through. So there is that one. So from that to this, Lai Mohammed gets international lobby job. So a lot of people, for all of the criticisms that have gone its way, a lot of people will say that Lai Mohammed was one of the, if not the star performer of the Buhari administration. Less than 2 weeks after leaving office as Nigeria's Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed has been appointed as the managing partner of an international lobby firm, Ballard Partners. His appointment was announced in a statement shared on the firm's official Twitter page on Tuesday. Ballard Partners, one of the top government relations firms in the United States, is opening its first office in Africa in Abuja, Nigeria, the nation's capital. The statement reads, Lai Mohammed, the immediate past Nigerian Minister of Information and Culture, will serve as the managing partner of the Abuja office and the firm's satellite office in Lagos, the nation's financial center. So, according to Brian Ballard, the firm's president, he said Mohammed was given the role because he is one of the most respected officials in the country. Opening our first African office in Nigeria expands our firm's international footprint to 3 continents and builds upon the important work we have done on behalf of African nations and companies in Africa and the United States, the firm's president said. We are honored to have former Minister Lai Mohammed join the firm as our managing partner in Nigeria. He has a long record of public service and is one of the most respected officials in the country. His outstanding reputation and exceptional experience will be invaluable to our firm's clients. And by the way, if you want to understand what this means, these lobby groups, let's say, for instance, there is a mining company in Outer Mongolia that is looking to expand beyond Outer Mongolia and wants to make incursions into the African space. So they have to go via this sort of lobby groups who have built-in structures within several countries and several continents, using elements like Lai Mohammed as main influence people that can access governments in order then to get the licensing and whatever it is that they're after within that space. So that is what that sort of space broadly represents. And there is nobody that fits more in terms of the crossover language and intelligence of Lai Mohammed, who crosses over in language and intelligence internationally, but is also domesticized within the Nigerian space as a senior influencer in its politics. So all of that wrapped into this sort of job. So essentially, an international is similar to what Tony Blair does now for all the Saudi oil states. So yes, we are honored to have former Minister Lai Mohammed join the firm as our managing partner in Nigeria. He has a long record of public service and is one of the most respected officials in the country. His outstanding reputation and exceptional experience will be invaluable to our firm's clients. Reacting to his new appointment, Mohammed said Ballard Partners has a perfect record globally and is delighted to be part of the firm. I am very happy to join Ballard Partners and to open the firm's first office in Africa. He was quoted as saying, Ballard Partners has an impeccable reputation internationally and is known for its success representing African countries and American firms in Africa. So there it is right there. So it's a portal, isn't it? It's a portal, and always the price within the African space always and forever will be Nigeria. So the price within the African space always and forever will be Nigeria. So now from the price within the African space to the price at the tribunal. So comedy of errors, a farrago of nonsense. Choose your metaphor and we go to this headline. How Peter Obi rigged out article in Anambra. So this is from a witness. A witness of Atiku Abubakar, the People's Democratic Party's presidential candidate in February 25th presidential election, Ndubisi Nwobu, has revealed how his candidate was rigged out by Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi in Anambra State. Nwobu told the Presidential Election Tribunal Wednesday that magic happened to votes of the PDP candidates at different coalition centers. So, you see, the irony of all of these petitions going on, the irony of it is that actually in terms of the vastness and the crudeness of riggings that took place in Nigeria, the most rigged space was the Southeast. But it is actually the Southeast now that's still contending the veracity of the elections. The most rigged space in that February 25th election was the Southeast. When one candidate was averaging 95% throughout all of the states, absolutely impossible. I don't care how popular you claim you are. And this is what they are telling us now. A witness of Atiku Abubakar, the People's Democratic Party's presidential candidate in the February 25th presidential elections, Ndubisi Nwobu, has revealed how his client was rigged out by Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi in Anambra State. Nwobu told the Presidential Election Tribunal Wednesday that magic happened to votes of the PDP candidates at different coalition centers. In the results announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, Peter Obi scored 584,621 votes in Anambra. Atiku polled. Let me just do something quickly. Let's Nigerian 1919 presidential election. So let me see if I can get this because it's just let me see. Will this give me what I'm after? I just want us to match figures somewhat because no, not 2015, but 2019. So just stay there for one moment. Oh, okay, yes, we've got it. Oh, okay. So now, I hope this gives Anambra State. So yes, so let me have that there, right there. So yes, in the results announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), Peter Obi scored 584,621 votes in Anambra State. Atiku polled 9,036. So these are the figures right here. So let me highlight these figures. So have a look at these figures. So that's Peter Obi right there, 584,621 votes to Atiku's 9,036. So you can see them right there. So let's just ignore Tinubu, who scored 5,000, but which is probably also a lie. But let's look at those figures. 584,621 votes went to Peter Obi. Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, he scored 9,000 approximately. So now let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. So here is Anambra State in 2019. The election just gone past. So in 2019, Atiku Abubakar scored 524,738. So it's a swap over of those figures, essentially, is what we've just seen. So now, how much of these figures were loyal to the PDP? So what we are seeing now, if you look at these figures for the PDP here, 524,738, and then 9,000 of these retained, and the rest of them crossed over to Peter Obi. So that was the results that came in February 2023. So no matter how popular you are suggesting that Peter Obi might be in the Southeast, it doesn't cohere with statistics and logic. It doesn't cohere, does it? So that's the point I think that guy is making, just the monumental looting in Anambra State. Well, but let's get back to it. In the result announced by the Independent National Electoral, and by the way, that just makes the point then that the Southeast is actually the most rigged figures. The guy said, and these are his words, this is Nwobu's words. Look at this. It says, Nwobu told the Presidential Election Tribunal on Wednesday that magic happened to the votes of PDP candidates at different polling centers, and we saw the magic. So yes, in the result announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, Peter Obi scored 584,621 votes in Anambra. Atiku scored 9,000. During the proceedings, Nwobu, who is Anambra PDP chairman and also the state coalition agent of the party, told the court that after the counting of votes, presiding officers refused to upload the results. So there it is. He also said he visited about 30 polling units out of the 4,720 polling units in the state on election day. He said he was forced to sign result sheets of elections at the State Coalition Center because he would not have been given a copy if he did not. I signed the result sheet when it was obvious that without signing, a copy would not be available to me. Results were entered at polling units, but every effort made by the presiding officer to upload it on IREF proved abortive. When asked if result sheets were signed by agents of the PDP at polling units before they were taken to the coalition center, Uwobo said yes. They were taken to the coalition center at the ward level. That is where magic started happening, he said. There were problems at the polling units with presiding officers. He said in some instances, he had to intervene to prevent voters and other party agents from attacking INEC officials. Even in certain instances, I had to intervene to ensure that some of the polling officers were not attacked by voters and other party agents. Nwodo is Article's 11th witness to testify before the 5-member panel headed by Haruna, whatever his last name is. So there it is. The most rigged out of actually all of those electoral spaces are Anambra State. So we just give you 2 more stories. It's a slow news cycle today, by the way. So we're feeding on scraps today. I suspect we're feeding on scraps. Nigeria not included as Canada adds 2 African nations to visa-free travel list. So let's see what this has to offer. The Canadian government has announced visa-free travel for visitors from 13 different countries across Asia, Africa, Central, and South America. In a statement released, Sean Fraser, the Canadian Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship, said the visa-free travel is extended to Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Kitts, Nevis, Panama, Argentina, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Morocco, Seychelles, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Thailand, and the Philippines. Whilst North Africa's Morocco and East Africa's Seychelles joined the list, Nigeria, the most populous African nation, did not make the cut. An expansion of the Electronic Travel Authorization, better known as the ETA program, makes it easier for non-travelers from those countries to come here for fun and business. He said the expansion not only enhances convenience for travelers, it will also increase travel, tourism, and economic benefits, as well as strengthen global bonds, etc. So Nigeria then exempted from that space. So we go on to now this last readout, which is the AREGBESOLA one. So the AREGBESOLA space. AREGBESOLA blames devil for rift with Oyetola, seeks forgiveness. Ex-Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf AREGBESOLA, has blamed the devil for the misunderstanding between himself and his successor, Adegboyega Oyetola, during the latter's administration. AREGBESOLA, who spoke in Yoruba language during a welcome rally organized by his loyalists to welcome him back to the state at Freedom Park, Osogbo, said the devil successfully allowed animosity to thrive between them after the Supreme Court victory party in July 2019. The former minister had attributed his political successes to President Bola Tinubu, who identified and supported his political aspirations since 1999 from Lagos State. So this is a man now looking for his way back, but is it too late? He, however, asked for forgiveness from anyone who felt slighted by events of the last 4 years, saying he was in the state to seek reconciliation and development of the progressive tendencies in the state. So now that is completely out of play, because of course now Adeleke holds that state. So what's the point now? According to him, politics in this part of the world is about acrimony, but today I am not here for that. We are here to seek reconciliation and forgiveness. my success as governor were a collective achievement, including those who turned themselves into our enemies today. In July 2019, after the Supreme Court victory, we were together in this venue where we called ourselves to be united. I said on that day that I'd concluded my tenure and handed over to the person I preferred, but I want that it was left for my successor to be a good person and that I would be the godfather. So he wanted to be that godfather thing, of course, as I said. But my statement was misconstrued and the devil took over, leading to the rift that lasted 4 years. I did not request anything from my successor, talk less of being denied such a thing. But some people just feel envious of our presence. Despite all this, I seek forgiveness from those who felt offended by some of our actions. So this is a man now, because Akeredolu did campaign quite heavily and aggressively for Tinubu, but that thing that he played out in Osun State, I think he will have to do some pleading to work his way back from that. After this, I will not beg anybody again. We didn't offend anyone, and we don't believe anyone offended us. But it is possible that they believe we offended them. That is why we are seeking forgiveness, he said. Meanwhile, the former governor was received into the state by jubilant residents of Ilesha and Osogbo following the completion of his appointments, escorted by his wife, etc., etc. So it tells off into that. But that's really a narrative somewhat of AREGBESOLA trying to make his way back into the fold. So AREGBESOLA tries to make his way back into the fold as Collins makes his way to the platform, joined by Thomas and Ajanle Koko. So there it is. So let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off with Collins, who makes his usual cameo appearance. So Collins, good to see you.
Yeah, hello, woman. You know why I came in.
Yeah, go on then, go for it.
Yeah, I came in. Oh, by the way, good evening to everyone listening, and good day to those in America. I came in when I listened to you trying to analyze Anambra's vote, and in the process of you trying to do that, you pulled up 2019.
Yes.
2019, and when you keep saying article, one thing that you forgot to mention was that Peter Obi was his running mate in 2019. So the possibility that the votes also could also be that people voted for Atiku that way in 2019 because of Peter Obi. You know, because I just feel like sometimes I just feel like there is really no way for human beings to separate how they feel when they want to think logically from their biases, because it kind of have a way of finding its ways in however we want to analyze these things. Now, to the court case. The reason the court case is absolutely necessary is for this kind of argument and for the truth to be finally reviewed to some extent. Is it possible that there was rigging? Obviously. But my argument is always that Peter Obi was not governor of Anambra State, and he was not in good terms with governor. On his level or the level of his supporters, they would do whatever they feel like they need to do, but he didn't have the state power behind him to be able to effectively rig election in any capacity that people with such powers will be able to do. Yes, his supporters that want him to win, they will do things for him, and this needs to be reviewed in the tribunal. And this is the benefit of going to these things, so that people will get more people like you.
Collins, it is not necessarily a dig at Peter Obi, but really, look at these figures. This is 2019. PDP scored 524,000 approximately approximate voting. So 524,000. So that was in the last electoral cycle. In this electoral cycle, that figure, it dropped to 9,000. And those exact figures then transmuted completely wholesale to what essentially is an independent candidate.
What I'm
so
saying,
it does not rhyme with logic.
No. We're saying the same thing. We can go over this all you want, but the point is, P2B was still in that ticket, and in the Southeast, even if you pull 2015, pull 2011, pull 20 or for wherever, Southeast have always voted in a particular pattern. It doesn't matter who. Whenever they want to support someone, it's always in the realm of 80%. It's always at the go down since this Fourth Republic. That's what they call it. Go down and see, pull all the results. It's always at the realm of that 80%. Whenever they choose someone that they want to support, Obasanjo got the same. Jonathan got the same. So it's really not peculiar to P2B as you might wish to think. Southeast was not particularly voting for PDP. They always vote against. When Southeast votes, they vote against. They're really not voting for PDP, or like when they were voting for PDP, they were voting against APC. When they wanted to vote for P2B, they're voting for P2B. They're voting against PDP and APC. So I really don't. I struggle to see what a lot of people from the Southwest sees in that pattern of voting in Southeast, because it has always been there. And my struggle is that it's never...
It is not consistent with how we know and understand the Southeasterners, who we understand to be very individualistic in their instinct. But this sort of voting pattern is one or two things. It's either we are mistaken that they are individualistic in their instincts, or this is because this is herd mentality, HERD, herd mentality. So they move the sheep to one side and then they shoot them back to the other side. That's not how we know the Southeasterners. For somebody to score 530,000 votes in one cycle of election, and all of those votes bar 9,000 move in a different direction. So it's either herd mentality or rigging.
Okay, here is the thing. I will try. I know that I'm not going to be able to convince you, or probably any of the people listening, but here I will try. When it comes to politics, Southeasterners are not really even that interested anyways. So when it comes to their everyday activities and them struggling, or trying to eke out a living, and when it's politics, these are two different things. So first, we have to start learning to separate them. It hasn't favored them much, because I think, even myself inclusive, I think what we forgot to learn as we learn in business and every other thing is that even the business that you do is being impacted by politics being played at the center. And I think that is what we've missed over the years, or maybe because of whatever history or whatever, people just felt like, let me feed myself first and not really pay attention to this. But here is my main argument. My argument is that this has always been a pattern. But it's only this time around that is being pointed out the way it's been pointed out, but it has always been there. Yes, it could as well be herd mentality or be political ignorance, like some people have, tried to elaborate over the, like Southeasterners, even the leaders from that space and everything. They like the way you people play politics is not helping in building a strong wherever, but that is what it is. Southeast will always vote against. They really don't vote, because when you keep saying PDP, I just want you to be certain that P2B was his running mate And in this particular dispensation, more than any other time, people of the South feels like that presidency should be back in the South. And if it's back in the South, people of the Southeast feels like they never had that position. And this time around, their own person, their own son is there. So if anything, I would be surprised, like so many other people will say, I would be surprised that PDP even still has, because when you look at it, if you want me to analyze it, but like I said, I will wait for the tribunal to come up with whatever they will come up with. I'm not saying there was no rigging, because I wouldn't want to be misunderstood by anyone listening. If anything, I was actually surprised that PDP still maintained the numbers that they got, and that shows that.
So you are quibbling their 9,000 still. They shouldn't have gotten the 9,000.
I'm not quibbling it. I'm not quibbling it. What I'm basically saying is that the people that works for them are basically the people that voted for them, because by right, Atiku, the people of the South, we are mostly Southerners here, at least speaking. People of the South generally believe that power should shift. And if it's going to shift, there is no way, even if P2B was not there, aside from the way we feel about APC anywhere in the Southeast, even if P2B was not there, that Atiku would be commanding a lot of votes in the Southeast when someone from that region just finished 8 years term, that people of the Southeast feels like their rule or their whatever has contributed in destabilizing that region, that they will go out en masse to vote for him again. They were voting for him in 2019.
The PDP has the widest, most established structures in the Southeast since 1999.
Yes, and they have always treated the Southeasterners like they don't need them. It was more prominent in 2022 more than ever, because it was one time that people of the Southeast feels like PDP could have given them the tickets. Southeast has put but when you talk about putting all your eggs in one basket, that is the politics they played since 1999 until 2002, when they feel like this is one time that nothing should be in their way or stand in their way of getting that vote. And it didn't just happen in the Southeast. Even in South, you also see that movement. But obviously, there is P2B is, even though somewhat cousins or whatever, but he's not from that region, so it wasn't as strong as people of the Southeast. But I don't see the surprise or the shock that you see, but tribunal will still or might still surprise me with some revelations that might come up, because like I said, would there be rigging? Obviously. Did they rig? Obviously. But this is what I'm saying. Did he have the apparatus to make him rig at that level that people would think that he would, when it was clear that the governor of the state was supporting PDP? So that's just what.
The governor of the state, who is an ABGA governor, he supported Atiku Abubakar.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
PDP also supporting Atiku Abubakar with deep structures all over the state, and all of that translated into 9,000 votes.
That's exactly what I'm saying. People of the Southeast, more than ever, I don't know how many people that you know, not the people of the Southeast that lives abroad. I don't know how many people you know that actually lives there, that were there during the election, because I communicated with a lot of people. If by what I'm hearing is what plays out on that day, that doesn't really surprise me. But like I said, because I hate being misquoted, would there be rigging? Obviously. There will always be those overzealous supporters that want to go the extra mile to secure every single vote, but he still did not have the state's power to rig on the level that you're trying to make out. That is just what I want to say. Yep.
All right, Prince, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I was going to ask a quick question. So if that been a battle between Atiku and Tinubu, are you suggesting that the Southeasterners would have voted for Tinubu overwhelmingly over Atiku?
I doubt that still. I doubt that because like I said, when it comes to APC, there is a massive reservation in the southeast. There are take away Tinubu and put any person in the equation, I don't think it would have made any more difference. But Tinubu is a funny one. It's a funny one because before 2015 election,
Why you being watchful with your words, Collins? Don't be too. You're picking your words. Say it now. Say. We all know what you're saying. So say
no,
it.
before 2015 election, for those of us that lived in Lagos and everything, I don't think that I haven't been in any place where there were Igbo people where they have had anything bad to say about Tinubu. Really. At least the circle that I know and the people that I moved around. I think everything changed in 2015. What it was, it might be that particular utterance by the Oba that maybe people would have expected that maybe some political elite from the states could have at least said something, that kind of. I think that is when, with everything that Buhari did as well. So would they have voted for Tinubu overwhelmingly? No, but would Tinubu have gotten more significant vote based on those people that would believe that the vote should come to the south instead of going back to the north? Yes, but there will also be a lot of people voting against APC regardless.
All right, Colin. So now we have you here. The El Rufai video clip and the ensuing controversy that followed suit. What's your take on that space? We've not spoken since that story broke.
There is really no, for me, it just for me, if anything, it just made me laugh because for those of you that were defending everything that we knew that had a lot of planning and thought that went into it as if it was nothing, clearly some of us still believe that maybe it was nothing really. Maybe it was some of us being overreactive about something that meant nothing. But the man came out clearly and said what he said. So what can I say? He got carried away and said, and then it makes me begin to question, because you have always thought that he's such an intelligent man. So it now makes me even question his level of how he if he's just book smart, or if he's really, because it now puts into even the way he was referring to his fellow, the state that he led, them versus us kind of thing. So everything is just becoming clear. As much as you don't want to, I know that Erufai is smart enough to know that nobody can Christianize or Islamize Nigeria as big as it is. But for somebody like him to come out and drop such statements, and I don't know what he drank or what he was on, whatever drug he was on.
Does that put the second term bid of the new governor of that state now? Because the new governor also ran a Muslim ticket, Ubasani. So when he now comes up 2027, does that put now his bid for re-election? Does that put it under pressure?
It does, but he's not a Rufai, It does. He's not a Rufai because you know that one thing that I've learned about politicians is that they would be anything to get to position, then they become themselves. So 4 years would be enough for him to become for him to become whoever he is as a person. if it's not narrow-minded, because by the end of the day, all this religion thing, like left for me, I will ban everything religion. I'm so irreligious right now that the thought of it just even itches my skin.
Just before you carry on, what do you make of this thing of the state paying for people to go to Jerusalem and Mecca? Is this something that state? Because I don't have issues with religion, but I have issues with that
No,
state funds should be used to send people on religious pilgrimages.
yeah, I do have issues with religion, and I'm not making. And I was born Catholic, raised Catholic. If my mom will be listening to this, she will probably be crying, But it's just one of those. It's just one of those things that are when people lack the vision to lead, they start playing this religious game, like paying for people to. I think it's the most silly, the most stupid. Is it stupidest? Is that the right word? Is like is the worst thing any government could do. But without vision, it looks like the right thing to do, because the politics in Nigeria. Because, listen, yeah, take out religion from the equation of Nigeria, people will ask more questions. So religion is being used to blind, to insulate, to like make people, to get the Nigerians that they have today, that these politicians are obviously benefiting from. Because take this away, tell people to pray less and ask more questions, to know that most of the things that they pray for, or they pray to God for, healthcare and everything, that it has actually been provided in many other countries, that they no longer pray for this thing. They don't pray for light. That people actually wake up in the morning and pray for electricity so that they can do their business and everything. So take away those things so that people can actually ask the right question. All this rubbish that we are seeing will go away within 6 months. Nigeria will become a country where people ask questions. If they have to protest, every person will come and protest. It will not be North versus South, because whenever there is an issue in Nigeria and they want to do it, you will see us divided along religious line as well. You see the North will tell you that they're out of it. They will use their imams and everything to keep them under control, that they don't come out, they don't participate. So yes, religion, paying for Mecca and paying to go to Israel, as bad as it is, the politicians know why they are doing it. It's really, really important for them to keep doing it, to keep people exactly how they want them to be, because that plays a part in the whole equation that they're playing.
Good evening, one man. Calling one man. Good evening, one man. Do you know about the pilgrimage? Do you know federal government stop it? But my sister that is working in government house in Ogun State told me state government are still doing it, sending people to Jerusalem and to Mecca. The state are still doing it underneath. They don't really say it out, but they are still doing it. So it hasn't stopped yet, one man. I just want you to know that they are still doing it. State government are still doing it.
It's unbelievable.
Federal has stopped it. Has federal really stopped it? I don't even think they have.
Federal stop it. Federal government stop it. Federal government has stopped it, but state government are still doing it underneath.
I think somebody should take that to law. But Collins, let me move you to a different space. The subsidy removal. Well, you've not given us your thoughts on that. We've not seen you since then.
I actually did.
Did you?
Yeah, I thought that Tinubu did the right thing. He did what I would have done if I were to be elected, because I just feel like there will never be any perfect time to get that done in order to do it. But however, I did comment on Ajale Koko,
Oh, all right, yes.
he's like he had a to, and after speaking that day, I've listened to a lot more people in Nigeria. I've listened to a lot more people, and the level of suffering, as bad as it was, has significantly increased as well. So, and when you do the maths as well, you are now like Buhari. To be fair to Tinubu, and this is not my preferred president, but he is there now, so he needs all the support he can get until whenever or whatever happens. To be fair to him, Buhari dealt him a very bad hand. I really don't know what he could have done different, because it's just, is he going to take like 6 months to figure out, to put on palliative, maybe buy mass buses, and there are things that he could do, but why this is going on, will it not enable those who believe that this should keep going on to get more they would have seen his pattern of government, and they would have known how to resist him, to stop him from actually implementing it. And while that is going on, there's still money going down the drain. So I really think he found himself in a very hard place, to be honest. I don't know what I would have done, but
all right, and this water resource bill, is it a storyline that you have been following? I know it's not a sexy topic, but it was one of the. Remember, when Buhari told Abubakar Malame to go and look through old gazettes and resuscitate the grazing routes of the Fulanis from the colonial space and gazette it into Nigerian constitution. And then he came up with this water bill to seize waterways and water under the ground from all over the country and vest it in his own hands. So that was the storyline then. Is this something you were following? And what do you make of the headline then that the Senate has pulled the rug under it?
Yeah, we've had that conversation here. There was myself and another person that because you at that point was like, was it really, were we trying to, because I kind of, during the election campaign, I felt when it came up that they probably would have gotten something from Tinubu to be able to support him, that maybe he will enact that into, say that to...
I thought that too, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Yeah, so we talked about it. Then you went on to say that maybe it's not. So when we gave all the explanation that you just gave on your readout about that and stuff like that, so everybody, we were all like, I'm happy, first off, that he's dead now, dead and hopefully dead and buried, because by the end of the day, what I'm hoping is that Tinubu, now that the power is in the south, I'm hoping that there will even be more powers given to the states. Do the right thing, constitute Nigeria the way Nigeria is supposed to be. Even if after 8 years or 4 years, if another northerner takes over, states would have been semi-independent from all this rubbish that we're running, that we call federation or something like that. It would have been a lot stronger, because we are not.
A lot of people are putting a lot of that hope that you've just expressed on the Tinubu administration, that he will institute it in such a way that we would never be under the threat of being colonized by northerners anymore. We cannot continuously be under the curse of these people, and we are all hopeful that Tinubu will institute in such a way. In fact, what a lot of people are really hoping for is a heavy devolution of power to somewhat of a sub-regional sort of a system that makes it impossible now for the central space to be as powerful as we witnessed under Buhari. Enough of that concentration of power in the hands of one man.
Genuinely, that is what I'm hoping to get from Tinubu, and that is what I was hoping that any of them would have done, aside from Atiku, obviously, because it would have been harder for him to. But any person from the north, that was what. But then again, this is me now pouring a cold water on this my excitement. That was what I thought that Jonathan would have done as well. You know,
But Jonathan didn't have the power, though. He didn't have the, Jonathan, he never had the base. He doesn't have political capital. He doesn't have an ethnic stock. He doesn't have a military base. Tinubu has political capital. He has an ethnic stock. He has political alliances and people that owe him allegiance and all of that. Jonathan was just a fortunate guy. Is an opportunistic chance. He didn't have anything to offer, Jonathan.
I don't know about that. I just think that being as powerful as you are as Nigerian president, coming from that region, that felt in.
Do you think? Sorry, Collins. Do you think Jonathan could have wielded power in the manner that Buhari did?
I think he could have if he wanted. I think it was so focused on being president for 10 years that he forgot that he was actually president for almost 6 years. I just and when you said that he didn't have the support, he had the whole of South, he had the whole of Southeast. So it's not as if he didn't actually have any kind of base or something like that, because he even added a Ebere Jonathan in his name. It was almost as if he was even the Igbo president. I don't know if that kind of makes any kind of sense. Even by his that actually got people of the Southwest infuriated as well, because when you look at his cabinet and everything, people of the Southwest felt sidelined. So it's not actually as if he didn't have a base. The thing is that he didn't have the balls to do the right thing by his people. That's just what it came down to. If that was Buhari, Buhari would do everything that he needs to do to make sure that his people are good. Jonathan could have done it, but he's different. Tinubu is definitely a politician. Okay, I think the way to look at it is that Jonathan was never a politician. He was a teacher.
I never saw him beyond that. I never saw Jonathan beyond being an academic. That's the only thing I saw with Jonathan, an academic. Yeah,
he was never a politician, but Tinubu is a politician. So this time around, there will actually be politics in most things going on. So we can almost see a lot of politics already within the first week of Tinubu's administration. So you see there will be a lot of trading going on. So hopefully he will do the right, and that's what I tell people. I tell people that whether it's Peter Obi or Tinubu, whoever that will go there and devote power to the state or to the region, and whoever that will go there and do the right thing, by the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. All we want is security. We want food. We want better quality of living. We want to be able to those who want to move back want to be able to move back and be sure that if they get sick, they can get treated in Nigeria. So these are the same thing. We all want the same thing, and the rich are getting it.
What are you making of Tinubu's appointment so far, or even lack thereof? Because he's only really, I was going to say he's appointed only a handful of people, but I think only really maybe two significant appointments, Gbadabia Mela and Akume. I cannot think of any other appointment that's of any significance. So we're entering into the second week of his administration now. He's sent a note to the Senate that he needed 20 special assistants, which is 4 more than Buhari had, by the way, which they have approved. But at the slow pace now, Buhari came in, Baba go slow. Tinubu told us he will hit the ground running. We're not seeing any signs of that. But what are you making then of the pace of movement of his administration and the qualities of the small sprinklings of appointments that we're seeing from this man that cannot even stand on his feet.
It's funny when you said this. Whenever you put it like this, I'm like, okay, is he not Tinubu man again? Is he Tinubu?
I've never been Tinubu's man. I don't know why you keep insisting that I am. I've never been Tinubu. My candidate is Nigeria. I've always said that. But,
well, the thing that the one of Gwajabiamila, I wouldn't really say that was an appointment, because I think it was discussed here even before the election that was going to happen. I didn't know that, but at least I've heard this in discussion a lot, even before the election. So when that happened, it was almost like a confirmation of what was already out there. So the Akume guy, I didn't even know of him or something like that. So I would say that is probably the only appointment that is like new or whatever. And I've listened to, I don't like, there are some people that I follow on Twitter, even some that I don't like. And that's one thing about me. I listen to news that I don't even like. I don't like false news, but I like to listen to them. So,
do you listen to the Young Turks? You sound like somebody that will listen to the Young Turks.
No, who is that?
No, they're American left-wing extremists, but carry on.
No. It's the first news. It's Carlton and all that. I listen to. I don't like them, but
it's the babes, isn't it? You listen to them for the babes. Look at this guy.
Yes. So, I follow Reno at times. I saw how he when he analyzed it on his Twitter. So I'm just going to be like, okay, the man is from Middle Belt Central. He's a Christian. He has appointed a Muslim from Southwest. So at least on the face of it, it looks balanced. The quality of the men, I really don't know. I really can't say much, because when I look at this night assembly and everything that they did, and it was not really inspiring assembly. Him as a speaker, I like when he talked though, because one thing about me is that image is also important. Whoever you want to represent you outside of where, and I'm not saying that speaking English is a yardstick to, that we all should try to portray ourselves like we speak English better than the Queen. That's what I'm saying. But at the same time, when Gwajabiamila talks, he sounds intelligent, and I just kind of think that is part of the package as well. So, but aside from that, I really cannot say anymore that I know much more, because I didn't see any superlative performance in the house that I would be like, yeah, that man, that anyone that will, before you see the president, this is the man you see, and stuff like that. So that he will play the role. I think he's almost going to play the role of what's the dead man now?
Abba Kyari.
Abba Kyari. I think that's the kind of role that he's been selected to play.
In that role of the chief of staff, especially because that role is essentially a gatekeeper role. So it's the guy that will access you either to the presidency or deny you the president. And he's the one that will orchestrate the alignment of the president's thinking just via access to him. So what you need is either a wily fox or a bruiser. And Gwajabiamila is neither of the two. It's not a wily fox and it's not a bruiser. Somebody like Fashola is a bruiser. So it may be him or somebody with a bit more guile. It doesn't strike as somebody that has guile.
I kind of like someone that will make the president a bit more. So I think Buhari was way too shielded. Sometimes I almost feel sorry for Buhari. I feel like maybe he didn't even know half of the things that was actually going on in Nigeria, to be honest. I feel like he was too he was too protected. I think that if you want to be president of Nigeria in the current state that we are in, you need to allow people access to the president. Any person who wants to be in that post, I don't care. And if you don't have the strength to do the job, just resign. You have to be willing to do the job. There's a lot of work that needs doing. So if Gbajabiamila will allow more people access or will make it easier for the president to actually know what the country is saying. And Tinubu so far is looking like he's hearing what people are saying. You know, it's like he's reacting, you know, you see him holding meetings and stuff like that. So yeah, but the slow pace is also surprising to me because by now I would have thought that
even if not appointment, in terms of policy directions, we should be, because a lot of people will say, he has removed the oil subsidy and he has attacked the arbitrage in the financial system, having one single exchange rate and all of that. But a lot of people, they were expecting a big bang. Where is the big bang that they promised us? We need a big bang.
Yeah, I think it's surprising because he always moved with a team and he called them team ship.
That's a ridiculous word.
I always thought that the team ship would have swung into action.
You know, I had to go look it up. I never knew it was a real word. I thought it was I thought it was in the realms of the Bula Balu, but apparently it's a word.
Is it really? I never
yes,
to look. Okay. So I would have thought that immediately he got into office, he would just swung into action with his team and everything. But please, whoever has access to Tinubu, let him not put Erofai any place close to that Asoro, please. Let him just let the man go and get more education. That's what he say he wanted to get.
And it sounds as though he needs it as well, more education. he needs it. He needs an education.
because that will make Tinubu, that will make a lot of people see Tinubu exactly how they saw Buhari, having that man with this thing that is out there now. That even if we know that Tinubu is not that kind, even if I know that Yoruba Muslims are not that kind of Muslim, because that's the funniest part of it. Because when people talk about Yoruba Muslim, I tell people, even my friend here, that I have a friend that is a Muslim, when he was trying to understand this thing that there's a Christian mother and a Muslim father, he's like, what kind of Muslim do you people have in Nigeria? I'm like, this is Southwest Muslim. They are so lax about it. It's not a thing. It's just Muslim, Christian. It's not a big thing. So Tinubu has
growing up, the only thing we knew about the Muslims was Salah meat. That's all we knew about the Muslims, especially in Lagos. All you know is that it's a Muslim. Just wait till Salah and then you go to his house, and that's all you really cared about.
Yeah, it's not a thing. So I don't even know if Erofai is spewing that nonsense. Also, even knows the Southwest Muslim. It's not the kind of Muslim that they practice in the North. Because trying to put Tinubu in that narrow whatever that he's doing, it doesn't even fit.
You see, within the Muslim faith, there are so many other sub-inflections. As you know, the Sunnis, those are the ones that predominantly came out of the Saudi Arabian understanding of Islam, and the Shiites, those were the Iranian inflection of Islam. So they still come under the overarching umbrella of Prophet Muhammad, but his successor system, that is where they deviated, because I think the Shiites, they've gone with the cousin of the Prophet, but the Sunnis, they've gone with another inflection. But within that Sunni structure, which is the Saudi Arabian understanding of Islam, there are other subsects. They go from the liberal to the moderate to the extreme. And then within that extreme, there's a particular inflection called Wahhabism, which is the inflection that really comes from the north, and it's some sort of a puritanical understanding of the faith. And I think it's that Puritanism that overarches the extremisms of Boko Haram and all of that. And then a watered down version, you see it in people like Issa Pantami and Nasser El-Rufai. So it's an extreme understanding, and a little bit Lamido Sanusi as well, because they have this thing they call the Takia system, which is to pull the wool over the eye of the infidel. So they speak with you with all of the niceties of the expensive educations that we bought them. But then, of course, in the shadows of the night, they are true colors. We saw it with the El-Rufai. It's a real dark man, that little man from Kaduna State, a really dark man.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I just hope that whatever Tinubu does, he just doesn't appoint him, because it will start him off. It will just it will just make people see him as though he's endorsing or he's in cahoots with whatever Erofai is cooking. I just, as long as he can take his time, not too much time like Buhari. He can take another week, but let him hurry up. Nigeria needs some work. Let him bring the names, and let him bring the names with their portfolios as well, because this rubbish that they keep doing is getting a bit tiring as well. Why he's doing it, let him leave Verify out. I'm willing to see what Tinubu will be able to give Nigeria, and I actually think that he will try his best. As long as his health doesn't fail him, I think he will try his best.
Yes, we're all hopeful. Let me take you to this final space, and then I'll go on from you to I'll go on from you. I was going to go to Ajanle Koko, but I'll try Gideon on the way to Ajanle Koko. We hardly ever hear her, but she joins us today. What are you making of this headline then? The 419 that HADI SARIKI, the former aviation minister, tried to pull, borrowing aircraft from Ethiopia, painting it in Nigerian colors, and they were inviting us to look at this shiny trinket. The parliamentarians, they are insisting that if the EFCC don't arrest him within 2 weeks, then the EFCC leader will be arrested. So are you aligned then with the call for the arrest of this wayward guy?
When you say try, that means that he didn't succeed, but he succeeded. So maybe you should rephrase it.
Well, he didn't succeed, did he? Because he didn't pull the ball over our eyes. He made himself look a fool. That's
he made himself look a fool.
But he's still walking away with the dollars, though.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. He made himself look a fool with our money in his pocket. That's the thing. Because the thing about like, listen, I think if another government had come into power, we might have as well have come to realize that Buhari's government was the most corrupt government ever. I actually believe that. But luckily for them, it's another APC government that is taking over. Because I think and I really one man, I know that you don't like David Funde, but maybe you should offer flowers where it's due, really, because the man was on it from day one. He was on that case from day one. Because if not that this thing, if not the, I don't know, the hunger for him to pocket that money that made him do a lot of irrational things towards the very end of the day, kind of brought this one out in the open that, even the house now have to start talking about it and every other. But I think this goes into every sector of that administration, all of them. I just think that the whole thing was a mess. Everything that Buhari did. I was also surprised. You're talking about this one that is known. The education minister that said that he didn't know anything about education before he was made a minister. I just thought that was mind-boggling as well. something as important as education. The man didn't know anything about education. It just makes you wonder what this man did for 8 years, and it makes you. It gives you almost a perfect picture why Nigeria is exactly how it is after 8 years. At least with Jonathan and everything, we know all the ones that were corrupt, at least the big ones, the big looters and everything. But in this one, the way they've done everything, how I wish it was another government that is coming into power. A lot
You
of
know,
things would have been our else.
if there was one reason that I wished Atiku or Peter Obi won, it's for just for those reasons that you've just elucidated, because there is no way on earth that Tinubu is going to probe Buhari's administration. So, like you said, and I don't think you broke any news telling us that Buhari's administration has been the most corrupt in Nigeria's history. But for all of that looting, not a single one of them will go to jail, because Tinubu will just sweep it under the carpet, and because he believes that he has a magic wand to create a new thing, so he will just let them get away with it, and then just draw a line under it. But then he will also draw a line under the looters of the Goodluck Jonathan administration. So you see them, the first person you see land at by the end of this week or early next week, you see Reno back in Nigeria. They will start making their way back, the looters.
But Reno it looks like he's having his best life in the UK.
He's not. He's running all over the guy is bored now. He cannot place himself anywhere. Nobody wants to live in America forever. His most relevance is in his own soil. The guy wants to come home, and all of these are Tinubu friendly tweets that he has been putting out. I think he's trying to he's cushioning his way back in.
Yeah, and the thing about Tinubu is that Tinubu doesn't really look at corruption. Tinubu looks at the people, not even the corruption or whatever, because Tinubu tend to surround himself with very funny people as well. But he probably get them to do the right thing. I don't know. People like Femi Fani-Kayode as well will probably. Imagine if Femi didn't get any portfolio, he probably will switch party again and start castigating Tinubu.
Do you think he would join Labour? We've seen worse. Remember when he was best friends with Nnamdi Kanu, and he would go around the southeast wearing red cap, saying my in-law. My goodness me. He puts even a prostitute will be ashamed of the conduct of that guy. It's an element. It's a wonder, And it says opposing things with the same vim and conviction.
With
yes, it's unbelievable. It's a skill. It's a skill.
That's the thing. Sometimes when I look at Nigerian politicians, okay, although he corrected it, like when I read or when I came across that, but they just said that if Tinubu reaches out, that he will. I was almost like, no, not at this age. At least you should really be taking that off of moving to Ghana or something. How are you going to say that you will work with? But then again, I realized that he's a Nigerian politician. But I think he clarified by saying that he was misquoted or misunderstood. Bottom line, he's still not packing his bag. But Nigerian politicians, I think it takes a special. I think they are special, really. I think Nigerian politicians are special people. I think they're a special breed of people. They are not.
Is it special or shameless? Is shameless the word, really? I mean, at the age of 85, we are still hustling and jostling for. It's unbelievable.
They are not normal. They are not your everyday normal human being that you deal with on a daily basis. It's just like anything they say, and that's where it hurts, because there is always this vulnerable, ignorant people that will take them by their word and act on it. That's always where it hurts, even when their politicians know they don't believe or don't have any conviction in what they're saying whatsoever. And if anybody wants to ask me what I mean, I will tell that person, like you rightly pointed out, look at everything that Femi Fanikayode has said and tweeted over the years. And if anyone tells me that he will say anything today, that you suddenly take that over all the things that he said before, I will tell that person that I don't know. I don't know how to help you, but there are people who believe these guys and act on their words, and that's where I start feeling a bit, like what's going on here. It should be these people against us, not
this political cycle has really opened my eyes to the naivety of the average Nigerian electorate, etc. Because I was essentially, to all intents and most instances, I'm just trolling the space. I don't really, I want Nigeria to do well, but it's no skin off my nose if Atiku wins, if Tinubu wins, if Peter Obi wins. The only thing I was really interested is that Buhari leaves, because it's just, it wasn't up to it. But a lot of these people, they seem to buy so much into a lot of these narratives. And it's only in the course of conversation that you start to realize just how deeply invested some of these people are. It's very, not tribal in terms of Igbo, but more tribal, like football, sort of tribal sort of thing. Do you get what I mean? A real eye-opener, this cycle, just how deeply felt some of these things are. These politicians don't care about you. We had Prince Adebayo, the SDP candidate, join us a few sessions ago, and he was explaining to us that if you, an Igbo man, you are stuck in the middle of the road, and he, a man from Ondo State, is stuck in the middle of the road, he can call Peter Obi, who he doesn't vote for and he is against, and Peter Obi will not send a car to come and pick him up. Peter Obi will drive personally to come and pick him up. Peter Obi would not pick you up. You can be as Igbo as you like. He doesn't know you, but he knows him. And he was explaining to us then that, look, we're just playing politics. You people killing yourself over this thing is your life. Do you get what I mean?
I didn't listen to that session, but he probably put it more, being a politician, he put it more smartly than I would have. And that is what I always tell people. Yes, would I like an Igbo person? Because there are people who feels like it gives them sense of belonging to the Nigerian projects, that one of their own is. But I have a local government chairman that is from my local government. I have a local government. Before that man became the local government chairman, it's been from every other place. I don't think anyone has ever been worse than he has, so it doesn't really matter who this person is. And that is the point I always try to make, yes, I support this person and he probably has my support and I'm biased towards it and everything. But in the large scheme of things, if Nigeria goes well, if it works well, everybody benefits. And if it goes badly, it will even be best for me that is not the person that I support or the man from my tribe that is at the helm of the affairs, so I can at least see the mouth to talk. Because Tinubu, I want him to do well with I want him to do well. God knows, because there's a lot of things that I believe if it goes well, that some of us will be packing our bags and moving on. But if it goes back, I will be coming to this app just to throw people.
Yes, I don't want it to go bad for him, because I would like to go back to Nigeria too at some point. I'm getting a bit fed up with the UK. I want to go to your love here and hear
I never heard you say that before.
Are you not fed up with the UK? I think a lot of people are fed up with their abroad.
No, I've been saying I should have been like going back like next year or something, but just things are not maturing.
I can cope with up Nepal. I can cope with the
bro, you get solar. You get
Yes,
solar.
you know, I can cope with all of that, but the insecurity is just the one thing that I cannot. How can you cope with that? Yeah, that's just the one thing.
Is the insecurity. Take away the insecurity, every other thing is feasible. If you don't live in Lagos, that you are not dealing with the traffic, you just use 5 million. You save up and use 5 million and store solar. At least that will carry your fan and your fridge. That's all you need. You know. AC is a luxury. You know, you don't have to.
No, but everybody is fed up with their abroad, though. It's not only you now, Collins. Do you not know that? Who wants to spend their? You know, they farm you out to nursing homes in the UK. They just go and put you in some home and be feeding you soup until you die. You know, nobody wants to live in the abroad forever. But there it is. That's posh Collins. So thank you, Collins. Stay with us. Collins, let's go on from you to Ajanle Koko if it's available. It may well be in the middle or something. Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, Ajanle Koko. So that's Collins. He joins us again. He likes to space his style, so he wants his audience to miss him. So there's Collins always showing off. But a man that shows off now, paying a heavy price, Ajanle Koko. AREGBESOLA blames devil for rift with Oyetola, seeks forgiveness. So he has gone back to Osogbo to a rousing welcome because a lot of them, of course, they want to move a little bit away from Abuja until they are called back. So he's made his way to Osogbo, but from Osogbo signaling then to the central space. AREGBESOLA blames devil for rift with Oyetola, seeks forgiveness. So he is seeking forgiveness. But the price that has been paid for his treachery has not been unforgivable. He cost them a state. So AREGBESOLA now, should he be consigned then to the annals of history?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. In what context did he make this statement? That can guide me to, you know.
Yes, let me speed through it. It's only a really, really short read. It says, ex-Minister of Interior Ogbeni Rauf AREGBESOLA has blamed the devil for the misunderstanding between himself and his successor, Adegboyega Oyetola, during the latter's administration. AREGBESOLA, who spoke in Yoruba language during a welcome rally organized by his loyalists to welcome him back to the state at Freedom Park, Osogbo, said the devil successfully allowed animosity to thrive between them after the Supreme Court victory party in July 2019. So the Supreme Court victory party would have been when Oyetola won against Adeleke in that 2019 election. The former minister had attributed his political success to President Tinubu, who identified and supported his political aspiration since 1999 from Lagos. He, however, asked for forgiveness from anyone who felt slighted by events of the last 4 years, saying he was in the state to seek reconciliation and development of the progressive tendencies in the state. According to him, politics in this part of the world is about acrimony, but not today. I am not here for that. We are here to seek reconciliation and forgiveness. My successes as governor were a collective achievement, including those who turned themselves into our enemies today. So Oyetola, of course, part of his team when he administered Osun State. In July 2019, after the Supreme Court victory, we were together in this venue where we called on ourselves to be united. I said on that day that I had concluded my tenure and handed over to the person I preferred, but I warned that it was left for my successor to be a good person and that I will be the godfather. But my statement was misconstrued and the devil took over, leading to the rift that lasted for 4 years. I did not request anything from my successor, talk less of being denied such a thing. But some people just feel envious of our presence. Despite all this, I seek forgiveness for those who feel offended by some of our actions. After this, I will not beg again. We did not offend anyone, and I don't believe anyone offended us. but it is possible that they believe we offended them. That is why we are seeking forgiveness, he said. Meanwhile, the former governor was received into the state by jubilant residents of Ilesha and Osogbo following the completion of his appointment. So this is AREGBESOLA making his way back to Osun State seeking forgiveness. But really, I'm not sure that he entirely cares for the forgiveness of Oyetola. I think that statement was guided in the direction of the presidency. But why?
Look, one man, in politics, there is time to fight and there is time to settle scores with your political opponent. So I think this time around, there's no fight to fight. There's nothing to fight anymore, but to make a U-turn and seek for reconciliation so that he will not suffer further political irrelevance from the power that be in Nigeria now. So he was he fought the battle against both Oyetola and Tinubu. It was clear, and he didn't.
You know, of course, his name should have been in the mix for the chief of staff position, and he even a better fit than Badabia Miller. But then, of course, that treachery now that ended his chances.
Well, sometimes you can make some political miscalculation. So he made a political miscalculation. Or rather, let me say, people might look at it as he make a political miscalculation, but he did what he got to do at that time to make sure that Oyetola did not win. Because if Oyetola had won that state, his political relevance will have ended. But he really wanted to prove that he is boss to Oyetola, and that he can play the politics better than him, and that is why he did everything, colluded with what do you call this present governor, and make sure that Adeleke, to make sure that they made it impossible for Oyetola to win. So he registered his superiority right there. But at the moment, there's no fight. There's no battle to fight anymore now. He has won. To deny him the re-election. So, but no battle to fight anymore now. So it's time for reconciliation. He has really shown to Oyetola that, look, I am your boss in politics, and I am the one that makes you what you are today. But since you are biting the finger that fed you, we shall teach you a lesson, and you've already been taught a lesson. So both of them now, wherever they are, I believe they will have looked back and said to themselves, oh, maybe we should have done better this way, we should have done better this way. So now there's no battle to fight any further. It's time to reconcile, particularly with the presidency, with the President Tinubu, so that one will not use a sledgehammer, to destroy him politically. So he's doing the right thing. He's taking a
Hey, Angelico, can I ask a quick question?
yes.
Do you think if AREGBESOLA had supported Oyetola during the election, he could have won?
Possible, yeah, he might have won.
Okay, so AREGBESOLA was very selfish in that regards because Tinubu, of course, was there, championing Oyetola to win up and down. He should have put his personal issue aside and seen Tinubu working so hard, should have come on board and help him win if possible. So he is a selfish man. Though I like him, but I think it was very selfish in that regards.
Well, to you that is not a politician, you can interpret it like that. But I tell you, to a practical politician, it's not like that. The game doesn't. I mean, it's not played like that. It's all about self-interest first, and the interests of the political group second. So he made it possible for Oyetola to be president, to be governor, but Oyetola got there. And then Oyetola started, playing some politics of, what do you call it? Politics of, how do I describe it? He started playing politics of disrespect to his boss, his former boss. When remember that when this guy was the governor, what's the name of that guy? This guy we're talking about.
Oyetola.
No, the.
I'm sorry, AREGBESOLA.
AREGBESOLA. When AREGBESOLA was governor, so when AREGBESOLA was governor, what do you call this guy? Oyetola was the chief of staff. So if he did not favor Oyetola then, Oyetola wouldn't have been governor, but he favored him. He made him the governor only to get there and start disrespecting him and start insulting him and start destroying his political interests. That was the problem. That was what was responsible for the problem between them. So he did the right thing to destroy Oyetola politically. And that is the way it is done in politics.
Yeah, but quickly, but if Osun State had been a pivotal state for Tinubu, wouldn't that have been more devastating than him being, that's politics, right? What Oyetola did was probably not the best thing, being disrespectful and all of that. But at the end of the day, you have to put our personal feelings aside. As they say, they don't have enemies in politics, just interest. And you should have look beyond that and look at the interest of the party. Okay, that's what I'm concerned about.
I think Adale Koko is attending to matters for a moment.
No,
are you back?
Let me tell you this. Let me ask you a question.
Are you eating sweets, Adale Koko? I'm hearing the rustling of paper sweets.
No, it's the sweet cake. So let me ask you a question. So, Daddy Prince, do you think that Tinubu will have remained in APC if Buhari had stopped him from getting the ticket, maybe fraudulently manipulated the primary to stop Tinubu? Do you think Tinubu will have remained in that party?
Good question. Tinubu is as much of the party as Buhari is or was. So I don't know what his plan would have been.
Yeah. Do you think? Why did you hear Tinubu outburst in Abeokuta the first time when he was attacking Buhari, that had made it possible for Buhari to be president and stuff like that? Why do you think he was doing that? Why did you make this statement of Milokon? Why did he say so? So do you think if he was denying that, do you think that he would have remained in that party?
One more pack of hair.
Well, see, I don't know, but at the end of the day, didn't Buhari give him this GSN, all those great honorary awards or medals? It did, and if people didn't know what happened prior, they wouldn't think they had some issues. But that's the way it is. You see, Aregbeshola should have like moved on really because hey, the guys the Oyetola became a governor, and it is what it is. Now instead of him being taking things to a personal, you should just shift his attention to the APC national leadership to make the party better. See, at the end of the day, look, Tinubu and Buhari, it looked like nothing happened. Giving them awards and like piling around and showing them also rock and all these things. That's what they do in politics, you know. It's But anyways, I just thought he took it to the extreme. Maybe you think Oyetola holds him is governorship and everything else. But sometimes you do a favor, just like perhaps Tinubu did for him also, and move on. That's my take, anyways.
Prince Daddy, do you think he's so far back in the pecking order now that he's not really going to get any relevance in this administration? I'm talking about Aregbesola, because he has a longer way to make his way back, and by the time he makes his way back, the whole of the top table is already crowded. Do you think he cannot recover from the treachery?
Well, I think he can recover, but in the pecking order, yeah, it should be way behind the line. I think it should. For what it did, it should be way behind the line because sometimes you have to, when you're matured, when you play this politics game, you have to look past yourself. I know it's selfish interest, but at the end of the day, you have to be selfless somewhat. It took it too personal, and I'll be surprised if it's not like way behind the line on the pecking order. It should be. That's where it belongs right now, I would say.
There was a time he was even challenging Tinubu's dominance. He was making commentaries like that, like he peed on himself and all of that, singing mocking songs in Yoruba language. That was during the electioneering space. Singing mocking songs in Yoruba language that Tinubu peed on himself. So all of that.
Okay, well, there you go. So he himself is not a lawyer person 100%. So how come he's pointing finger at Oyetola? Not because Oyetola himself is a super nice guy, but this Aregbesola, I think Tinubu is a good reader of characters, and I think this Aregbesola guy is the kind of a character that takes things all the way too personal, and I'm almost tempted to say that he cannot be trusted all the way. He cannot be. So he should be behind the line in the pecking order for sure.
Well, I think that yeah, you as an outsider, as I don't know if you participate in politics before. I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking of being really involved in politics. So since you've never been involved, you don't know how it is. So, and it is easy to blame people for their action. But what I'm telling you is that, look, when it comes to politics, the interest, why you are in politics is for a political interest. Maybe you're pursuing a political career. That is number one. Number two, then the group interest. Then number three, when you get to power, you serve the country, your community. At the same time, you serve the interests of your political group. So what he did.
But Angelico, see, in politics, I think there are two interests. There's selfish interest and self-interest. See, self-interest is good because if you want to be a governor or president like Tinubu, that is fine. That's self-interest. But your self-interest should not be a vehicle that's damaging to others or to destroy things. A selfish interest is regardless of anything. It's me, and if I don't get it, everybody goes down, everybody sinks, and that's the mentality I see of Aregbesola. But self-interest, yeah, everybody has self-interest, but selfish interest is damaging. It's not the best.
So you want to blame Aregbesola, you don't want to blame Oyetola, who did not follow the template laid down before he got to power. When his master helped him to power, the
He
template.
cannot have two masters now. Tinubu is already his master, so he cannot have two masters.
So, I mean, AREGBESOLA laid down a template for him to follow, and he didn't follow it. So you think his boss should let him go away? And not only he did not follow the template, he started destroying the interests of his boss, of his former boss in the state. So you think he should say, oh, because I love the party, I love of the state, let him get away, let him go, let him just continue doing it, and I'm not going to do anything to stop him or to teach him the lesson. It's never done in politics like that. When somebody wants to destroy your political interests or your political structure, you have to stop that person. And that is what AREGBESOLA did. Though it looked selfish to us, but we are not in his shoe. We have people that are his political associates that are strongly committed to the cause of the political group, and who who together were not happy with what Oyetola was doing against their political group interests. So they took an action and they stopped him. Yes, so that all of them will learn a lesson.
So in so doing, but they lost the state. They lost the state. Lost to PDP, and the guy right there, right now, what's his name? It is a strong personality. So are we talking about PDP dominance in Ocean State for a very long time?
Yeah, maybe that is good. That will teach them a lesson as a party to always work together and not destroy each other interests and the interest of the party at large as well. So this is a way of teaching themselves a lesson so that in the future they can, see how they can resolve conflict among them, amicably for the interest of the party. And as at that time that problem was going on, AREGBESOLA thought that Tinubu will play a role of, how do I describe it? He thought that Tinubu will play unbiased role, but Tinubu team up with Oyetola, and that angered him and his group that, it was Tinubu that was giving him that political strength to destroy their own group in Osun State. And therefore, we have to fight. Tinubu is a very strong political power in Nigeria. So if political power, one of the political power in Nigeria is backing Oyetola, we have to do everything to stop them, to show to them that, look, we are not going to play second fiddle role in this party in Osun State. And particularly I, as a former governor, I have to stand up against these people that are trying to dominate me. So he did what he got to do that time. And they defeated the Tinubu and the Oyetola in Osun State. Now, it's nothing to fight anymore. It's time for reconciliation. It's time to, do everything so that they can come back together. It's taking the right step. It's a right step in that statement, that speech he made. It's a good speech. It's a speech calling for reconciliation. It's a speech calling for, look, let's bygone be bygone. Let's come together as one family, and let's start preparing for another for the next 4 years. So can they do it again to win that state again? Possible. If they resolve every problem, they come together, because APC was stronger than PDP. Before they lost this election, they were controlling like 23, maybe 22 local government out of 23 or 24, if my memory serves me right. I stand to be corrected. See, in the House of, what do you call the State Assembly? I think they had 25 members. The APC was controlling like 22. PDP was just only, APC had 22 assemblymen. Why did PDP had only 3? So it's a strong party in the state. So they can come back. They can still come together to win the state. In the next 4 years, they can do it. But
do you see AREGBESOLA having a role in Tinubu's administration?
I don't see it at the moment.
I don't either. I don't see it
at the moment. But it could. Who knows? The problem between them could be resolved because in the last gubernatorial election, this guy traveled to Lagos State to campaign hard for what's the governor of Lagos State? What's his name? Sanwo-Olu. He campaigned very hard. He traveled.
Yeah, we saw him on the floor, didn't we, with the Northerners doing the Islamic.
Do you think he's trying to make his way back?
That's what he's doing now.
You know what? In reference to what situation? What are you saying?
He's asking, do you this forgiveness that is begging for?
Yes.
Thomas is that. Do you think he wants to make his way back?
Yes. That's what he's trying to do. He doesn't. He cannot fight. No battle to fight this time. He cannot win. Does he want to fight the presidency? No. Tinubu is in
there is no point in him asking Oyetola for forgiveness because what he did to Oyetola was unforgivable. With his support, Oyetola would have won that election, but without his support, Oyetola lost that election. So he has cost that guy his second term in office. So it is absolutely pointless him asking Oyetola to forgive him. But he doesn't really care for Oyetola. What is actually signaling to is the central space that Oga, I am still here. Oga, I'm still here. Yeah.
So I think, who knows? He might still be appointed for one role or the other in the government. Because it's becoming a long way with Tinubu. A long way with Tinubu. So to say that they cannot reconcile, they can't come back, they might reconcile. And the role he played in Lagos in the campaign for Sanwo-Olu showed to me that, there's still some connection, there's still some relationship, if not strong with Tinubu now, but with Sanwo-Olu. And Sanwo-Olu is Tinubu's son. You can't detach him from Tinubu. So he campaigned very hard for this guy to win the state. So as I'm still seeing that relationship between them, it might not be as strong as it used to be, but can they work it out to come back to what it used to be? Yes, it's possible. It's politics. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy, but permanent interest. So he fought for his interest, political interest, to defend, to protect his political interest, when Oyetola was trying to rubbish him and destroy his political. Every politician will stand up to do that. Every politician will stand up to do that. So it's not the first time.
Let me play you this clip, Adalekoko.
Stakeholders, critical stakeholders, and go on. Would you find the one? Àwọn míì tó ń ṣe tí ara ọmọ àwọn àbí àwọn Solomon Kide àwọn kò sẹ́ tó fi Ọlọ́run nìkan ó lẹ́rù bà wá. èèyàn kan mọ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n kàkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bá gbọ́n bí ẹ lọ sọ́rọ̀ onímọ̀lẹ́ ẹ̀dùn pé ẹ wá wọ́n jí ìwà lórí sọ díẹ̀ mẹ́fù kí tó sí tiẹ̀ fẹ́ràn ilé fún ọ̀sán wọ́n ní kàn dálẹ̀ kan ṣà àwọn alágbẹ́gbẹ́ yìí ẹgbẹ́ tí ẹ̀ sọ fún kó yé dáadáa ẹgbẹ́ Afẹ́nifẹ́re o ẹgbẹ́ Awólọ́wọ̀ rèé o ẹgbẹ́ Bọ́lá Ìgè rèé o ẹgbẹ́ Àbá Àkàndé rèé kó tó fi wálẹ̀ díẹ̀. ẹ má kúra yín ní fásitì ọmọ ẹ ṣe fásitì ẹ̀yìn ní APC. Àkọ́kọ́ ìjọba yìí ẹjọ́ apádà wálé ní o láti wá dá ẹgbẹ́ wa padà síbi tó yẹ kó wà. Torí a tẹ̀lé ìlànà àwọn ọ̀gá wa tá a rò pé èèyàn a pé wọn ibi tó yẹ kó wà lọ. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ náà lé wa lórí. Àwa dẹ̀ ti búra ìwé ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá fi ra ìwé Ọlọ́run níbi táwọn wà àwa bí Ọlọ́run kọ́ ló yẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀.
All right, that wasn't quite the clip that I was looking for. There was a particular clip that he was dancing and mocking Tinubu for peeing himself, but nevertheless, that's still. But I don't know, round of that space, and then.
Yeah, so he's trying to. He was signaling, like you said, to the presidency. Look, I'm no more fighting a good guy now. I'm ready to work with your boy in the state and settle everything so that we can come back to be a formidable party in the state. So I think it's a good, he made a good speech. And I think Oyetola himself should let bygone be bygone and let them come together and build the party back up and strengthen the party and prepare for next 4 years. So it's taking the right step in the right direction, woman. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. I wanted to take you to this storyline. I'm not sure if it's getting any traction or not. Nigerian mother of 4 shot dead by U.S. neighbor over children's disagreement. But before I take you there, let me go to Enigmatic, who I think came in for the Oyetola storyline. And Enigmatic, was it the Oyetola storyline that brought you in?
Yes, I just want to make a few comments about that. If it's okay.
Yeah, let's hear from you.
Okay. That last statement that AREGBESOLA made, that was those leaders who want to lord over us, may God bring them down.
In fact, may God bless you, Enigmatic. If one man will see me that I muted, I want to mute. And, that statement, in fact, the way Baba interpreted that statement, maybe you too, one man, you didn't notice. It was a jab against Tinubu that some people wanted to make themselves God. I mean, do you agree with me, Enigmatic?
That was a direct confrontation to Asiwaju, no doubt about it.
So I was wondering when one man was saying that he was looking for a clip. Is this same clip? He attacked Tinubu very well. In fact, I'm very interested in this thing because I'm from OSUN and I know what actually transpired in OSUN.
All right, let Enigmatic, and then you come after him. Enigmatic, yes. I feel that I feel he has done too much, and there are too many people. Okay, let's take Gbadabe Amila for instance. Gbadabe Amila has been loyal to Tinubu all the way, following him to hospital, campaigning heavily, all of that. He has not made a false move, but AREGBESOLA, mocking songs, it cost him a state and all of that. So if AREGBESOLA was even to make amends, he has to then travel from that amends to go on top of people like Gbadabe Amila, who had always stood steady. So it's too far back in the pecking order for him to ever have any relevance in this administration. Enigmatic.
Yes, thank you, woman, and I salute everyone of the panelists. And then, woman, for people to actually say there are certain things that you can forgive people for, right? Like I did say just now, AREGBESOLA in the pecking order is number two to Ashwaju. When you are talking of Bajabi Amila, those ones are little boys down the ladder. AREGBESOLA, you have to know how they started. AREGBESOLA was introduced to Ashwaju by Alaja Abiba, that's Ashwaju's mom, right? And then he took him not just as a political ally, but as a brother, right? And he took him as one of the most trusted confidant. So AREGBESOLA is from Osun State. If anybody, though, a lot of us can be very young, but I heard the story very well. Bola Ilore, all of them then. When he made AREGBESOLA the Commissioner of Works in Lagos State, there was a very big uproar from Lagosians, indigenes, right? Lagos indigenes, that how could you give such a powerful, cabinet position to somebody who is not an indigene, who is from Osun State? And then it's one of those people that you probably have to see before you have anything to do with Ashwaju, right? So it became a problem, but Ashwaju assured them that everybody came, where they listened, and then it was a bygone. So, and do not forget when he was he occupied, I think the busiest and the most populated state was the Commissioner of Works, where they were having project after project after project after project for good 8 years. And then thereafter, Asiwaju supported him, right, when it was time to pick up the ticket of ACN in Osun State. He survived a lot of political gladiators in Osun State. He picked up the ticket. He became the governor. Of course, his mandate was stolen by typical PDP then. Then another round of litigation, tribunal, and everything. Everything, sponsored by Asiwaju. They won the case, landslide. They became the governor eventually. And then Asiwaju, the only thing he needed from on the record, anybody can check this. On the record, he never demanded for a dime. The only favor he demanded was, I will bring my brother from the corporate world to work with you so that, he can probably learn the ropes of political ropes, because it's not actually used to the murky waters of politics. Talking about Oyetola, a lot of people do not know Oyetola is a technocrat. He's a financial guru. So he was in the corporate world before he came to politics. Then he became the chief of staff to Aregbe. He did everything he could as a normal chief of staff, loyalty and everything. So the only sin committed by Asiwaju was when he demanded a payback eventually. I need you to support my brother, Oyetola, to be the governor. He was recalcitrant. He was, at the end of the day, he had to tacitly support that mandate. Of course, while walking behind, right, woman, right, working with some enemies, right, to reduce that influence. Eventually, we could see the outcome of the result. We all knew that that election then, what's his name, Adedansa won. So that was one of those things that AREGBESOLA did. But going to the second term, good. AREGBESOLA might have not been treated well by Oyetola. Oyetola, I blame him. He did not treat AREGBESOLA well and his team. Aregbe believed he was going to take his own part of flesh. But remember that he never actually wanted Oyetola in the first instance, right? Ab initio, he wanted somebody different from Oyetola. But because of, persuasion here and there, he was able to work half-assedly for Oyetola to emerge eventually. But now the second term was his time to actually get back to Oyetola. But prior to that election, he had his appointment as minister. From there, the game turned overnight. So it was one of those arrowheads of the kitchen cabinet of Ashwaju that they turned against Ashwaju. If you know the level of treachery and the level of perfidy, right, demonstrated and committed by these folks against Ashwaju, you'll be surprised how he was able to actually surmount those challenges, because Ashwaju fought a political battle. He had to fight the political forces of all the Nigerian politicians generally against him. Are you talking of Oshibanjo or this Aregbe or Fayemi of Ekiti, or a lot of them like that turned against him by the cabal? And at a point, one of the most loyal, one of the closest Southwest governor or Southwest politician to Abba Kyari, the late Abba Kyari, was Kayode Fayemi. If you know the story very well, you will know very well. So they saw themselves as they've arrived and they've already, quote and unquote, used the normal panels, and they've cooked everything against Ashwaju, and there was no way Ashwaju was going to be a candidate in a future, APC primary. So long story short, we can say politics is treacherous, of course, and we can say politics is a game of betrayal here and there. But there are some betrayals that you do not excuse in politics. You do not excuse some certain, some certain level of treachery or disloyalty, some certain level of, of betrayal. You do not entertain them. Ashwaju did all he could to pacify, to placate AREGBESOLA, but AREGBESOLA has been given too much power, enough ammunition and weapon, right? He's been weaponized from the central government to do the killing with some foot soldiers. Nudging Salam.
But enigmatic, how is my brother? Can you say yes? Can you say politics is not fair, and anything can happen in politics, regardless who you are, regardless the loyalty, regardless anything? Can you say that? I'm
Yeah,
just trying to be a devil advocate for Aregbesola. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely, right. In a democracy, right, the right to a different path, of choices, of ideas is sacrosanct, and that shouldn't be penalized or criminalized if you take a certain detour politically. Why? But while you're doing so, you do not try to burn the very ladder with which you ascend your throne, your political throne, or your political leverage. Even in Islam and in Christianity, right? You do not build on the very foundation of your father in the Lord, of your imam. You must find your own path. That's why you see when you graduate from a certain ulama, you move very far away from such ulama to have your own domain. Same as Christianity. So it's common sense. But what I'm trying to say is the most painful thing about betrayal, right, and about political perfidy most of the time is that they don't usually come from enemies. They come from people who are the closest to you, and it takes the grace of God for a couple of people to survive it. It stinks. Wike was saying that even if his bishop tells him to forget some political treacherous attitude, right? he will tell the bishop, no, I will kill that person before he kills me because I don't know what's going to happen. Of course, you know, the Ashwaju and Oyetola and APC, they lost Osun State in the Guba race, which could have easily gone their way. And of course, at the presidential level, they lost it. But what could Ashwaju have done? He basically took it as a necessary sacrifice, right? And they more or less like an envelope, a housing to, you know, to send a strong warning and to his recalcitrant disciples. Basically, Ashwaju is a forgiving person, but there is a limit, right? There's always a threshold for certain actions. AREGBESOLA did not just go out to kill Oyetola. AREGBESOLA came out to kill Ashwaju himself. If they are using you against your political.
I think it was that interior minister that Buhari gave him that rushed to his head. And I think he was given assurances by the North that he can take down Tinubu and he has their backing. Because the way he went after Tinubu, there was if he did not feel he had backing, he wouldn't have done that. So I think it was played.
You can't say one man is too. He had his own. Do not forget he had his issues before he went to the federal cabinet. When he got to the federal cabinet, they just added to that venom, to that feather of destruction, to kill their enemy that they actually wanted to kill. So it's more or less that they have somebody in-house now who can do the job for them. It's not only AREGBESOLA. The only reason why AREGBESOLA is more pronounced is because he came out frontally about ease, right? And do not forget, AREGBESOLA is a tabligh. And when people like him go radical, they can be very fanatical, they can be very extremist, right? They can go to the extreme of situation. On the morning of the day that Oyetola lost that election, AREGBESOLA was in the US. He made a cryptic comment on his Twitter. He had to delete the tweet thereafter, right? Anybody can if I think you actually even play something like that very day, right? He made a passage to express gratitude and to God about the destruction. So he made some certain things. Look, one man, there are issues in politics on every day. Fashola and Ashwaju, they had issues at the time, but look at the maturity displayed by Fashola to quell everything. Even people couldn't even see what happened. Eventually, they were able to get things out of the way. But Aregbe was too deep because Aregbe was like who is this guy? This man that is the closest to Awolowo then. Oh, I forgot his name.
Jakonde.
Yeah, they were that close. As in, there is no way if Aregbe is still in the camp, nobody will everybody will know that Aregbe will be the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 to number 10, right? The choice of chief of staff. Nobody will even try to negotiate that position with Aregbe, except if there's something bigger than that.
But enigmatic, what causes the rift? I don't even remember. I'm sorry for asking you this.
The thing, he never wanted Oyetola, right? But at the end of the day, he saw reason why he had to pay back, because they remind this guy did not even ask a dime. He has been a political. He has been not just a political godfather to you, but it's like your brother, right? They are the closest. Baba, is number 2 to Ashwaju. Number 2. Every other commissioner then, everybody deferred to Aregbe. Aregbe was so powerful that Lagosians were mad at Ashwaju. He held one of the most important, one of the biggest local government in Lagos State. He held one of the most important.
Alimasho.
He had one of the most, if not the most juiciest, if there's a word like that, ministry, in Lagos State. So look, it was so at a point Tinubu couldn't do anything again. He had do Oni of Ife, Oba of Lagos, almost all the first class traditional rulers in Southwest. So at a point, this guy Tinubu called all the political stakeholders in Osun State. This guy, they told Ashwaju point blank, right? We are not coming to see you. Can you imagine that the air speaker, Najim Salami, that was congratulating Femi Gbajabiamila the other time? So he took Fashola, he took this Bajana, he took a couple of them to come down, to travel down to Osun State to come and meet Baba Konde, right? Baba Konde, as old as he is, this man from Ogun State, October, as old as he is, right? And a couple of folks, even the governor of Ondo State, they had to travel to Osun State to find a solution to this. This guy, they did everything to truncate that process. At a point, Tinubu said, "Well, if it is in his destiny, right, to still become the president of Nigeria, nobody can stop him, because he was not trying to placate AREGBESOLA because he was just politics. No, he was trying to placate AREGBESOLA because they had that bond. They were like twins. They had that bond, and he was so surprised that prominent people, right? Prominent people could actually speak to this man, and he wouldn't budge, he wouldn't listen until they bring the house down. He told everybody point blank that he will show them that Osun APC Osun will come down. He will bring the whole house down. He promised them, he did it. So what is the point of seeking for forgiveness now? Ashwaju does not hold grudges like that. But when Ashwaju gave up on the matter was when this man from Ogun State, Oshoba, those men are very old, right? Oshoba had to come. Oshoba traveled down to Abuja 3 times. Aregbe was not making himself available. Oshoba and Baba Konde, and then this old man from Ondo State, the Afenifere man, he went only one time. This man did not make himself available.
Fashoranti.
Tinubu himself did everything he could. He said, forget about what Oyetola has done. Anything Oyetola did to you, right? I take the blame. Put it on me. Oyetola is not a politician. He might not have treated you well, but let's solve this one. Leave Oyetola out of the situation. If you want APC to lose in Osun State, I take it. Let APC lose, but do not break our friendship. Do not. My mom introduced you to me and put your hands in my palm. This is your brother. Nobody must know the secret between you two. Hold yourself as one. So that stuff with AREGBESOLA, and they were reminding him every time. The person that is almost closest to Tinubu is the Oba of Lagos. Oba of Lagos was reminding him, so all those kind of stuff, Aregbe did not listen. So Tinubu said, well, because at that point, Aregbe was already working with the cabal that wanted Tinubu out of the game eventually. But Tinubu told them that if it's about the cabal, he has his game plan. But he does not have his game plan against AREGBESOLA because AREGBESOLA is his brother. Politics will go, politics will come, but he knows he's going to survive the onslaught. But he does not want AREGBESOLA to go astray. But at a point, they told Tinubu to just leave the situation alone and focus that if they lose everything in APC, in Osun, the Najim Salam, everybody, the number 2 man, then in the House of Senate, in the House of Rep, the guy Lasun Sukomi, right? All those Ashwaju guys that they became somebody in Osun State. They sent letters to them to come to Lagos to settle the rift. They didn't go. People came to them in Osun State. They didn't show up. They went to them in ABJ. None of them showed up. Almost several times, including men. Look, what AREGBESOLA did is just there's no coming back from this. And from what I know, of course, Tinubu will not have any issue with him. But as it is now, the politics of Osun State has been handed over to 3 men: Baba Konde, Oyetola, and then Bashir Ajibola. Bashir Ajibola, people that shouldn't have lost elections at all under any circumstance. They lost elections in Osun State. But now why they are trying to come back real quick now is because they thought, I don't know why people would just try to block their nose and spite their face. I don't know how they say it, right? So they thought they could have a very sweet deal with APC, with Adeleke and PDP. But they are forgetting that PDP, they've been out of power for so long. Those people are hungry. They are hungry, they are angry, they are mad, they are broke. So they went all out for them. And now that they have absolutely nothing, I think they did not even have a single person in the House of Assembly, State House of Assembly. And they basically shut them out. All the deals that they made, they told them, well, we made all the deals on the promise of we did not pay you guys. So every other thing, stay with it. So it's better for them to have at least gone halfway.
But enigmatic, my brother. Why in politics people forget their religion? They forget anything about God. They forget. They just go to the extreme. Because if a Muslim, God said we should forgive people, even if people offended you, or in the Christian folk as well. They just go extreme. Politics is dirty. My brother, don't go into politics though. It's too dirty, man.
You're talking about me? Eh?
You.
You must really love
me. Thomas, you can't see the trajectory. Enigmatic is a politician. Don't be surprised if you see Enigmatic becoming a minister or a commissioner. Don't be surprised, Thomas.
Amen. From your mouth to the mouth.
You can see now.
Simba, I agree with that. Of all of the people that are come here, if there's one person I see in politics, is enigmatic.
Well, let's
he's not denying it now. You can see now he's already behaving like them. But it's not neither here nor there. He's not making an emphatic statement.
But about to be honest, Aregbe went too far. When Tinubu has suffered a lot of betrayals now, this is not the first time. He just did the same thing he did. Do not forget what Mimiko did to Tinubu, right? Mimiko basically reneged based almost on everything that they agreed. They won his battle for him at the tribunal. He turned against them. That is why you see Ashwaju very close to Oshomole now, and they are very close up to now. They were supposed to have the same deal. Okay, when we win on those states for you, right, through Labour Party, after a while, when you settle down in office, Labour on those states will become APC and stuff like that. After a while, Mimiko wanted to be the big boss of Ondo State politics, wanted to be the man of himself. So he was telling everybody, I don't want to operate under the shadow of Ashwaju. He wanted to be. So at the end of the day, he went to PDP. So he has suffered a lot of political betrayals. Yeah, this is not the first time. But there are some betrayals, right, that you suffer in life. There are some betrayals that you suffer in life. If your wife, if you suffer like a divorce from your wife, it might not hurt you than what you will suffer from people that you do not. There are some people in my life now that if they mess me off, I don't think there will be a comeback from that. I can tell you for a fact. So Aregbe is somebody like that. Oba of Lagos told Aregbe, shake. No, do you know even the top clerics, top Islamic clerics in Southwest? And this Ilorin man, the one that healed MC Oluomo that time, then when Baton Funi Kini Lara,
enigmatic.
So look,
enigmatic. Let me interject you. I think you are too one-sided on this issue.
I'm not too one-sided, Baba.
Oh, okay, let me make my.
Go ahead.
Let me say this. You are too one-sided. Look, I don't know if you follow the politics well. Even before their own primary within the party, the governor did not, the governor did not even allow sharing of position within the party with AREGBESOLA's group. He dominated everything. And you know what that means in politics?
You're talking about Oyetola, Abi?
Yes, Oyetola, yes.
But
So,
Baba, I mentioned it now.
Hold on. You can't do that. You cannot do that to your former boss, no matter what. That means you want to kill him politically and entirely. I mean, in entirety, rather. And you want him to fold his hand and hear some people begging, oh, Fisile, and this. No.
But Baba,
it doesn't. And what did Tinubu even do himself to stop
I'm
that?
telling you, I just told you what Tinubu did. Part of the thing that he did, let me tell you.
What did he do to stop Oyetola from that
Tinubu
shenanigan that he was doing then against his former boss?
No, part of the thing Tinubu did. Look, Baba, I just told you. At a point, they told AREGBESOLA, forget Oyetola, let's leave Oyetola with his political immaturity, right?
When Ambode tried something similar like that with Tinubu, he cut his head off.
If he cut his head, that is what what do you call him? AREGBESOLA was, that was what AREGBESOLA was saying then. That the similar thing that this guy is doing to me in Osun State was what this guy did in Lagos, and you guys fire him. Why don't you want to fire? Why don't you want to take action? Is it because he's your brother?
The situation in the situation in Lagos. Let's not mix things. These two situation now. What happened at a point at the cross of the matter, right? When the prominent folks started trying to intervene, they told AREGBESOLA, look, whatever Oyetola is doing, we will handle that situation. Don't even work for Oyetola. Either we lose Osun State or we survive. Anyone, do not just let's leave. It's like park Oyetola and the shenanigan one side, right? Let's focus on the relationship between you and Ashwaju and the Lagos politics now, right? So they've already shifted their attention. And part of the things that they did,
so you
know that he was also plotting against Tinubu in Lagos state politics. You know he was backing. Was he backing Ambode? AREGBESOLA.
Yes, they were able. They were able to contain that. Do not forget this man that died. May his soul rest in peace. The one they call Pepe. That guy that who knows? He was one of the longest serving House of Assembly guys in Lagos before he went to the Senate. He died during the COVID-19. They call him Pepe. I forgot his name now. He was one of those guys that AREGBE was even using, but they were able to. That one was easy because the Lagos, they have a faceted system, political system in Lagos. They have their GAC. They have ways to curb certain excesses or tendencies and how to accommodate them. But part of the thing that they did in Osun State, when this guy was, okay, these are my full soldiers. I have, they at the point, I think they have Ileriayo faction and they have one TOP faction or whatever in Osun. But the faction that were loyal to AREGBE, a couple of them, the former House of Assembly speaker, and a couple of, they got them appointments in some boards in ABJ at the federal level. That's the level of reconciliation and how to ways to placate AREGBE and his group now. Najim, all of them, they got a lot of all the federal appointments. I mean, all the federal appointments that were supposed to be going to Itola, they diverted everything to AREGBESOLA's group. And they told Itola, you just face your governance, we will take care of the rest. Because now the royal fathers, they are involved. The Islamic clerics, they are involved. The people that they believe AREGBESOLA will listen to, naturally, they are involved. And they are trying to reconcile. So they were giving all the appointments that were supposed to be going to Itola's team in the federal level, in the federal cabinet. They were moving all those things to AREGBESOLA. And do not forget that AREGBESOLA himself, he has done a lot, right, to get some appointment to his people within his group. But Oyetola they told Oyetola, focus on what you need to focus on. Let's settle this situation. Because they are not really trying to settle the situation between AREGBESOLA and Tinubu alone. They've found out now that AREGBESOLA is more or less like a snake that is working, with some enemies.
Like a mole in their camp. Yeah.
So and then they are still telling him, forget whatever. The thing is that leave Oyetola alone. If we have to chase Oyetola out of the government house, we will do that when we are done. But let's focus this. Bola Ilori, who is from Ondo State, who is a top essay to AREGBESOLA, right? They were already working with him to get an ambassadorial appointment. The Nigerian ambassador to Mexico, the Nigerian ambassador to, I think, 2 other countries, right? They came from this. So a lot of people, they were pouring it into his camp. But he was there bent to do what he wanted to do. He worked openly with PDP, National. He gave a direct instruction. Atiku, vote for Atiku, do not vote for Asiwaju, on tape. And all the foot soldiers did the same thing.
Really? Enigmatic, really? Are you sure?
These are facts.
Wow.
So he said it openly, and then during the election, he was not in the country during the election.
Where is the state? Is it you, by the fire, that are spreading
No,
that?
Baba, during the gubernatorial election, he was in the US. Yeah, I think there was a video that when somebody was challenging him when he was at maybe one of those McDonald's.
That one like that.
At the buffet, yes.
But what I'm saying, Baba, is that at a point, at only at a point they do, because Tinubu left the fight for people who he believed, right, that will find a way, will find a solution to it. But how could you see Baba Konde not being able to find a solution to Osun crisis, or Baba Oshoba to Osun crisis, and to Oba of Lagos, who knew when Asiwaju and AREGBESOLA started their politics.
I even heard they call like Onilefe, some Obas. They talk Obas.
Even Alaafin of Oyo was trying to.
Alaafin of Oyo, yes.
So Alaafin of Oyo was there
before he died. Yeah.
All the prominent Obas, because they don't, it's like, okay, this is a solution. Like P Square, those P Square that were fighting then, right? Though they are natural twins, the way they see Asiwaju and AREGBESOLA, they see them as twins. They are very close. Gone. One close is gone now. Very, very close. So people were surprised that he can delay. Okay, if Oyetola is going to be the problem, leave Oyetola alone. We'll find a solution. At that point, Tinubu has already he hands off Osun State completely. That whatever Oyetola is doing, whatever he does, whatever becomes of Oyetola, he should go and deal with it. But he does not want a situation where he will have, because he has had a very big problem. He was having problem, right, with Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo was supposed to be his eye in Aso Rock. That one has compromised. This one that is supposed to be his twin brother, right? He was using the paraphernalia of office to harass almost everybody in Osun State. And they say, okay, no problem. All the appointments that were supposed to go to certain people, those people say, don't worry, give it to AREGBESOLA. People, okay, one man, you are supposed to get an appointment, but you are telling them, please, don't worry, just give it to AREGBESOLA people, as long as we want peace to reign. Senator Bashir, right, is a PhD holder from US over here. Go and look at what he said at the time. He said, I don't care to lose my senatorial election. as long as we settle this crisis, it was as bad as that. Because he said, I knew Asiwaju through AREGBESOLA. AREGBESOLA is my I benefited from him. I knew AREGBESOLA, I knew Asiwaju through AREGBESOLA, so it's quite unfortunate now that I have to be the one, right, going through Asiwaju to communicate to, it was bad like that. So nobody can, it's unfortunate, but what has happened has happened. Why is he seeking for forgiveness now? But the way God will work, right? The way God will work, what is meant to be will be. The day he was leaving office, the day he completed his 8 years of federal appointment, is that the 24 hours later, the same Asiwaju that they never wanted, he was sworn into office. I wish and I pray to God, right, that everything will settle between the two of them. But I do not see, in politics, you have to.
But do you not think that AREGBESOLA should be punished? Because I always have an issue with this sort of behavior, because things have not gone the way he had planned for it to. So now he's now making all these pleading noises, etc. But if he got his way and Oshibanjo became the president, he would have gone for the kill on Tinubu. That's what he would have done. So now, so he chose that path. So should he not really pay a pain price? A pain price? Should he not pay a pain price?
One man, in Yoruba language, tí ní ojú ọ̀tá èèyàn tọ́nà bá gbéyàn ga kò síjà tí wọ́n fẹ́ jà mọ́. That is the situation of Asiwaju now. Right in front of Asiwaju's enemy, in the very eyes of Asiwaju's enemy, while they are still alive, right? Do not forget his trajectory. People said at a point he wasn't going to get the APC ticket. He got it in a landslide. Oh, he was not going to be one of those people. So he won the election again. Another issue, one issue after the other. Even until the day he was sworn in, right? There was still speculation of even if he was going to be sworn in or he was going to be arrested or whatever. But the way, if God is fighting for you, if God is fighting your battle, all you need to do is focus on what you are doing right and focus less on the negatives. So AREGBESOLA now, it's been less than 2 weeks out of office. He's already seeking for forgiveness. It means God has already fought your battle. Leave him, let him deal with that with whatever is already hitting him up. Conscious, at a point, your conscience, right, will judge you either right or wrong. Posterity does not forget. Posterity will always, give you the right portion of karma that you deserve. People that the guy actually sent to Aso Rock to be his eyes, they eventually became the dagger for him to kill him. And it was clear when Baba Fashion has not traveled out of Akure for almost 7 years. He does not go anywhere again. This man, he traveled to ABJ. This guy did not show up to see that man. It was as bad as that. And what else does Asiwaju want to do? Asiwaju cannot say they should go and kill him. He's already the president. He will just leave AREGBESOLA and his group to do what they want to do.
Is AREGBESOLA, is it talented enough for Tinubu to make the effort? Does he have sufficient enough talent? Yeah.
Absolutely talented, man. You can't underestimate that. For AREGBESOLA is a genius. Is intellectually sound. Is politically. His loyalty is second to none. So a lot of people still believe one assassin like assassin. So that's why people were concerned. Even they were so concerned.
No, enigmatic. I don't know the kind of loyalty that you are talking about. The way I look at this man, he was loyal when he needed them. When he now believed that he also has achieved, he is now maybe in the top bracket of Nigerian politicians. He sees himself as, now I can do it alone. And that was where you see him now backstabbing and started his loyalty to
you are right. His loyalty was not in doubt. His loyalty, he wasn't seen as one of those that actually, when they need you, is when they, people, his loyalty was so sacrosanct, was so serene that nobody could have thought it would be. If you are talking of Kayode Fayemi now, Kayode Fayemi is a serial betrayer. Kayode Fayemi has betrayed all his political benefits. Everybody that helped him into politics, he has basically betrayed all of them. All of them, no exception. Do you want to know what he did to Okoyemi Bamidele? Okoyemi Bamidele almost lost his life during his last election, his gubernatorial election. And the same Okoyemi Bamidele was the one that was supposed to pick up the ticket that eventually made Afayemi the governor. When he was one of the commissioners that, hey, Baba, you need to go to your state and pick up the ticket. It was sure for him, but he said he was not ready then. His mind was, I have a friend who is in Ghana, who is a probably wherever. But actually, say that just a long story short, this guy was not part of those people that they were looking at, in that direction. But of course, right, human nature, we could say probably power got to him, but I don't want to believe his power. All I will say is that they saw a guy who was vulnerable at the time, right? And they were able to capitalize on that vulnerability through the cabal, and they got to him. It was as perfect as that explanation that I could give, because it was Abba Kyari that actually did the groundwork. Then, do not forget that the list that was supposed to emanate from the whole of Southwest and North Central for ministerial appointments, for political appointment and everything was supposed to be coming from Asiwaju. Asiwaju was supposed to be the political architect of Buhari's administration. Buhari was supposed to face squarely the security matter, while Oshibajo will focus on the administration, while Tinubu will focus on the party politics and politics generally and certain appointments. So everything has been settled. But when they came, they turned things around, and the guys that they believe.
But I think they sidelined him. Enigmatic.
Eh?
They sidelined Asiwaju now.
Yeah, of course, now from that very moment, the very day that Buhari was sworn in, right? That very day, if I don't know if anybody follows the day that Buhari was sworn in on the 29th of May 2015, I think 3 days or a week later, Tinubu traveled to London and he called the meeting of his group. He called the meeting of his group because he already, he has, information ahead of time. Then he was telling them, all of you that had elective positions, keep your positions and be good to your base. Those that are waiting for appointment, if your appointment is ready, whatever you are given, do not reject it, no matter how condescending or ridiculous it is. Take it and expand your base. Those of you that may not be appointed, just don't make noise. Don't just keep calm and go with the flow. The next 4 years, the next 8 years is going to be horrible because they've seen the handwriting. Yeah, they've already packed him aside. From that moment that this guy made that statement, I belong to nobody, I belong to everybody. That was a clear signal to Asiwaju. That was a statement to him. It was a clear statement to him. So he knew from the day one, but he already had his own group. Are you aware of the fact that they even approached Gbajabiamila? Do you know that? The cabal approached Gbajabiamila to go for the primaries, to challenge Asiwaju for the presidency. And he bluntly told them that Asiwaju has done so much for him and his family. Whatever he is today, wherever he has been in life, he holds it to Asiwaju. Unless Asiwaju tells the whole world that I, Tinubu, I'm not running for this election, and then Asiwaju will have to officially sanction him to run for the presidency. That's the only reason why. And then he will have to communicate any conversation they have now to Asiwaju. He told Asiwaju immediately that these people want me to run against you, and he told him to play along. So look, high-level game happened, and it was so unfortunate that AREGBESOLA was caught in the web of that. It was too politically mature. It was so politically exposed, right? He was so intelligent to understand that This was a game of him going to kill somebody he couldn't kill, and at a point they left him alone. What can he, the only thing he could do is to wreck Osun APC. And what next? What next? Did he achieve more than that? He wrecked Osun APC, and all his men that they wrecked Osun APC together, where are they now? They are back in Osun.
You know, this Tinubu's presidency, it has taken so many casualties. Oshibanjo, a casualty of Tinubu's presidency. What is Rotimi Amechi, a casualty of Tinubu's presidency? AREGBESOLA, certainly a casualty of Tinubu's presidency. Ambode, even a casualty of Tinubu's presidency. Ambode George not wanting now on his knees, begging not to be a casualty of Tinubu's presidency. So by his victory, because in the course of his geopolitical journey, he has acquired so many enemies, and by virtue of those, or by virtue of his victory, those enemies, they are in purgatory in perpetuity, because Tinubu's presidency is a final victory over all of his enemies. So none of them will ever have relevance again.
Do you know who is Obanikoro, Oma? Do you know Obanikoro? Musili Obanikoro? I
know the name vaguely. Is it Lagos politics, isn't it?
Okay. Go and check the political trajectory of Musili Obanikoro, Tokunbo Afikuyomi, and Femi Pedro. Go and check what the three of them said. Prominent one, Obanikoro said, I played political game against Asiwaju. Right? I was wrong. I was wrong. I was deceived. You know, he was in PDP one time. I was deceived. I was wrong. And till the end of my life, I will never be against Asiwaju again. Right? That's
and it's magic. What is all this about Tinubu as if it's God now?
No, I'm not saying it's God. I'm not saying it's God. I'm not saying
between enigmatic and Fatai. If Tinubu was a religion, between enigmatic and Fatai, I don't know.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what happened.
The high priest.
No, what happened was it was so clear. It was so clear because
you are not addressing the real issue. The real issue is Osun State, Osun politics. And you guys are saying, or rather you are referring to all those people that were calling AREGBESOLA and even the Asiwaju calling on him, forget about Osun. Where is his root? Why must he forget about his root? Why must he surrender his political, how do I say, his political base for another?
But
let me just insert this. Like Osun was never AREGBESOLA's anything, you know. Ajale Koko. AREGBESOLA started his political career as a functionary in Lagos State, a commissioner, and then as an enforcer for Tinubu when he was governor. And it was off the back of that Tinubu actually gifted him Osun State. He didn't get it, Osun State, by his might or popularity. He was gifted it by Tinubu. So Osun State was never AREGBESOLA's anything. Tinubu just placed him there, that sit on that seat and just keep an eye on those people. That's all it was.
What do you mean by gifted? Did he own Osun State?
Hold
on. Let us say this. A gifted, he supported him. He became governor. He's established governor. He had political base. And he used that political base. Oyetola had nothing. He wasn't a politician. He didn't know nothing about politics. And then it's you, Tinubu, that recommended Oyetola to be his, his chief of staff. He accepted it. You recommended him to be the next governor. He accepted him. And he got there. And he started playing politics against his, dangerous politics against his boss, his political boss. And you said that boss should let it go. It's never done. If somebody gifted Lagos State to to Tinubu too. It was Baba Adebayo that gave him the form that make him the governor of Lagos State. Did he not turn against?
Enigmatic, will you give me a chance to answer Baba Angelico?
Hold on, let me land.
Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead, Simba.
Yeah, they gave him the form that brought him to the position of. Did he not turn against the Afenifere? Look, the base OSUN State was the issue, and Tinubu failed to resolve that issue. It didn't show that leadership. It didn't play that leadership role well, as you people been describing. Oh, it's a how did they call what do you call this guy? Atiku. What's the name they give him? Unifier. He couldn't unify. He couldn't compel Oyetola to stop playing the politics of kill and go against his boss. Can somebody do that against him in Lagos and we let that person go? Look, let us address the real. It didn't address the real issue. That's why everything went wrong. So Tinubu himself contributed to the failure, to the loss of the state, to PDP today, because he didn't play that leadership role well. So let us address the issue, and just be praising Tinubu as if it's God.
Nobody is praising Tinubu.
He makes somebody this, somebody apologize. I will never offend Tinubu.
No, where is rational mind?
Hold on, enigmatic. Go Masari once at Manila Ramitoa. Let Simba come in. Simba, you can't hold back anymore. Simba.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Enigmatic, Thomas. Okay, Peace Daddy is not on the platform again. Baba, Ekaro, Arola Wambio. Woman. Baba, the way. Hello, sir.
What piece is saying? What piece is saying you didn't greet him?
Oh, sorry. What piece? Sorry, I didn't see you. On the something. Sorry. I'm very sorry. I greet everybody.
We can't hear you. What piece? We can't hear you. We can't hear you at all. Yeah.
Sorry, what piece? If you are hearing me, I'm sorry for not greeting you.
No, carry on.
Okay. I don't know why Baba Delekuko is talking this way. The same way Oyetola is not a politician, that's the same way AREGBESOLA is not a politician. Tinubu brought AREGBESOLA up. He made Aregbe the governor in OSUN State. Nobody knew AREGBESOLA in OSUN State before he came and contested in 2011. I mean, in 2007 against Oyinlola. The election he went to court. We all knew what transpired in the court. Even an appeal court judge was sacrificed for their ambition in the name of Ayoshalami, because immediately he was the one that restored Mimiko. What's the name? This guy in Edo State. What is the Oshomole? He restored Oshomole. He restored probably AREGBESOLA and some other governor. And he was sacrificed.
And Fayemi, 3 of 4.
And Fayemi, yes. And he lost his ambition. His career was sacrificed for these people. And we all knew what transpired. So for AREGBESOLA to now come and say he was Oyetola is not a politician, the same way he was not a politician, and they brought him up and he became a politician today. Let me tell you one man. Immediately AREGBESOLA became the president. His first tenure, everybody was very amazed with him, because that was when money was flowing in Nigeria. He was even paying 13th month salary to workers in Osun. But immediately around that 2013, 2014, when the money was no longer forthcoming, he became another person. He was owing salary. He even championed religious this thing in Osun State. So, and that was when the beginning of the destruction of the APC started in Osun State. During the second tenure, that was when he finished APC completely. And when he was about to leave, and they were doing the gubernatorial election, AREGBESOLA never wanted Oyetola. It was Tinubu that forced Oyetola on AREGBESOLA. And during that first election, let me tell you, go and look at the results. AREGBESOLA never campaigned for Oyetola. Oyetola lost all the local governments in the Ijesha land. He did not campaign for him. So nobody can say that it was actually AREGBESOLA that made Oyetola to win that election. Virtually, the vote from Osogbo local government was actually the game changer. And we all knew that what happened that time. He went for runoff. And that was when Oyetola was able to win that election. So,
you didn't mention that Omishore, who was in SDP, they have to find a way to
having an alliance with him so that they can get the vote from the Ife area.
God bless
and
you.
That was why they were able to win the runoff.
All the AREGBESOLA stronghold, they found out he was working against them. All the stronghold.
They lost it. APC lost all AREGBESOLA stronghold. It was that alliance, reminded me. It was that alliance with Missouri that made them to have won that election during the runoff. So AREGBESOLA did not contribute anything to the emergence of Oyetola as the governor of Osun State. Let me not tell you one man. If you want to put them side by side, yes, AREGBESOLA is good, but Oyetola is a technocrat. And when he came, he met Osun State with huge debts. And right from day one, this guy started, because before he came in, AREGBESOLA was paid half salary to Osun State workers. But immediately Oyetola became the governor, he started paying them fully. And he did not owe 1 month's salary until he left the office. So I don't know what the Baba Ajaliko was talking about template, that he destroyed the template. Oh, which template did he have? Whatever Oyetola did when he came here as a governor, he was actually trying to right the wrong that AREGBESOLA has actually done before he came in. Because that time, during AREGBESOLA regime, Muslim and Christians in Osun State, they don't see eye to eye because of the way he pit them against each other. So, that guy did a lot of wrong things in that state. And so now he is not trying to come back and then started begging. Let me tell you, enigmatic, when you are talking outside, this guy is a betrayer. He used Tinubu to launch his political career. At a point, maybe he sees that he has now grown up, he can stand on his own, and that is when his true color, true character now comes out, and you can see what this guy is doing now. Let me tell you, the emergence of Tinubu as the president of this country, to me, is a miracle. And I think he's actually, because he fought against the establishment, against the cabal. He even fought against his own people before he fought against the opposition the opposition. There are so many people that gang up against him, and I think maybe his name that is actually manifesting in his life. Yoruba people believe that there is more to a name than just for identification's sake. Children are named for maybe by the family history, but the name Asiwaju to me means a leader, and it is God that is actually
his name. Asiwaju is not a name; it's a title. What are you talking about?
To me, it's the name. We call him Asiwaju. He has been giving him whatever you used to call a person is a name. It's just for identification. We know if you hear Asiwaju in Nigeria today, nobody will not mistaking him for any other person than Bola Tinubu. So it's a name. And what Asiwaju mean is that it's somebody that paved way, that clear a path for people, and that is, you can see You can see, even when some people are trying to abandon him, some other people are springing up. Look at what the likes of Wiki, whoever, look at what he's getting from, even all these guys from the creek, like Tumpolo and Asari Dokubo. Whoever knew that this guy would get support from all these people. So I don't have any doubt in the God has packed the way for this guy. Whoever is actually championing anything against him, you can see they are falling by the wayside. It's not as if we took him as God, but whoever God has given that power is in the Quran, is in the Bible. That you don't fight against an establishment. Tinubu is an establishment that we cannot fight against. And what we need to do now is just for everybody to rally around him, support his government, and hopefully it will be good for all of us. Then the question that you asked one man about Oyetola. Oyetola, the political career has just started. And I won't be surprised if I see him as one of the ministerial nominees for Tinubu. That guy is very good. He is not a typical politician, as we all know.
Would it not be too obvious if he gave him a position? Would it not be too obvious that it's just a political rewarding sort of a thing?
What do you mean by political rewarding?
Somebody that is trying to compensate him for what happened to him in Osun State.
And what is wrong in that, one man?
Is it not meant to be running a meritorious, a meritocracy?
Are you not telling me that
a governor of the state? A governor of the state?
No, one man. We are telling you this guy is a chartered accountant. We are telling you that he's a technocrat. You are now saying his compensation. What do you mean? Who is a technocrat?
One man, let me tell you something. Do you know, if not because of the perceived political positive that probably these AREGBESOLAs in Broglio, right, generated in Osun State, Oyetola, I mean, Ade Dancer does not stand 1,000, kilometers near Oyetola in every aspect of it. Oyetola was a boardroom executive, if you don't know. And that's why
Kulata said so. He's also from Osun State, by the way. He was saying that Oyetola, in terms of performance, that he did excellently well, but he doesn't have people in thing.
Yeah, it does not have that political
gravity. No, let me tell you, it's not as if Oyetola did not have the political gravity. Whatever problem Oyetola has in winning the election in Osun State was caused by AREGBESOLA. Believe me, it's not because of his performance. I knew what people, the hatred that people, especially civil servants, has against AREGBESOLA in Osun State is next to none. He suffered what AREGBESOLA has actually done in that state, not by his own will, but by what AREGBESOLA
why do you want to blame everything on AREGBESOLA? I don't get it. AREGBESOLA played a role, but the governor himself did not keep to his promise. The promise he made to the civil servant that he will pay off all their arrears. He didn't do it. He kept with monthly this thing, but the arrears he didn't pay it fully. So the civil servant were with him.
You are not wrong. But
this is the civil servant were very angry with him. They said, we don't give a damn, man. This is our own money.
This is a testament to his.
Remember that's the civil servant said.
So, but Baba, this is a testament to his own political naivety too, because at a point they have to call him, look, in a state like Osun State, a predominantly civil service state, right? All they want is what is in their pocket, and that the way they say it in the US, kitchen table, kind of affair, political affair, basically. He committed to paying their regular salaries. He never owed any of them, but that the one you just mentioned now,
arrears.
The arrears. that he did not pay, right? Then he was building projects, focusing on infrastructures, and they told him these people do not care about, bring Dubai to Osun. They don't care as long as you are not taking care of that arrears. And then what happened? They were trying to manage the situation. They told him, okay, if he's able to do that, they were trying to do that, but it falls back again to AREGBESOLA's role. You remember they said in the presidential, their candidate is who? Jagaban. But in the gubernatorial election, they will go toe to toe with Oyetola. But what happened after the election? There was this, I don't know, Simba, you are from Osun State. There was this propaganda, the whole of Osun State, that look, from AREGBESOLA and his team, when they were working now against APC proper, right? Look, it's better for you guys to vote for Atiku, right, at the presidential level, because Adedansa is already here to protect you guys. But Oyetola is in tribunal. His fate politically is uncertain. So if you vote Asiwaju into office, Tinubu is going to chase out Adedansa for his brother Oyetola to come back. They don't want Oyetola to come back. By virtue of that, they transfer that anger, that instead of Tinubu to become president and bring back Oyetola, they would rather vote for Atiku to kuku chase Oyetola completely out of office. So they change the narrative again through AREGBESOLA and his team. Najib Salam played a prominent role in that situation, and all their team. They have this political name that they call themselves. Is it what is that their group? They have this name that they call their group. That is exactly what they did, and Tinubu lost the election. But when you look at the
even enigmatic, we knew what transpired between AREGBESOLA and the elder brother of the present governor. It was also political fight between the two of them that time, also orchestrated by AREGBESOLA. The kind of sympathy that the Osun people are giving to this Adeleke family now is because of what happened, and it was the same problem caused by AREGBESOLA. So I don't know anyhow you look at it, the whole problem is still rested on AREGBESOLA.
Now, because when this guy died, when Sherubawon died, information it was very clear that they should cede that senatorial seat. Nobody should take it, but whoever comes from the Adeleke's family to compensate them. AREGBESOLA went against that plan and gave it to his political. What is that man's name? Do you know the name of this man? The man he actually
is it the one that died? Is it that man that died?
No, when that one died, right? When Sherubawon died, he was a senator when he died, right?
No, not Sherubawon. The one that his son was caught up in some. Okay, carry on. I think that might not be. Sorry, carry on.
Sherubawon is Isiaka Adeleke, Ademola Adeleke's older brother, right? So he was in the Senate. It was very clear that he was going to run for the gubernatorial election. Then
exactly.
So what happened? He died by way of poison or whatever speculation. So one way or the other, he died. So when he died, right, it was agreed that because he was in APC, he was a strong member of APC. They respect him, and that he was very close. He had very close relationship with Asiwaju and all of them. So it was an arrangement that this position, they have to have a by-election, right, for that senatorial seat to complete his 2 years. So that time, it was an agreement that this position should go back to to Adeleke's family. Whoever they want, they will support them. An arrangement that has been sealed and dusted. Then what did AREGBESOLA do? AREGBESOLA came back to renege on that, brought somebody else. The guy that AREGBESOLA brought, right, to take that ticket, the guy was one of the guys that AREGBESOLA had in mind as one of his successors. Him and Adeoti. You know Adeoti, Baba Simba. Adeoti. Yes. So Adeoti, he gave the ticket to that guy as against the agreement they had that ticket should go back to Adeleke's family. And Adeleke, they were very popular, and because of what just happened to Sherubawon, right? So Demola came back from the US He took the ticket from AP. The PDP were so smart. They moved in real quick. They snapped Adeleke up.
In fact, that's what I want to remind Baba. Maybe Baba has forgotten that this whole family, this Adeleke family, were in APC before. They were in APC before.
From they gave Adeleke the ticket in PDP.
Aregbe pursued them from APC.
God bless you. And Adeleke wiped that guy, the AREGBESOLA's candidate, that he gave the rightful ticket that was supposed to be for Adeleke's family. Adeleke wiped the guy in all the 6 or 7 local governments. He wiped him, like he beat him blue-black, and that killed the political career of that guy. Then Adeleke went to Senate. So when Adeleke was in Senate, he was comfortable, and he had the prime position now to challenge APC and to challenge Oyetola and AREGBESOLA, all of them, for the gubernatorial ticket. What Tinubu already saw from Lagos, all of them saw it in Lagos, that we cannot have this, because those people, they have the patronage, they are popular, they have the money. So he put Adeleke in a vintage position now to challenge Oyetola for that election. AREGBESOLA caused it. If they have managed the situation, Adeleke would have been in PDP. He would have been in Senate now. This situation of losing the whole of Osun State and losing the gubernatorial seat and losing the 16 honorables, the whole of House of Assembly, the gubernatorial, Senate, everything, it won't be happening now, because they will still have the Adelekes in APC.
They have local governments, that there are 30 local government in Osun State now. APC did not have 1 seat. 1 seat,
Baba. 1 seat. They don't have even one. They lost everything. And you cannot be toying with the popularity of a Sherubawon. Invested a lot. They did a lot for Osun people, especially that Ede zone. If you come against them, you will lose almost 10 times. Why could you not find everything in your power to have those families in APC? And Sherubawon has always been a very loyal person to APC. He was very close to Asiwaju. He was very close to Baba Oshoba. He was very close to Baba Konde. He was close to all of them. But this guy turned around overnight. The ticket that was supposed to be given to their family when they just lost their illustrious son, you turn around and give it to somebody else. And PDP snapped him up, and then it became a problem up to today. They couldn't solve it. So everything goes back to AREGBESOLA. You can't separate AREGBESOLA from the debacle they've made themselves in Osun State. He orchestrated everything from day one.
Okay, I think we have done enough on this AREGBESOLA. Let us move away from here to another place.
I know AREGBESOLA is your person, but the guy is carrot. He's a carrot.
It's not my person, but I don't like when people are focusing too much on one person, as if Jesus is carrot, as if he never contributed anything to the political success of Tinubu in life. I mean,
Baba AREGBESOLA and Oshibajo, they are brothers. They are two of them. They are brothers.
Well,
they are Afonja people.
So they are playing their politics in the best way they know is good for them. Tinubu played his own politics the best way is good for him, and he's lucky he achieved the ultimate. So what else? So the others could be where he is today as well tomorrow. Who knows? So
maybe the other people should go to Tinubu School of Politics so that they go and learn, like Showore and co.
Forget about Showore. He's not going to join this politics of corruption.
Yeah. Showore's wife. That lady is trying. This guy just put that lady in.
She comes to Nigeria, Baba.
Huh?
Really?
She dey come Nigeria well.
Yeah. Are you sure?
She dey come Nigeria well. Now waiting.
That's it. I've been pitying him like 1 week ago that he just leave that lady in oh God, but
they call that conjugal visits, don't they? Where's Baba Akure? Baba Akure will do all about that conjugal visits.
So let's move to somewhere another topic. Let's forget about AREGBESOLA.
All right. I wanted to bring up this topic. Lai Mohammed gets international lobby job. I'm not quite sure if anybody picked up on this story, but I picked up on it. I'm not.
Woman, you want us to still continue with politics? I thought you want to let us talk about this woman that was killed in US.
Okay. I wasn't sure if the interest would be there. So let me bring that woman up because it was actually all over the media space. You know what is going on in America is a real. You know, I would never really. I'm not sure if I would really ever go to that space, unless I've never been interested in America anyway. But you know, it's just I told you now. It's a terrible place. It's a terrible place. I don't know how people live there. You know, but listen to this story. This will make it will destroy you. Nigerian mother of 4 shot dead by U.S. neighbor over children's disagreement. And this is, remember there was a story also of some boy that went to pick up his ball in some neighbor's house and got shot in the head. A Nigerian mother of 4, Ajike Owens, was shot dead by a white neighbor while she was trying to recover an iPad taken from her child in front of their home in a housing complex in Ocala, Florida, the United States. The 35-year-old woman, popularly called AJ, was killed in the presence of a 9-year-old son, according to a Twitter post made by a civil rights lawyer, Ben Crum, on Monday. Crum alleged that the Nigerian woman was shot by her 58-year-old woman neighbor who had complained several times about Owen's children playing outside, according to Guardian UK. The U.S. attorney also disclosed that the police had yet to make any arrest because of the state's stand your ground rule, describing the murder as unjust killing. In her reaction, the Marion County Sheriff, Billy Woods, disclosed at a Monday afternoon press conference that the shooting seemed to be the culmination of a feud between the neighbors. Woods added that the deputies had been called to the address 6 to 8 times in 2.5 years. He said they could not confirm that Owens was attempting to retrieve an iPad when she was killed, but said the shooter had thrown a pair of skates towards Owens' children before the fatal confrontation. Woods said, "Somebody threw something at my child. I'd be pissed off. What parent wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be upset at that? Regardless of whether they are intentionally throwing it at them or not. I wish our shooter would have called us instead of taking actions into her hands. I wish Mrs. Owen had called us in the hope that we would have never got to the point in which we are today." So this is just another. What really strikes is just the senselessness of it. He ought for patience from the community whilst the investigation continues, stating that not all the children who witnessed the incident had been interviewed yet. We are not cold-hearted bastards. We are not going to interview children the night they possibly witnessed their mother being killed. We are going to wait. We have to rely on professionals and expert counselors to sit down with them. But I am here to assure the family and friends that my office is going to do everything to bring justice, Wood said. The report further revealed that the incident happened as several children were playing on the grounds in front of a duplex building at the development, according to neighbors who spoke with the Ocala Star-Banner. So that'll be the local newspaper. They said a female resident emerged from one of the units, threw something towards the children and scooped up an iPad and retreated inside. One of the children told Owens what happened. The neighbor said, and she went to the woman's door. She confronted her, and according to one side, there was a lot of aggressiveness from both of them, back and forth, whether it be banging on doors, banging on the wall, and threats made. And then at that moment, it was when Owen was shot through the door. So there it is right there. A mother of 4 killed for trying to look, she's a pretty girl as well, I have to add, killed just off the back of trying to retrieve her children's iPad. So this culture in America really it's just it's quite a thing. How do you people live? How do you live there? How do you live there?
Man, why his arrest has not been made? Why?
Well, we don't know. She's
been arrested. She got arrested earlier today.
Yeah, this is Vanguard in Nigeria reporting, so they didn't have the.
No, they're getting it from the UK Guardian, so it's an international thing.
Well, I don't think that they will let her remain unarrested within 24 hours. I believe that shooter, will have been arrested.
But the shooter is white, though. You have different. You have your thing in America.
It doesn't matter whether you.
It doesn't matter. What actually happened was that in America, right? One man, the law, they don't have a uniform, legal codification here. So state by state, they do have their different, legal and their legal policy regulations and stuff like that. So as stated by the police chief, he said, of course, she will be arrested, but they still have to obey the letters of the law for us to do some certain things, right? Like having to interview some folks around the neighborhood, the witness. So some states we allow that. Some states we just give you the authority to arrest, without even asking any question first. So that was actually what happened. And then 12 hours later or 10 hours, she was arrested. She's been arrested and she's been locked up now.
All right. Gentlemen, let me bail out. I'm having some system issues here. So let me bail out to hand over to Thomas. But let me acknowledge Prince Daddy on my way, who joins Ayo in that series of super stickers. So that's Prince Daddy again, and Prince Daddy the 4th time. So thank you, Prince Daddy, for all that. And of course, tradition has it that Ayo always does that. So that's Ayo, who cascades through all of the app options in the super sticker. So that's Ayo just rattling it off. Ayo held an AK-47 to the super stickers, and it just rattled off around. So thank you to Ayo and Prince Daddy as I hand over to Thomas. So Thomas, to you.
Thank you, Woman. Good evening, everyone. Yes, we have to talk about this lady. Let me just narrate a story that I saw on YouTube, live watch on YouTube. Two guys, husband and wife, they are scoping the snow in the front of the house. A white guy came from the opposite of their house, opposite direction of the house, telling them that, why are you scoping the, what they call this, pushing the snow, maybe to his driveway or to the main road or something. There was an exchange in between them. You guys, US now, this is your F word from the both side. This is a video. The white guy went back into his room, into his house, brought out a pistol. The two guys, the husband and wife, they saw the pistol. They were confronting him with the pistol.
I've seen the video.
The guy shot the wife, the husband, he shot them. He went back inside to the house, bring out AR-15, shot them again and again and again and again and again. He went back to his house and took his life as well. I think if I'm angry now, if I don't have a gun, I can't use a gun. This gun law in America, it has to be controlled. I know Ajaliko could always come against him and Babati owns a gun. but it has to be controlled. It has to be. You must view people's brain, their capacity to handle a gun. It's enigmatic. I think you saw the video as well.
Thomas, don't give yourself unnecessary stress, okay? Don't
no, hold on, please. I have a sister, Entimotele, is in that US, New York. She's a citizen there. I'm scared for them every time.
Thomas, your sister, your sister,
she's concerned as well. She's concerned about this.
Yeah. Your sister live here. She's enjoying her life. She's coping with the situation in US. Why you guys outside US? You, one man, all of you will be yelling, oh, I don't think I can live in US. I don't think I can travel to US. What of us living in US? What of us living in US? You guys should just stop this noise making about US gun this thing. This is the culture in US. Their culture, and they have the constitutional right to own gun. So nothing anybody can do about it. Can raise.
Do you know how many shootings that has happened this year?
Forget about it. That is their society. How does that disturb you? How does that bother you? Do you live here? You don't live here. Why are you people outside United States be crying foul, yelling over the situation? Leave US alone with their problem.
So they should continue killing themselves.
Leave there. Does it concern you? What's your own problem with
it? Why are you saying this?
How does that affect you? How does that? Tell your sister to leave. Tell that to leave US. If you are stressed out over your sister leaving, and tell her to leave, and you can go and tell her to come to Australia. That is peaceful. Why are you people yelling over situation?
You don't see any concern in what I just said now.
Forget about it.
No, Baba Ajale Koko. At least we are all human beings. If we see certain things that is wrong, is it wrong for people to make comments? Because the way you are just pushing and saying no, don't talk about it. I'm very sure if it is another country, we talk about it.
Simba, have you asked yourself if they think it's wrong?
Yes. What do you say?
Have you asked yourself if Americans think it's wrong?
Thank you. Yeah. That is the real issue.
So
to me, but I can see it is a excuse me, Baba, enigmatic. What I think is that if they don't see it as being wrong, then it won't be a political something that the politicians are discussing.
But let me tell you one thing, Baba. How many Nigerians have you seen that, oh, I'm mad because of this gun madness and I'm moving out of the US? Have you seen anyone? Have you seen any? So look, there are things to
the issue, you cannot be using Nigeria because people will still say, okay, they still weigh the chances as okay, which one is better. But what you are saying, we are just looking at it. Don't let us bring Nigeria in here now. Because if you look at it, even Nigeria that we are talking about, I don't think the death rate, the number of people killed by gun in Nigeria is as high as what happened in US.
But Simba, we have almost up to 300 shooting this year alone. Going to 300.
More than 40,000 people have died of gun violence in US in 2023.
No, I'm not praying. Simba, my sister has invited me many times. I don't need a
enigmatic. You think what I said is wrong?
When you talk, hold on, Simba.
Do you know America? Look, if you say all this, even in America here, as a politician, you have to be guided about your rhetoric about God. You are not going. You lose woefully in some states. You cannot come to like state in like most red states, and you are bragging about as a
like Texas or
like Texas. Enigmatic, Babaji, let me tell you what is happening. Let me tell you. You know what US is the US is doing is just to conceal most of these things, not to demarcate their country, and people will see their country as heaven. Meanwhile, if a little thing happen in Africa or another place, they will exaggerate it and demarcate those countries.
Yes.
And demarcate those countries and say it's not safe for you to go there. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't you people think?
Simba, for your security, what do you need? You need a pistol. Maybe 20 rand is all right. Somebody will have AK-47, AK-49, AR-15, AR. What's for? What is it for? I need just a pistol to guide myself. That is enough.
I'm very sure. Okay.
Thomas,
we are not hearing you. We are not hearing you.
Thomas, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, Patrick.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Patrick. We can hear you. Patrick, go on. We can hear you.
We can't hear Patrick again. Okay, what I want to say, Baba, I'm very sure if you hear this kind of case that in Nigeria or in Lagos yesterday, this kind of thing happened, you will not react the same way you are reacting to the one that we had about US. What influenced the different reaction that you have to this kind of thing?
Simba.
You say it's normal, it's US, they are coping with it, there's no problem with that.
Simba.
So what influenced your different reaction that you have?
Yeah, Simba, hold on. Let's see Patrick is back. Yeah, Patrick.
Yeah, you see, I'm surprised that Jale Koko said this. He says it's their constitution. And some of you stayed there and condemned the constitution of Nigeria. I say you have stupid constitution. Which constitution give people right to kill other human beings? And you say their culture. And you condemn the same culture in Nigeria. I say Nigeria, you say what is killing Nigeria is that 1999 constitution, go and throw it away. This constitution that gives people rights to kill other people. That's hypocrisy, and I'm confronting you with that. Now let me finish, please.
Thomas, can I say
something? Let him finish.
We will rewind. You say it's a constitutional right to carry gun. You said it's a constitutional right to carry gun. That was what you said, and I condemn that. Let me tell you.
You know, Patrick. I think what Baba Jele Koko and I'm very sorry to use it, and Enigmatics and all those people living, they are also suffering from the slavery mentality.
That could be slavery mentality.
Exactly. Now let me give you another thing that people don't. You realize that someone like Simba will be able to appreciate it. You see, when you have an instrument that is capable of taking a life, it should be moderated. You don't give everybody the power of life and death. That gun is the power of death. You don't give it to everybody. It must be controlled. Somebody like Simba is a doctor. He has the capacity to take life. He has to be trained for 7 years and disciplined to be able to use it. And he has an oath to it. I'm sure those people that take that gun, they don't even swear any oath. He has an oath to it. He has a license that he cannot even afford to lose because he invested all his entire life to get that license. That guy that is talking to you from Saudi has the power of life and death. He can treat a patient that is dying. The patient will survive and live. He can also poison the same patient by giving him overdose injection and he will be gone. If he fights his wife before coming to clinic, he will not use that frustration to kill his patients. So what are you saying? That people, that the other has their way of life. That is hell. That is a place where people kill and it becomes their way of life. Man, you are living in hell. If that's the thing that we are talking about, so I can just be there and somebody will just come and take my life because he has the constitutional right to shoot a gun. He does not have the constitutional right to take my life. That's the point.
Yeah, well, can I make a comment real quick?
Some children are motherless now. Some children are motherless now because of that.
I see Patrick. I see your point.
I find it very funny your approach to this thing that
you can see Thomas. See them, they are laughing. I don't know.
Okay, Thomas, can I make your point?
No problem, Baba. No problem. Prince Daddy, come in. Yeah,
I was gonna say definitely a deep condolence to the woman's family and her children and her husband. But yeah, it's unfortunate, really. It was terrible. But I was just gonna say, just like religion, guns, they all tools that man abuses all the time. The gun, if you know the Constitution, just like Angelica was saying, of America, right? By the way, the ultimate goal of guns in America is to be able to resist the government's tyranny if the time comes. Okay, that's the goal. Not to kill one another or to rob and do destruction. It is to resist the government. But I was going to say,
where did you get that your own? It's for self-defense.
what did I say? What did I say? The ultimate. No, you can say, of course, for self-defense, but the ultimate goal.
Where did you get that one from?
Well, it's there. It's there. I'm not making it up. That's the ultimate goal. Okay, that's the ultimate goal. It's
the government.
Yes. That's why America is the only country in the world, perhaps, that can. We have more guns as a people than the government. We can go to war against the government. There's no any other country in the world that can do that. You got to take that to the bank. That's the ultimate. That's the ultimate goal, really. If the government turns its guns against American people, do you know how many guns per household or per person Americans have?
You know that government will never act like that.
Yeah, right. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna go there. But to the point of killing, to the point of see, American government is they're government of people also. They're greedy leaders and selfish leaders. So you can say they can go there. I'm not even gonna support that. But anything can happen. But I'll say though that the killings happens everywhere, right? I mean, if it's possible to document the spiritual killings that goes on in Africa, I don't know if it's even more than America with guns. I would say that.
But Prince Daddy, my cribble and my annoyance, you can see my face. I'm not happy about that. Even though the Americans that were killing every day, they don't even care. They were just smiling. It's to me.
They are laughing and they are taking tea.
They are just laughing at it.
Why are you people stressing?
I have families in America, so
tell them to leave America
now. Well, that's why. See, that's why it's serious. You don't want to be confronting people if you yourself don't have a gun and you're not ready to shoot or kill. So that's why you have to de-escalate.
Please, Daddy, can we look at the circumstances, Thomas? Can we look at the circumstances that actually surrounded the killing of this woman? I think it's racism.
Well, we don't know. No. I won't go there. No, I won't go there. I don't think.
It was reported like that. Let me tell you, this is a black woman. This is a black woman. And this thing has been going on for years.
Allow me to stand back.
It has been going on for years, Prince Daddy.
If I told you right now that you can Google it right now, that this past weekend or this past month, the killing that's happened in Chicago amongst black people killing each other, you'll be surprised. It's got nothing to do with racism. Google it right now. You'll find more killings of black people killing themselves. Children, women, little kids are being killed. Even babies are being shot in Chicago. Black people, solely black people, no white people. So it's in this situation. It sounds like, which happens quite often actually, somebody gets agitated because, children fighting or about something or going over the boundaries to somebody else's house. And American people get frustrated and people are depressed in a lot of ways. And people they unleash their frustration on people by pulling out the guns and doing.
Prince Daddy, that's your frustration. Why can't you turn to your son? Just kill all your son by yourself.
See, that frustration is emotional, but sometimes we can't control what we do.
Prince Daddy, I found it very annoying. These people that just kill now, this lady that just killed now, they will sentence him to 20 years imprisonment. They will give him 10 years parole. After 10 years, he will be out of the jail. He will be walking on the street. The kids of this lady that was killed, they will be seeing him as this is the person that killed our mother. Somebody will just walk away.
For all we know, based on Florida law, the lady might actually get away with it. quite frankly. She might get away with it.
You know, well, the circumstances around that will determine that. But you know, if we really look at the if we want to go by that report, they said they have been having issue among each.
Exactly. Yes.
So maybe the white lady has got to a tipping point, and she
exactly
something we just snap like that.
So we can't say it's racism. We can't say they have history of antagonizing each other, perhaps.
Yes, for 4 years. For 4 years.
Oh,
for the past 4 years.
That's a long time.
But we can't still rule out racism.
No.
You don't know.
I won't go there.
You don't know. You don't know.
I don't know, but based on the narrative, it's not.
Please, Daddy, why are Americans getting frustrated? I thought it's the best place to live in the world.
Hold on.
No, come on now.
Hold on, Simba. Hold on, Simba. Let us say this. Look, some people have mental issue.
That is true.
We have mental issue in Nigeria too.
Though a lot of people have mental issue.
We have mental issue too in Nigeria.
Yeah, a lot of people have anger issue.
Oh, quickly, Thomas, I was going to say, which I've said it before, based the mental issue you're talking about that we have in Nigeria, imagine if you have guns in a society. I think it would be 10 times as worse than America.
It will be that country will have been.
I know that's where you will go. I know where that's where you will go. I know that's where you go. They started again. They want to spin it now. They want to still go back. But that is what Baba is waiting for. Instead of him to do what we are talking about America now, want to shift it to Nigeria now. And if it's Nigeria now, it will not become energetic and
energetic this day. Okay, look, you can't keep gun in the hand of people when you, as the authority, cannot control the people.
But they cannot control.
What do you mean
the
by
government cannot control the gun? Let me tell you how you can get gun in this country.
No,
I will say this.
Just forget about that. You have told us.
There you go. You don't want me to talk.
No, you have
because this is America now.
No, you have told us how hard it is to carry gun in Australia. So we know that. That's no problem. So, but what I'm saying is that.
But Baba, what is the basis for allowing people to carry gun in America? Please, can you tell us? What is the reason behind it?
Basis is for self-defense. Look, let me tell you.
You want to tell me that countries where guns are not allowed, people are not allowed to carry guns. America is the safest place. Even with this one now, with the repercussion of what we are seeing now, there are so many countries that people live more happily and they are not getting frustrated as Prince Daddy used to say, like Americans.
I agree.
And because you people, you people in America, you think you are living in heaven. And you don't know what you are suffering.
Hold on.
And you are suffering in silence and you don't want to admit.
What do you mean by suffering in silence? Who is suffering in silence? Suffering in silence. I didn't complain to you that I'm suffering. Look at this. Look, and let me tell you, look, America is a continent. America is a very big place. There are some places.
Hey, Dr. Simba, have you diagnosed us already? What kind of suffering are we suffering from?
I think most of you are suffering from schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia, that's
Look, there are some places that government, you can't get help as quick as possible if you are in a situation where your life is in danger. You have to protect yourself. That is why they allow people to carry gun. That though you can make a phone call to government for to respond to come and save you. But what can you do
Sorry, Thomas, can you let Dupsy in? Dupsy is asking you to help him, to let her in, please.
Yeah. It's yeah, that's all right. Yeah. Thank you.
You have a situation where you must first of all defend yourself before the police come. So if you happen to be in the rural area where there are some small towns that don't have police in this America.
Yes. So I thought everywhere is police.
No.
You are exposing US more and more. You are exposing US more and more.
We are telling you why they make that law for them to protect themselves. There are some small towns that they don't have police department, they don't have fire department. But you know what they do? The community by themselves constitute police.
The security apparatus.
So what they do when they don't have the money to buy maybe vehicle or anything, if another city that is closer to them have that economic buoyancy to donate vehicle to them, they can donate some of their vehicle to them. And some of their people who like to volunteer, maybe they are retired police officers, they can volunteer that, look, in this our town, we will be conducting police patrol for security of our people. And they will have schedule. They will have schedule shift where someone will come in the morning, someone. It is just, they are not paid. So you will have them managing their city like that, their town, their small town. Maybe they are like.
But these are not the ones that are, we are not talking about vigilante, Babajale. We are talking about individuals that are only gone.
Hold on. I'm just telling you, some of those reasons why you see them carrying gun. Then you have a situation in some of the cities that you have some bad people that can come to your house. They want
so
to.
I gotta go. US is not Eldorado, as you guys normally call it.
So, but you must have something to defend yourself. Imagine, you think that if Nigerians are giving gun now, do you think you have these terrorists running nonsense, going to town or villages to destroy people? People will stand up against them. But we don't have that. That you cannot see it in the US. See some criminal ganging up to say, oh, we want to start destroying village, or we are going to this village. No, they will be ready for them. So
good evening,
he has his advantage, and he has his disadvantages. But you see, but
let me interject you, sir.
Okay, yeah, you can.
Sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Simba.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Good evening, Thomas. Yes.
Yeah. Good evening. Good evening. It's been a long time.
It has been a long time. Yes.
To see you not greet Patrick.
Patrick, that's why I came in, because of the
Simba.
This daddy made a very important point, but you people just ignored it. That they want the gun in the spiritual hands of the spiritual fathers in Nigeria. Patoski is not addressing that. He's addressing the people in America. The problem that the Nigerian has today, the weapon that's being used against them mostly is religion. They're killing people in their millions with that thing. He's not addressing that. But he came with his aggression, talking about America. America can't share your father anybody. Okay. Silva asked a question again. Why are those people doing this? This is what we lectured you the last time, myself and Babajale Koko. It's called generational trauma. If you see the people that Prince Daddy talked about in Chicago, the blacks that they kill each other, these people have gone through trauma, generational trauma. They are troubled people. They are not people that are settled in their mind. They don't have that sound mind. So that is why, and so Thomas asked that, why didn't, if you're annoyed, if you're overwhelmed with your emotions, why don't you turn your gun against your children? They do. They do turn their gun against their children in the house. Some will have 5 children, they will kill those 5 children in a day. Yeah, it happens. Because these are traumatized people that they are not stable. The moment you people don't take trauma seriously, it is the beginning of the problem in this world. It's just the problem that we are all going through. Imagine a child coming into this world and his father is in prison already. It's usually from toddler goes to visit his father in prison.
In the prison, maximum
Yes.
prison.
Maximum prison. Or a child that up to 18 years old, he has never seen his dad before. His dad has been in prison since he was born. So he was raised by a woman that is addicted on marijuana or cocaine. Just imagine what is the kind of problem that child will have. Because I don't like when people don't use their critical mind.
Lucy, I have a question. For you.
Yeah.
Why do you think that we black were at a disadvantage?
Of course, because of our history. That's what I say. It's a generational trauma.
I'm talking why. So why are we at a disadvantage right from the beginning of the world?
From the yeah, I didn't know.
Come on now, Simba.
Yes, I think we have to question God. Why? Why is God against the black skin?
Are we really created the same way the white are created by God?
I think it's our oppressors that actually made that demarcation between the white.
So why are we different? Why are we different? Why are we different?
I think it's just because the Caucasians, for example, has the advantage over us. Because what they like you,
because everything bad is represented in black.
Yes, because our oppressors made it like that. Do you understand? Just when they're bringing.
Do you think that God is fair to us as a race?
I think we are supposed to stand up. I think most of the things that we accuse God of doing, I don't think God is responsible. I think you're into this world. God has given each and every one of us brain. All right, the Caucasians, the whites, all of them, and the blacks.
Lucy, you know why I'm saying? Let me tell you what happened to me. The first time I traveled out of Nigeria, that was about 20 years ago. I was in a bus in the UK, and I saw these black people, women.
Sorry, you say 40 years ago?
20.
No, I said 20. No, 20, don't 20. Mind any matter. You want to guess my age.
Want to guess your age?
Some pops do here. Make we just take out small with some pops. Here you be grandpa.
I said 20 years ago.
So,
I saw these 2 women inside the bus in UK fighting very dirty. And if you see what they were explaining out, it's like all these women in Lagos, maybe in Ajegunle, the way they fight in Ajegunle, that's the same way accusing themselves, the pregnancy in your womb. I know that it doesn't have a father. All this reckless talking, and I was wondering, this is UK. These are black women, and I think they were Jamaicans. No, they were not even from Africa.
Yeah, they're traumatized set of people as well. The Jamaicans. Yeah, if you know their history, they're traumatized too. So it boils down to trauma. They are frustrated people, and if you know their history, one way or the other, they might be single.
The same thing that we are not talking about. You can see the blacks here in America, and we are talking about a family, a woman who is a single mother. Let me finish, Enigmatic. I'll give you a chance. A single mother with 4 children just got killed by another woman. And we are just seeing it. Whether it's their law, it's normal, it's America, nobody is talking, nobody is crying. Even in Nigeria, where we all shouted about, I don't think even the terrorists has killed more than 40,000 people this year. And we're talking about
Simba. We are being killed in the religious homes daily, in thousands. Yes, because when you remove a man's brain from his body, you've killed him, because that's where his purpose is hidden. So when you remove that brain, you have actually killed the person. So when you brainwash you, just killed him. So I don't know why Pastor Steve was screaming.
Yeah, but you can't be but Dupsy, don't take it to religious angle. What Patosi is saying is actually right.
It's still the same. So we are being murdered with that weapon called religion.
So but we're talking about God now. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about gun violence.
It's still the same, my brother. It's still the same. How can somebody make you a redundant person, somebody that can't think, a donkey?
Dupsy, where I stay here, believe me, where I stay, I can't remember this last time I saw a gun.
But you
I can virtually leave my car outside without even locking the door. Nobody will steal it. Nobody will take anything.
I'm not supporting them, Simba. That if you know where I'm coming from, I'm just saying that we have to understand human beings. Don't let us be
I don't close my door if I go to work. I don't close my door. I don't lock it.
We have a lot of places in America like that too. So don't
even beyond that,
living in one place where that is so secure that what is happening there, we can see. We have a lot of places that you don't.
I see the way Baba Jayeko is talking now. Place where people are killing everybody every day. You are saying that you have a place. Which place will you not lock your door? You have TV all over the place. Your life is not secure. You can go to supermarket and somebody will shoot you.
In that Saudi Arabia, where you will lock your door, boing boing. There are some dangerous neighborhood too in that.
You have never been there, so why are you saying this?
One thing I want to say is that, okay, let's even assume that it's the whole of Saudi Arabia 100% is as let's assume it is possible, right? There are so many.
I'm not comparing. I'm just making an example. Don't let us. What I'm saying, don't shift. Let us talk about America. We are talking about this. Don't shift it.
What I'm saying, even Saudi Arabia.
I'm not talking about that. We are talking about America. Let us talk about America.
Let's focus on America.
Don't shift this thing. Why you are behaving like rational mind today? Baba Jayeko and enigmatic.
I'm not shifting anything. What I'm trying to tell you.
Talk about America. I don't want to compare. Let us talk about this issue.
America now. I want to talk about America. What I'm trying to tell you is that, in America now, right? Okay, you could say, okay, America's problem is the gun violence or whatever, right? But as you are speaking about Saudi now, they have issues of human rights violations and abuses, right? And then look at their women. There are certain things that women cannot do in Saudi until maybe
you are still doing what I asked you to do. We are talking about. Let us talk about issue. This issue. We are not making comparison. Focus on issue on gun violence in America.
I think you guys is being exaggerated. That's the thing I see. It's just you guys are
enigmatic. Can I please say this? It gets me angry, and I'm even lost now. I don't know if you guys don't see what I'm angry about as a problem. I can say gun violence in America is an epidemic on its own, like a COVID-19 on its own. Do you know how many people that has lost their sons to gun violence? If they don't have gun, what are they going to be fighting about? There are some enigmatic. We grew up in Nigeria now. There are some fights we fight as boys. We use our fix. But America, you collect my wife, you look at my girlfriend. The next thing is to go and take a gun.
Even there's something they call road rage. Do you know what road rage is? Road rage.
Of course.
So when you drive, when somebody believes probably you've
you wrong him or her
in a certain way,
then he wants to retaliate. Yeah,
you want to pull out a gun on you and stuff like that. But look, it's of course I'm not going to disagree with you that okay, it could be a pandemic, right? It's not quite it's not right. But look, it's each country with their peculiarity, the peculiar nature of their own issues they are struggling with. When you are talking of Nigeria now, the number of people that dies in Nigeria on a daily basis, we cannot really say it's no more than the numbers you just quoted now, because most of the in Nigeria are basically under
there you go again. You are still going back to Nigeria.
At least you have to make some juxtaposition of these issues. I'm not saying that
enigmatic. You know why I'm having problem with you people?
Yeah.
Now we say because whenever, especially Babajai, when it comes to we don't have responsible governments, they will corrupt politicians. Okay, let me tell you, if everybody is living well in America, everybody has food, they have everything, education, everything is in surplus. Now, why should you now say, okay, you allow your citizen to carry gun just because some people can maybe come and attack you? Why should somebody go into armed robbery when all of them are okay? They have everything that they needed in life. What I'm saying is that
have been existing for thousands of years, hundreds of years. Don't let me say
let me ask you this question.
So you cannot take away people's tradition from them.
I know. Let me ask you this question. As American government fail, I will ask it again. I've asked this question before now. I will ask it again. As American government fail in gun violence curbing in America, are they failure in that aspect of life?
They are, even from what Babajai Koko is saying, they are failing in providing security for their citizens, and that's why they give their security into the citizen hand by asking them to be carrying gun. They fail to provide security for the people. That's what it means. Because it's serious failure. Yeah, so they cannot provide security, and that's why they say each citizen can carry gun to defend themselves. It's a lawless country.
Simba, you don't live here. If Thomas, if you ask the question, if America's government, if they failed, right, in that within the context of gun violence,
yeah.
Of course, I'm not gonna, because look, the problem we have in the US. Let me just explain to you. We have two political hegemonies, right? In the Congress, one Democrat is as they've done a lot. They've canvassed, they've done everything under anything you can think of, right? That you can, but it's quite unfathomable when you see the other political party like the Republicans, who panders to most of the gun lobbies and stuff like that. So as I'm speaking to you now, gun violence laws have been passed in the House of Rep. But when it gets to the upper chamber, the Senate, right, they don't have the numbers. They've done that almost every time since Obama, almost all Democrat presidents. They are all pro-gun violence regulations and stuff like that. Meaningful legislation to curb that stuff and to nip it in the bud. But on the other side, you have folks who even come, who are gun violent, who are gun, is it gun or weapon apostles? Because
they are pro for gun.
Yes, they are pro gun and stuff like that. That is the basis and the basis of their winning most of their elections. There's an association they call the National Rifle Association in the US, right? They are lobbyist group. They are stupendously wealthy. They sponsor most of
Maki, do you know there is a spirit following gun? If you don't know.
No, I don't handle gun. So look,
there is a spirit. If you enigmatic, just bear me 1 minute. If you enigmatic on D, if you have a gun in your house, there is a spirit that will be coming to your head that I need to shoot this gun. No, I'm not kidding.
Nothing that that
That's
there
your
is no spirit
spiritual,
behind the gun.
That's
You
look.
that's your
started. You people don't mind
superstitious
again.
belief.
Thomas, wake up
Don't
now.
mind
Wait till
them.
Thomas, wake
You
up.
started.
Superstitious.
Má
Thomas,
dáwọn
wake
lóhùn,
up.
wọn mọ̀ ju yẹn
I'm
lọ,
not
àwọn Christians, àwọn ní spiritual
Dupsy,
ìsọnù.
Dupsy. I'm not talking
Ìsọnù
about no.
spiritual.
Oh, you don't let me land. Let me land. Then
Stop this
let me,
superstitious belief, man.
Baba Jali Koko.
Stop it.
I'm not
Come
talking
on.
of Christian. I'm not talking of Muslim. I'm not saying that. There is a urge when you have a gun. What is gun for? Gun is to kill. That you will just be telling in your brain that I haven't shoot my gun. Maybe in 2 months, in 2 years, in 1 month. There will be. Let me finish. Let me finish now. Let me finish now,
What
guys.
of the
If you
knife
don't let
you have at home in your
if
kitchen?
you don't let me
Can
finish,
that
no.
knife kill?
Thomas,
Let me
you know where you
finish.
are trying to land. But let me tell
Let
you,
me finish.
I can hold on, Thomas.
No, enigmatic, you don't know. Let
I
me
know
finish,
where,
please.
I can tell you about
No, you don't
okay?
know. You don't know. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
When is the gun in the house and something happened, maybe your wife gets you angry, your neighbor gets you angry, somebody agitates you, that spirit will just go into your mind. Go and get your gun. You can kill, you can use the gun. I'm not talking about Christianity now, but there's a something with gun. You guys are Yoruba now. You should know there's something with gun.
Let me debate. I understand your point. I take your point, but I will confidently tell you, right? These things are, it's just like you are dealing with a legal case. It's case by case situation. People are different. We are talking of individuals, right? I cannot be speaking about gun over here and how I've handled gun or what I do with gun or whatever. But I can tell you there is no spirit behind gun. There is no spirit at all that will push you, that will actually give you the urge to start firing your weapon unnecessarily. Even right in the military, where it is a field for several weapons and stuff like that. There are rules of engagement to how you use weapon. One. Number two, the way you guys speak about American weapon, right? The US is like there are certain things, right? There are certain things that probably I would say is kind of synonymous to going to heaven is synonymous to practicing your religion, right? At the end of the day, your end goal is to go to heaven. As a Muslim, your end goal is go to Arjuna and stuff like that. In America over here, they would rather die than not have that access to their gun. It is like a culture to them. It's like when you go to the north and you are trying to preach some
But I can
certain...
imagine, can it be controlled and moderate? I don't say people should not own gun.
Of course,
enigmatic, let me tell you this. If I'm in America today, I will have a gun.
I was explaining that, but you didn't let me land.
Land it. Yeah.
I was telling you about there are gun advocates, right? But the problem, like I was trying to tell you in the US, is we have to divide of the political machine in the US, right? Until there are some states where you just have to have a way to live with the situation. You cannot tell me like Texas now. Texas at least is getting. There are some liberals now. It is getting a little bit purple, but you can't tell me you are going to like Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi, those 4 red states. The best you can do is just to stay out of trouble, because even the Congress in those states, you cannot talk about gun control, because that is the basis of even most of them get.
Enigmatic. Do you know how many policemen has been taken down? Just a traffic stop. Just traffic stop. Police stop you. The next thing is to bring out guns and shut at the law enforcement.
Well,
many police have been killed.
It's quite just like when we speak of
corruption. I am crazy about that.
Okay, I will advise you. I will advise
let me
you.
finish. Thomas,
let's move away from this gun something. Let's go.
Don't come to the US, Thomas.
I am not coming. I've told my sister I'm not coming
because I don't.
Let us move away from this topic of.
There's no way you can understand it.
No, I can't understand people killing each other.
Nightmare. Thank God. Papa, please let me say this before you move away from this gun violence. So, Thomas, you say you can never go to America. Do you know what America is called? God's own country. So this heaven that you
forget your shit hole country. I call it shit hole. Now I call it shit hole.
This heaven that you believe in.
No. America is nonsense. It's nonsense.
They said there's no way you'll be able to be admitted into that heaven if you don't visit God's own country on this earth. So you better get a way of going to that America. If you think you can make heaven without going to America, you must be joking. You must be. You must be. What did you say, enigmatic? What did you say? I can't hear enigmatic.
I say you don't come
to enigmatic. You know, it is funny when you hear these people from Australia. You know, America that is providing security for them.
I am safe in Australia. Australia is one of the safest countries in the world.
It's America that is providing security for
Australia's population.
Even that Saudi Arabia.
25 million.
Saudi Arabia Zimbabwe. Those are
Saudi Arabia that even.
It's America that is providing security for your country.
On a daily basis.
You people should be careful. Don't talk like that to my country, please. Please be careful.
That is providing. If there is no America, Saudi Arabia would have been disappeared. Would have been gone.
I'm worry. I'm not
wipe out.
Did they not kill Khashoggi? Is he not killed by the?
Hey, enigmatic, be careful about that.
Enigmatic, if I want if the Americans and you guys living there, you are not even crazy about it, what can we do? So continue killing yourself. But
Stop having headache, Thomas. Why are you giving yourself an necessary
headache? No.
Yes, you're having peace of mind here. You are having headache because
Thomas, give us another topic. Leave these Americans alone.
Yeah,
leave these Americans. I'm a badra fún wọn lóò ní jẹ́ kó kàn wọ́n.
Simba, let me finish saying this.
Thank you, Simba. Now you just talk now. Now the thing be that.
My sister told me.
But do you know what? Let's look at it
in another direction.
If we have our country working well, do you think we will scatter around the world like this?
No.
We won't be here.
No.
We won't be here.
The 3 weeks I spent last in Nigeria.
In our country.
I can feel Nigeria is still Nigeria. Your country is still your country.
Hold on. The country is still. If our country had been good to us, if our country is being run well, like a normal country, we will run away from the country. We will live there. Yes, we can come to the United States for vacation or go to Europe for vacation, but we will live in our country. We live comfortably in our country. So, but our country is not, it doesn't work for us. That's why we have to find our way out. And then...
and that's why you have to live with gun violence. I agree with you.
That is why. That is why. But, you know what? Life anywhere we are.
Life continue. Yeah, let's move on. Since the Americans, they are not bothered about killing themselves, let's move on. I'm not crying for another people's headache. Let's move on.
You cannot be taking Panadol for another people's headache.
Abi Simba, my brother. But I'm scared for my family. That is, if I don't have any family in America, all of una feel kill yourself. But I have
You know,
America. I
this
have families.
if this woman is our family, I know that the story will change. We won't be talking
Ah,
the way we are
God,
talking.
God bless you, Simba. God bless you for saying that. But I can say, let's end it like say, may the soul of the woman rest in perfect peace, and I
Amen.
hope the
Amen.
family. Yeah, I hope.
Let us offer advice to our people around the world. Look, in this America, we Nigeria in particular and immigrants in general, I mean, we are always very careful people. We don't engage in any activities that can
Yes, on confrontation.
yeah. So,
Confrontation.
yes. So we should. What happened to this woman is very unfortunate. But when an incident happens, it teaches us a kind of lesson. And I think the lesson that this has taught us is that when you live, in any neighborhood where you live, always try to live peacefully with your neighbor. If your neighbor are that kind of people that are very violent, try as much as possible to avoid them. Never engage in any altercation or anything whatsoever with them. Avoid them in any way you can. That way. That way. The majority of all these Americans, they are some of them have mental problem, but when you avoid them, you don't talk to them, you don't do anything, you don't even allow your children to have anything to do with their children in the neighborhood. You just come from school, enter your house, keep calm, do everything, don't let them interact with them. You will be free. You won't have no problem. So it's an advice to all of us that look, if you have any neighbor that you know that is violent, you have a choice to leave that neighborhood or to avoid those problems, those people anytime you perceive they are coming up with anything that could cause some kind of problem between you and them. So that is the best way to live in United States. You don't try to fight with anybody, or because they have gun. Some of us doesn't believe in carrying gun, particularly we that are Nigerian. Well, some of us have gun too, but it's not our culture to shoot and kill people. It's not part of life. It's not part of our culture. So, but we just have to. It's unfortunate that the woman, for according to us, having the problem, oh, and I think that neighbor just got irritated at that point, and she just decided within a short seconds carry gun and shot that woman. Unfortunately, so let's just be careful with our neighbor and avoid anything that can cause engage in cause us into
Confrontation, most
yeah.
especially confrontation. Just take, if you, even if that person is wrong, if you are right, just let it go. Just go about your business.
Just let it go. Yeah.
Just let it go,
And the
because
best
you don't.
thing to do, if
Yeah.
you feel that neighborhood you are not comfortable, just move.
Move. Yeah.
If that state is not comfortable, just move away from that state to another state. Look, United States is a very big state. Big. You move from one big city to some small city, and you could be doing better in that small city than the big city that you left. That is yes. You'll be making more money. You live in a peaceful neighborhood. You live more relaxed. You have more opportunity in that small city than the big city where you are paying so high that cost of living is high, standard of living is low. So it's just a way to live. And more importantly, we have to think about our children. If you live in a city that you know that the lifestyle in that city you don't want that kind of lifestyle for your children, do your research, move to a state that you know that have, a very good lifestyle and peaceful lifestyle, peaceful environment. Move there. Do your research. It's not too hard. Some of us have moved from one state to the other before we finally got to where we are today. So that is the way to do it. It's a very big country that you don't need to even know anybody. You just do your research, you go on vacation there, do your research, go on 1 week vacation or 2 week vacation. As when you are taking your decision, you can just move and go and start life. As long as you get a job over there, you just move. That's it.
Yeah,
So,
Ajale Kuku, thank you so much. We'll just
can I say something real quick?
Is he on this gun violence because we want to move on?
Yes.
Just only you. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
And I'm not going to say much. And I only actually log in because hearing the conversation, I was actually pissed. And I don't even know where to start from. But I'm not going to say
start from somewhere.
I will. I'm not going to say much.
Thomas, let me just say good night.
I will say this.
Yeah. Good night, Enigmatic. Yeah, I'll call you later. Yeah.
When it's always good to try to integrate yourself into a system, understand their way of life. Don't be too judgmental, because there's some stuff that was being said, and I don't want to hag you, but what it is, we understand this is the Bill of Rights. So it's actually Second Amendment that everybody and that can carry arms, you are allowed to do so. But if you look at the Constitution or the law, it is being made since 1791. So I don't want to go into it too much, but I just feel like there's some accusations, some stuff that was made that Black people kill Black people. It didn't sit right with me because there's a lot of things that's not true. But
hold on, please. Is that not true?
It's not, but I'm not going to go into it.
No. You can't say it's not.
The guy make reference. Hold on. Let the guy make reference.
No. I think you should get. I think you get into it.
Make reference particularly to Chicago. So what is wrong there?
What is wrong there? Even me that I'm not. Hold on, please. Me that I'm not even living in US. I know that is a stated fact. There's nothing going in the US. I don't know. I have a family there. Many family. Yeah.
Well, how is it fact? It's not fact.
There are no blacks. Hold on, please. There are no blacks gang members shooting into that, killing himself in the US.
Wait, that's not what he said. He said if you look up statistics today, the people that killed themselves the most, specifically, the person said it's Black people, and that's not true.
Well, okay, I said it. I said it. How come it's not true? How come it's not true?
You make reference to Chicago.
Right, and that's not true. That's not true.
That's
okay.
That is not true.
What is your reputation?
What is your
Southside Chicago? The killing in Southside is not between black and black, right?
Wait, so here's the thing, comprehension. That's not what he said. He said if you look, the people that kill themselves the most, that's what he said. And he said that area, that's where they kill themselves the most, and that's not true. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, what statistics do you have?
Send your fact to this platform. No.
You wait. They started. You can literally just look up the most the people that kill themselves. What would I say? Violence, race violence. Just look race violence. You cannot say that.
No. Okay, I said this. Let me make a comment. Hold on a second.
Let me say this. If you 65, even more than 65% of the race in this country is now the highest rate was 65%. More than 65%, they're white people.
No, tell us about Chicago. That's why we are not talking about the whole country. Tell us about Chicago that he make reference.
But that's not what he said.
That is what he said.
Specifically in Chicago.
I'm speaking to what he
He
said.
said specifically Chicago.
Chicago.
He mentioned Chicago specifically.
So what is your bone of contention?
So what did he say about Chicago? Can you repeat what he said about it?
Can the person say? Can you tell us what you said? Maybe he doesn't listen to you.
What he said that they gone.
He said the people that kill themselves the most is black people, and they're from the people that live in the Chicago area, South Side. That's what he said, and I'm saying that.
Okay, Oriola, can you hear me? Oriola, can you hear me?
He can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I said it. I said, yeah, the black people in Chicago kill themselves more than white people killing black people. Is that wrong?
That's not factual.
Okay, what is factual? What is factual? Tell us what is factual.
It's not the violence, the black on black violence. It's not even as high as white on white violence. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that we kill ourselves more, and I'm trying to go into statistics telling you that we're not even. We are like 0.1 of the percentage of this other race.
Nah, stop. You don't know what you're talking about. So let's just stop right there. Because even the New York Times, they publish like every year. You can Google it, right? That's not true. They're not true. Okay, where do you get your data from? Oh, it was debunked?
When there was a person that brought that up actually too. I think it was during 2020 when there was violence in the city. And they already debunked that. That's not true. And that's
no. Okay, what is your number? What is the number if it's debunked? What is true?
Wait, just look it up. I'm not going to start searching.
Okay.
Oriola, I want to.
Not true.
Yes, I want us to move on to much important things, please.
Yeah, but I would also like to say this.
Hold on, please. You are saying something, but you are not giving us facts.
Wait, what fact am I not giving you?
But people living in the US, they are talking to you. You are not. He said
he's also in US. Thomas, give him opportunity because I can see some sense in what Oriola is saying.
He's not giving us facts.
So okay, let me put it to you, Thomas. Listen, Prince Daddy said that there are more black people killing black people
themselves.
But what he is saying is that what Prince Daddy said is not right, that there are more white people killing white people, because when we are talking about, I raised the question that this killing looked like racism, and that was why Prince Daddy made that statement. And what Oriola is trying to do is to dispute that statement. He should not turn it around as if it's black, is not racist.
Simba, Prince Daddy make reference to Chicago. He make reference to Chicago, and that is true. And he's what's the name? Oriola is saying that's not true. So you should provide.
Okay, maybe Oriola is considering nationwide team.
Nationwide. If it is
that's why we're saying they're talking about Chicago. Yeah. Chicago. So let's move on, please.
But I don't think. No. Let Oriola round up.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, you say you need facts. The thing is, I'm not. I just have a fact for you. I'll put it in the comment section. I didn't really have to be doing this, but my thing is this: a lot of, especially immigrants, we like we come into a country, we don't try to integrate ourselves into that system, understand how things work, but we only whatever they tell us, which is majority people that are already against the black people in this country, because a lot of people don't even know themselves. The black people that in this country, they're one of us, they're us. I don't want to get emotional about this because I hear when we talk about things that we don't really know, we don't try to understand it, and we talk down on ourselves. Those people are us. They're one of us. They could be. They were forced into this place. They came like century years ago. They could be one of your grandfathers.
Oriola, okay, you're appealing to emotions, but the facts are fact. Because some people. Hold on, 1 second, please.
People like you. people like you are the people that I can't stand you, and those people can't stand you either, because you're the people that you.
Well, you can't stand facts. You can't stand facts. So what's your point?
No. Hold on, please. I'm not going. No, I'm not going in that direction.
Thomas, please, can I come in?
Hold on, please. I am talking. Please, hold on. I said, hold on. We are not going in that direction, please. Please.
Yeah.
Let's just move on, please.
Let's just close
it's Going to colonialism.
No,
it's going to something else. No, I'm not going in.
But
please,
Thomas,
please.
let me say something.
Yeah.
Is here? Is Dustin on the platform?
She's
here. I want her to hear. You say depression cannot be a universal explanation to every behavior or every misbehavior. Then it's not there. It's depression. You don't understand depression. Depression is not a universal explanation. I'm addressing everybody on the platform. Depression cannot be a universal explanation to every behavior or misbehavior. Somebody, a woman shot another woman. So many factors could be responsible. One of the factors could be because she has a gun.
Yes.
If she doesn't have a gun, maybe she will use a machete.
It's even if we are talking like Dupsy used to see generational depression or whatever. A white man shooting a black man. So they also have generational depression in white people also.
Time was generational. This one was a depression. Depression is not a universal explanation of every behavior, every misbehavior. That's just the truth. You can't see the world through one lens.
Patrick,
you cannot see the world just through one lens.
Patrick, let me ask you this. If this woman doesn't have gun in the house, what will
she probably use a baton or a machete, or maybe the woman would have survived.
He will even go back to his house. He will go back to her house.
Thomas, do you know what the crazy thing that they say is self-defense? Are you telling me that people in UK are not defending themselves? Are you telling me now self-defense from whom? From another person that you have given the right to own a gun?
Can I make a comment?
Wait, I've just my own comment now. I'll soon start driving. You are saying, oh, they have to defend themselves from who? From another human being that you have given a right to own a gun. If you have not given that right to the other person, that self-defense couldn't have been necessary. What are we talking about here? We should say that society failed in that area, which they should acknowledge that. It's not wrong if a society like that fail. They should seek help. America should look at. Let me tell you something. Africa, Europe, they come to America to look for help.
It's a failure.
America, Thomas, let me also talk now. You see, the rest of the world,
please let her finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish now. The rest of the world, they go to America for help in area of security. There, America should also go to those other people and try to get help. That's the point. Nobody knows it all, and nobody has all the capacity. That's why look at the kind of people that live there now. To you, I'm saying that America has a lesson to learn from the rest of the world. That's what I'm saying. America has a lesson to learn from the rest of the world.
Patrick, can't you see that?
Hold on. We can't talk on each other, please. Let Patrick land. Patrick has not contributed. Let him land. Let's hear what
I'm saying is that all of us, we go to America for aid. We go to this one for help because we know we don't have capacity in that area. America should acknowledge its own limitation. Say, in this gun control, I don't know how to run it. Let me go to US, let me go to UK, or go to even come to Nigeria,
come to Australia,
and come to Canada and say, how have you people been able to? There are countries who are far more larger than America. India, their population is so huge, and they are civilized too. Forget about all those skyscrapers you see everywhere. Indians are also educated and literate. How have you been able to control gun in India? I've been able to control God. Don't digest me. I've not spoken since.
Let him finish.
I'm saying that America should acknowledge its limitation and say, teach us. America is not as if America is perfect in all the way. Look at the kind of people that live there now. What are we talking about? We have a lot of rash people there, poor people in the subway, beggars, dirty places all over the place. They now create an impression. Oh, they are what are they? What are they? They are busy dirty people causing trouble.
They have been brainwashed.
Causing trouble in the US and causing trouble all over the world.
They have been brainwashed. You can see them. You can see them on this platform. All of them.
The most indebted country in the world. The most indebted.
Slavery mentality. Slavery mentality.
What are we talking about? They are the laziest. Their youth are the most wayward and worthless. Their youth are the most wayward and worthless. Their youth look at their mother and slap them.
Let him finish.
What kind of society is that? Their youth to go on LinkedIn and open their bomb. They can walk naked. They have the right to even walk naked on the streets. They have the right to. What kind of is that society?
The land of freedom.
Let me tell you, that society will soon self-destruct. That society is going towards. That society is driving towards collective self-destruction. That society. If I see an American president tomorrow, that's what I'm going to tell him. That society is going towards collective self-destruction. Collective self-destruction.
Dupsy is trying to come in. Dupsy is trying to come in. Yeah.
It's not a matter of religion. No, this is a fact.
When people fail to become human, and they will say that human being, we are trying to tell them that try and become a human being first.
But Dupsy, hold on, please. You will talk. Yeah, that's all right.
Interject me. At least I'm going to say something before you interject me.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Let me talk. So when you fail to be a human being, then you talk carelessly, like the way this guy talks all the time. Okay, you say Americans have problems, but they're forever in the laboratory trying to research on the problem and try to solve this problem that these traumatized people have. And the effect on the society is not good. So they are trying to improve on their humanity every day. But when people lack empathy, they will come in the public and start ranting bullshit from their mouth.
No, we can't. No, we can't say that.
Nothing, please.
But Dupsy, from what you just said now, can you listen to me? Because this empathy that you are talking about.
Hold on, Simba. We can't say bullshit now, please. Let's manage the word. Dupsy, please now.
Bullshit is nothing. It's not an abuse.
No, I'm not saying
it's still the same American language that they got used to. No, we don't accept that. We don't accept that.
No, we can't use that now. We know
they are so used to bad things. They are so used to bad things that they don't know.
It doesn't make any meaning again.
Meaning to them. They can walk later, they can do anything, they can turn man to woman, they can turn and they are so used to it. I don't know. They are not longer human beings. And they are making it a norm. They are seeing it like what is wrong in that? What can you say? We are not crying, we are not shouting.
You are trying to force everybody to follow that way. Nonsense.
Yeah. Dupsy, you can as Patrick said, you can direct all problems to trauma. The people are trauma.
No. Are you listening, Thomas? That is
I'm listening.
They're still going to be here. In 100 years' time, people are still going to shoot on each other.
But if they don't have guns,
human history.
If they don't have guns,
understand human history. You don't
hold on, Dupsy, I heard you.
People will still shoot on each other.
Dupsy, I heard you.
To each other. Pastors, we still,
Dupsy, I hear you. If people are some, I can say 10 of us on this platform here. In one time or the other, we have been traumatic. But I think we have come out beautiful to become somebody in our society.
How did you know that? Because you're walking? Is that why you came out beautiful?
No. I can say that.
Who gave you that result? Who gave you that card?
That is my opinion.
Until trauma professionals like Dupsy, until they test you, and tell you whether you are normal. And tell you whether you are normal. All those lies, all those your lies, American professor teach you in your school, and you want to sell that to us. We are never.
Please keep quiet and let us talk.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just finish. This is not about fight.
Depression cannot be a universal behavior.
Yes, yeah, I can say. Let me not generalize now. I can say for myself, in one time or the other, I've been traumatic. I can say God has helped me. I've come out of that, and I'm something in life today. So you can't trace every problem to they are traumatic. No, we can't do that. If people do acts in a manner, we should condemn it as we are condemning this lady now. Yes.
No, Lucy, I want to ask you a question. No, Lucy, let me ask you, because you are everything you are tracing. No, Lucy, you are tracing everything to trauma. Let me tell you, let me give you an example. When Cain killed Abel.
We can't touch on each other. Hold on, please.
Lucy, I want to ask you a question. Can you listen to me?
Simba, she's not ready to listen to you. Just forget it. She's not ready to listen to you. Forget it.
You are limited in your knowledge. That is why you're saying we can't trace everything back to trauma. So you are still limited in what you know. Do you
Lucy, can I ask you a question?
I am not a doctor, so yeah.
Lucy, listen. You want us to listen to you. Listen.
You don't allow me to talk now. Let me talk. You're not saying Doopsy. You won't let me talk at all. That's not good enough. I've not said anything.
Let's hear from you. Yeah.
Okay, Simba, you can continue because you are not allowing me to talk.
No, talk now.
I've already kept silence now.
He has kept silence. Yeah.
Everything that is the only way we can solve this world's problem. Because when you don't know people's history, why they are behaving in such a manner that it is not okay in the society, then you try to know what they have gone through in life. And it's associated with all kinds of diseases as well, including cancers and all forms of arthritis.
Hey, Aurelia, could you check the comment section if you don't mind?
So that is the way it works. But if you're limited in what you know, you just say you can't just everything back to. Don't talk like that because you don't know.
Simba, here you go. You already have the solution to cancer, Simba. Why are you wasting your time? It's depression that causes cancer now. You already have the solution to cancer.
I have a question for you.
Human virology and the rest.
Okay. Yeah. I want to ask you, because even if you look at Bible, okay, Cain killed Abel.
Yeah.
So which trauma did Cain pass through for him to have killed Abel that time?
No, but you can't. When we are talking,
because you are talking about trauma. Yes. There is trauma that can explain all evils. It's trauma that can explain all evils. That's what you are painting for us.
This is an intellectual discussion, so you can't bring the Bible because I don't know what is written in the Bible. So you bring a scholarly article up to discuss. This is an intelligent discussion.
Make reference to any academic. Make reference to any academic record. Make reference to any academic record that tells you that dictionary of trauma is the dictionary that from which you interpret every behavior. Make reference to one professor. Make reference to one authority. Make reference to. You don't have. That's the point. You don't have. You just maybe you just took trauma. You just took trauma 101. You just took trauma 101, and you came here and started telling us you did trauma. Or maybe you just took a short course. You just took a short course in trauma, and then you are using that to explain. You are using that to explain. Christians are very intelligent people. Michael Faraday was a Christian. Thomas Edison was a Christian. All those people, scientists, are Christian. All those Albert Einstein was a religious person. So what are we talking about? You just took a short course. in human behavior.
An example that is scholarly reference.
Come on now. Please now. Simba, please rescue me now. The noise is too much. We are not here to fight. I stepped down both of them.
It's becoming more. It's very interesting, Thomas. Believe me. I was just laughing at the background.
No. It's becoming personal. No, this is not personal now. Please, guys, please. Let's just move on.
Maybe before they come, maybe before you bring them up, change the topic and let us continue.
No, I'm changing the topic. You remember I said I want to change the topic. Let's move on. It's getting out of hand. In my opinion, it's getting out. Yeah. Let's move on. Let's go back to Nigerian politics, please. Yeah. Please now. Please. Dupsy, let's just move on. I'm sorry for stepping you down. The noise is too much. Let's just move on.
I have to tell you that I won't be coming here. You do this all the time. I wasn't the person. No. Let me just say my mind before I leave this platform. You do this all the time.
You can't leave now. You are my sister. I know I love you.
Wait, I have to let you know. This is too disrespectful for me. If it's getting out of hand, some other person will be shouting. You come and step me down.
No, I stepped both of you. I did. No, Dupsy.
It was Dupsy was talking to me. I wasn't referring to him.
I'm sorry. I stepped both of you.
Even one man has never stepped me down before. So you can't continue to be doing that.
No, I'm
for your own session. Okay.
Dupsy.
You know I love you now. You know.
No, hold on, Thomas. Dupsy, don't be angry. He actually stepped both of you down. He just to put some sanity into the platform. Don't be angry, please.
No, don't be angry now. You know I won't do that to you now. I stepped Patrick 2 down. Both of you I did. No. And I brought you back immediately. No, I can't do that.
So you can round up now.
You can round up,
please.
So we
don't want any interjection.
No, that's okay. Patrick is a very rude guy. I can't stand him. So I'll just leave to come some other day. Thank you so much. Thank you, Simba.
You don't have to
I appreciate that.
He's
such a good person. I can't stand him. And you will say he's a Christian my foot. Somebody that doesn't have respect for women. You say you're a Christian? That you don't have respect for your
Which respect for women are you talking about here? You said it's an academic.
Patrick, come on.
Let's go. Patrick, let's go now. Patrick, come on now. Come on. We can do this better. We can do this better. Dupsy, we are not chasing you away.
Yeah.
No.
Dupsy, immediately I cited you. No, I want you. No, we need more women on this platform. We need more women on this platform.
Maybe yesterday or I heard Simba saying
yes.
writing something in the
No. We can't chase my sister. You are a strong voice on this platform now. We can't chase you away.
Okay. But some people they hate it when they see strong women. They get so intimidated. People like people like Patrick.
But you know, Dupsy, the way you Americans are defending America this morning. We not agree with you.
Americans
Dupsy. Oman Sheru by Patrick. Ìwọ ni Ṣẹ̀rùbà Patrick lórí platform.
Ṣẹ̀rùbà wọn for Patrick.
Ẹ̀rù òbodò.
Sínú ọ̀sà ní ibo ni Canada máa sọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ̀ ṣá. Ibi tí Amẹ́ríkà
the rational mind though. We can't find rational mind though. Rational mind has disappeared.
Rational mind is better than you, Patrick.
Rational mind is here. Rational mind is
I'm happy we had it in the laughter mode, which is yeah. Thank you, Dulcie. Yeah.
So Lucy, I look nice rest.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, love you, sister. Love you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
What about me? God bless me, God.
God bless you too, Simba. God bless you, Patrick. But this your American thing, we still have to address it. I will just leave it for today. I still have to. Simba, we have to address it. I think that, but let's just leave it for now. No, we are not. No, we are not going to that. Let's move on. We revisit later. Yeah. Finally, Atiku has accused Peter Obi of rigging election in Anambra. They testify in court, telling the tribunal that Peter Obi and his cohort in Southeast, they rigged the election. So, Simba, what do you think?
It's not something we all know that is something that everybody knows, that you can't be having 90%, 97% electoral vote in most of the Southeastern states. It just Obi is just a kind of person that what you did, you are claiming that every other person did it, and you are crying. To me, when you file a petition, and your opponent will also file a cross petition, and I'm very sure the APC are also contesting the Southeastern votes. And so you can't have it all by saying that everywhere you win, it is legitimate. Every other person that wins in other states is illegitimate. And that is what is, and you can see that the two of them that seem to even be having an alliance, they are the one are fighting against themselves. Because Obi, let me tell you, is not a good politician. He is a lone ranger. It can't work with people, and it can't form any alliance with people. And that is what is simply out now. If PDP can be testifying against LP, you see what is going on. So to me, I'm not surprised. Is an open secret.
But Simba, do you think Labour Party and Peter Obi think PDP will just keep quiet and they will not fight for their own life as well? Because I can see now
when
PDP
they are
is
coming,
fighting,
exactly,
they are fighting for their own life too now.
If somebody that came third in an election, you don't give consideration to somebody who came second. So what do you expect, Thomas?
All right. I'm answering you, Big Daddy, Prince Daddy, okay? Because I think you left. Oh, sorry, guys. Continue, please.
Prince Daddy, Simba. Simba, do you know what will shock Peter Obi? If they are able to now say that he didn't even get up to half of that vote in FCT. That FCT that is claiming now, that they didn't get 25%. By that they reduce his own vote in FCT by 50%. Everybody will have 25%. Then his eyes will be clear. They will just pack their box and go back to Anambra from the petition box. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I agree with you.
Now, because don't be surprised, there might be some things they have on him on FCT. They said they didn't get 25%. But guys, so young man, your vote, you claim you have so much vote in FCT, you don't have even up to half of that vote. You say, hey, then you will be talking of 25% again. That's done.
You know where this one started? Because one of their witnesses also testified against PDP, claiming that PDP did not get 25% in Abuja, and that was why they are also fighting. So that's how everything started.
Okay.
Yes, 2 days ago, that was what happened in the tribunal.
Oh, okay.
So let me tell you, they will nullify themselves. They will nullify themselves, and everything will just come back to normal.
I think what Labour Party is telling us now that it is their own vote is the legit vote. The second and the first vote, winner is not legit. That's what
exactly. Thomas, if you came third, and you are saying that you are the first, That means you don't give recognition to second. That means what you are saying that the second person also, all his vote is null and void. That is why you can come from third to be claiming first.
First, yes. It's not easy. It's very laughable. I can't even wrap my head around it at all. As you rightly said, that means you cancel second, and second. What I'm Simba, what I'm thinking is, if they sack Tinubu today, the vote will still go to Atiku. They can't give the third. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
No, Thomas. If he's able to also prove that the second person rigged the election, it is possible now that the first and the second person will rig the election now. It's possible.
But did they write any petition against Atiku? Patrick,
yeah,
did he have any petition against Atiku?
I'm sure he has. That's why he's bringing witnesses now. I'm sure he has. So if he's claiming that means if in the recent the first and the second person actually rigged the election, it's possible for him to be the one that will come first now. It's possible. It's possible.
But we are not doing comedy here now. That is comedian.
No, it's not comedy. No, Thomas, what I'm saying is that in actual practice, it is possible for the first and the second person to actually rig the election. Look at Atiku now. You telling me Atiku cannot rig the election? It's possible. And look at Tinubu. It's possible. So if all he needs to do is provide proof that was what actually happened, and if he accepts his,
Patrick,
evidence,
the news I'm reading to you now is Atiku now is testifying against Labour Party that they rig election in the southeast for Peter Obi.
So it's left for the court to now weigh the evidence for them and decide which of them is saying the truth. You understand? So it's possible. It's possible for Atiku to have rigged the election in some places too.
Of course.
And it's possible for Obi to have rigged the election.
Adebayo told us now that everybody rigged. Adebayo, the presidential of
even all of us know that everybody rigged now. No be today. Even Tinubu, all of them rigged now. So what are we talking about?
But now,
do you know the stupid thing? When they interviewed Obi after the election, he said, "You got 90-something%." And he said, "I'm surprised I didn't even get 100% because of what I did." Can you imagine the arrogance and the nonsense in that man? He said, "I'm surprised that I didn't get 100% because of what I did in Anambra." He wants 100% of votes. That guy, even the chairman of APC will vote for him. Even the chairman of PDP in Anambra will vote for him. All the people that are running for election in Anambra, they will vote for him because he's Peter Obi.
Because say Peter Obi.
Do you know why I know that they rigged that election in the southeast? A guy came here, is among the APC member, I forgot his name. He said in Anambra only, they have almost 200,000 registered carrying card member of APC. So if they have 200,000 carrying card member of APC, so how come they can't even get votes?
Not even 50%, not even 20,000 votes.
Not even 20,000.
They are intimidating them now. That's the point. They intimidated them.
The voters, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we saw people being beaten
Thomas, I think what happened is that Obi enjoy a lot of sympathy from the mainstream media. Whatever he does is good. So I think that is what is actually working for him. He enjoy a lot of good
from our
like Rufai Hosseini and co. Ruben Abati.
And his followers are very loud.
They are loud though.
Yes. APC followers, they didn't become loud. We were just watching. But I think at a point APC supporter also became loud. And we were matching them. at a point.
But they have to give to them
And they
to
cannot even
vote.
take it to the extent they can't
Hello,
take it anymore.
okay, Kumi is
Yeah,
talking.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kumi, yeah.
yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Good
Yeah,
evening.
yeah. My own take on the court case. Even the witness told the court that they intimidate him at the collation center, something like that. They bring a
Yeah,
lot of
collision center. Yes.
yes.
Yes. There's so much
Even
intimidation there.
he used the word of miracle center. That's what the guy used in the court today. That's the miracle results. That's what they present for Peter Obi. All the votes Peter Obi got in Southeast, they rig everything. They rig everything. They intimidate the people. They rig the election. That is 100%.
But we saw on video now.
Obi cannot go
APC
far.
chairman being beaten up
You can't
because
go
he
far.
wanted to vote for. You can't vote for other parties.
At the end of the day, they will throw out everything. You will see they will just strike out all those things. The judiciary, they are just taking the time to gather everything. See how they are. See the arrangement of the witness. See the asking witness. Do you know that they have already dismissed the case about Tinubu? He said he doesn't aware. You see all these things. I believe Obi is just using the opportunity to be relevant. You want to keep that fans base. That's my own opinion. You want to keep that fans base to extend it more forward. After the courts, even go and notice it. Even if they finish the courts, he's still gonna bring one or two way because he still believe that he's gonna be a Nigerian president one day. But I don't see him becoming a Nigerian president anymore. He has already lost the opportunity, and I'm not been so far. If Tinubu continue this way,
Kumi, let's play a devil advocate here, and
okay.
let's be fair to the Southeast as well. We can. I can't really question, in my opinion, I can't really question the vote of Peter Obi. Let me build it up for you.
Okay.
Because the Southeasterners, they have been craving for this post. And this one of their son, which they only call him the savior, came out. So I don't think.
Okay, let me give you one.
They vote for him.
No,
I don't think it was rigged. In my
let me
opinion,
give you like two reasons. Let me give you like two reasons. Okay, out of all the states in Southeast, do you know that we still have APC states in Southeast? Imo
of course, we have Imo.
There is no way.
Yes, yeah.
There is no way even people are ready to vote. Blah blah blah. See, even 2015, when people are ready to vote for Buhari in Southwest, you're still gonna see that PDP still have like at least they still have 30%, 40%. You understand? That is not gonna happen because there is a carry member APC in each state.
Yes.
You understand me? There is a carry member APC in each state. And yes, you will have a carry member, even 10,000 in the whole state. Even they don't allow. See all the votes APC have in Southeast. Even it's not up to 25 votes, 25%. All the votes APC have. They're rigged.
Thomas, let me give you an example. Let us take Abia State. The same day they conducted the presidential election, that's the same day they conducted the senatorial election. Are you following me?
Yes, I'm following you. Yeah.
Now, look at Oji Uzokalu. He won his senatorial seat by over 40,000 votes. And that same election, they gave them that the electorate were given the same ballot paper, the two ballot paper at the same time to vote. So they decided to vote for Obi on one. I don't know how educated the Abia indigenes are, that they will be able to say, okay, we are voting for Kalu for senatorial, APC for senatorial, and we are voting LP for presidential.
But senatorial is just an area.
No, that's but this it was the same time, the same hour, everything is the same. The ballot paper was given to them at the same time. You can print the vote simultaneously.
Yes, yeah.
Do you understand? And you now got over 40,000. At the same time, Tinubu got 4,000 in the whole state. And you are telling me there is no rigging.
There is the election. There is it.
Is either the Obi rig or Kalu rig?
How can they rig? That's the question we should be asking. How can they rig? Do they settle the electoral bodies? Do they settle the what they call it, the ad hoc staff members of?
Let me tell you what can happen is this. You know, they use bypass. They will have, let's say, 200 people are accredited in a polling unit. The only thing you can do is not to go beyond that. Nobody can determine who and who voted. Do you understand? They cannot determine they can determine who voted, but you cannot determine who they voted for.
Who they voted for, yes.
You understand? So if at the end of the day you have 200 votes from a polling unit, that 200 votes, you can decide who you apportion those votes for.
But Simba, if you are saying that, can we say that the electoral body to agree with them, rig for them?
Okay, let me give you an example. Who are the people that are this electoral body that you are talking about? This polling center,
yeah.
They are coppers. They are coppers. Nigerian youth, the so-called Indomie generation that are championing Obi's cause.
But you can't say all of them.
Majority of them, that is what is happening. And you are talking about a space like Southeast. There's nowhere in Nigeria. Let me tell you.
There is no reason to what you are saying. Let me just say that. If you are a copper in Anambra, you can come from Oyo State. You can come from the north. They post
I agree with
across
Thomas. Yeah. I don't know when you serve, but you know, because of this insecurity, everything has changed. They don't move copper the way they used to move them during our own time. They can be posted to Maduguri. And yes, people serve in states where they wanted these days. Nobody want to move out of their NK because of insecurity.
You are right.
So you discover that majority.
My brother did that. They take him
so majority are still serving exactly. So majority are still serving in their region these days. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, you are right. Yeah.
So that is what is happening. Now look at if you look at the pattern of the vote, look at the way Obi won in the south. Atiku did not won like that in the north. Tinubu did not won like that in the southwest.
So
so what are you talking about?
There's something going on there. You are right. You are really right there. Let me read the vote. The Southeastern 5 states. What is that Abia? Is Abia amongst the Southeast? Abia.
Yes.
Abia until APC got 8,914 votes. What is their second? Is it Akwa Ibom? Is it Southeast? No.
Anambra is South.
Yes, Anambra is Southeast. Anambra APC got 5,111 votes. Is Ebonyi in Southeast? Yes.
Ebonyi 42,000.
42,402.
I'm sure that's where they got the highest.
Yes.
That's the highest.
They got Imo.
Let me give you what they got. APC got 4,000 in Enugu, 4,772. Imagine the whole Enugu.
Yeah.
And Atiku also got 15,000.
Can you imagine? No Yoruba in that state, no Hausa in that state. No, you understand?
These people,
To be
they are
honest,
serial rigger. They are serial rigger.
I agree. To be honest, they actually did. And I think everything will come out at the case they're doing now. We're all going to find out that they actually did.
Prince Daddy is only Imo. They got 66,000.
We all know all those things are not true. Don't you have people in APC? Don't you have people in PDP? They didn't vote for their own party. They
What is going on here?
The question you have to ask, let me tell you, Thomas, you know, APC still produce about 1 or 2 senators in Imo State.
You can imagine.
You understand? So ask them how much vote did those senators got to have won the election, and they did not vote for Tinubu.
That's another thing to think about. So are they telling me that if they have the senator, the people vote for their senatorial seat for APC, they now vote for Peter Obi in presidency?
That's what they are making us to believe.
Oh my God.
And the only person who tackle Peter Obi na Atiku, because Atiku believe he have a strong voting chance.
Guys, you can imagine in a whole state, APC ruling party 44,772 votes.
Sitting governor, they have sitting governor there.
The person that helped them rig this election, they really try. They try for them.
They have overvoting.
Oh my God. If truly they vote for Peter Obi, truly
all those 77 Obi, 85 Obi,
oh my God. A whole state, 4,772 votes.
No, that one, they just apportioned that this thing. They didn't want to give him 0. That was why.
0, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what they do.
And they got 428,000 votes in Enugu. Oh my
what about how much did Tinubu got in Anambra?
Tinubu got 5,000.
5,101. 111.
And they got
584,621.
Oh my! I don't even look this. I have this result since.
In Anambra, there are no Yoruba there. There are no Hausa. There are no Muslims.
No.
There are no foreigners. There are no. That's what they are saying. Come on, worry.
So everybody votes for Labour Party. Everybody votes for Labour Party. It is well. It is. I can see this is the result of the tribunal right here, because all those judges today, at least they have a thinking cap. They will think, where is Peter Obi winning?
They will cancel those.
Why is Peter Obi winning all the Southeast? Why Tinubu is not winning all his own state? Why Atiku is not winning all his own states?
But you know, Thomas, one thing about election petition is that they don't award this thing. They can only cancel. They can only cancel. Yes, but they will not give you additional votes.
There you go. They can cancel, but they can't award votes.
Yes.
To me, I think
all he will want is he will want them to cancel enough votes that will cancel enough, like all those margin, almost 3 million to put him ahead of Tinubu. They have to cancel almost 3 million of Tinubu votes.
For where?
Or 2 million.
But that's not good. That's not good to happen.
That's a tall order.
No. That will never happen.
They can try now. They believe it can happen, all these people that don't know the meaning of hand, people that don't know ordinary hand. What can they know? Somebody who owns a university. Somebody who owns a university does not know the meaning of hand.
And
FCC. He owns 2 universities.
Patrick, did you hear what this former Attorney General under Yaradua and Jonathan and Duaka? He was emphatic about it, that is necessary, is compulsory. And I was looking at the man. I said, you call yourself former Attorney General of the whole federation, and you are spilling out rubbish like this just because you are Igbo?
Because you have he's even from Benue. He's not even Igbo. Don't mind him. He's even from Benue. Anduaka is from Benue. You know, the funny thing about Anduaka is that the first interview he granted, he said that thing was not necessary. So I'm surprised that maybe he has another interview where he said that it's compulsory now.
I watched the interview where he was saying it on Arise. He was saying that it's necessary.
Yeah, I saw another interview where he said it wasn't. So the man, maybe they don't put him under pressure. I don't know.
What I think is, because I listened to Baba Falana. Yes, he said and because he was safe emphatically on that and that we can treat Abuja as the 37th state. So there is nothing important about Abuja.
I don't need the lawyer to tell me the meaning of and. If after going to school with my papa struggle to send me, I don't know ordinary meaning of and. Then my university, they are supposed to withdraw my certificate. Ordinary.
My party don't mind them now. When they were all of them were saying, okay, everybody will want 12 states. Which 12 states? They counted Abuja as a state. That was why they said it will be 12 states now. It won only 11 states and Abuja. So why did they now use ant that time to mean a state? Now it's not. So when it favored them, it's no longer a state.
Now you don't get them.
Simba, yet to like Baradio.
You really got them. That's true. I don't even think I'm that way.
That's true. That's true.
That's Ahmed. He said, and don't you know and? I said, look at this man. And he went to university. And people like that will be calling Buhari an illiterate. People that don't
the most illiterate presidential candidate that we have in this last election was Obi.
Peter Obi and his and Dati Ahmed.
Peter Obi don't know what is climate change. He doesn't know what is climate change.
Somebody that gets a class law in philosophy. Imagine he's challenging.
Do you know what baffles me? His interaction with
short class in philosophy. He's talking about economy. He can improve economy. Which economy?
He's a trader now. He's a trader now. He thinks that the economy is about
economy.
When you buy and sell and say you make profit. When you are selling generator.
The interview he had with that lady, when they were asking me, you don't even understand what is beavers. It was so embarrassing.
Do you know the funny?
You know the way he parried the question. And I say, well, whatever is the common man, that's what they believe and that's what we agree. You can see.
Which man is common? Do you know the funny thing? Do you know the funny thing? This guy now. Oh, you realize they don't hear me again.
You are hearing you, Patrick.
We can hear you. Patrick. Patrick is no fridge.
You know, this guy will be talking about, I have this, economy that, with all his bachelor of philosophy and third class. He'll be talking about this. The funny thing is that when they see his profile, they say he went to Harvard, whereas waiting go do for Harvard, now those courses where they Harvard
sandwich courses.
Go just do short certificate course online and say he has been to Harvard. That's what he's using to
Patrick, before now, I thought maybe Peter Obi is a banker for him to become he's just a chairman of that bank.
Because he has the most
shares because he has shares. Before now, is because is this cycle of election. That's when I know that it's not even a banker. Yeah, it's not a banker. They just make him the chairman.
Become the chairman of First Bank if he wants to. So, are you telling me Femi is a banker?
No, it's not the banker. No. This guy could have been the most fraudulent man. Nah, it's
gonna be worth more than Jonathan.
No. It will be this guy. Everything surrounded.
You can see somebody that has not won the election that's already distributing the wealth of the nation. You can see when he say, "Okay, good morning, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Please help me. I will not disappoint you." In what way will not disappoint him?
Give them private jet now.
Is it this one?
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest. And Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria going forward.
But why is Oyedepo has not denied this audio?
He cannot deny it. For him to keep silent is better than for him to say anything.
The situation will worse if he denies
it. Exactly.
So that means this audio is really real.
Are you still having doubts? No,
I know it's no. I'm just saying for sake of argument.
And you can see even from the video, what I can pick again is that he said, as I always say, it's not as if this is the first time. He said, as I always said, I will not disappoint you people.
Yeah.
You understand? That means he's just reiterating that this thing has been going on for long. It's just a reminder. This one is a reminder.
Okay. Oh my God! No. Obi for my hand for this audio. He for my hand. No. He for my hand. No. He really.
What I can even see, you can see that since after this thing came out, Baba has been quiet. He has been more. He's not being political in his preaching again in the church. No.
Yes, I expect him to debunk this audio. I expected him to debunk this audio. That this is not my voice.
When people started, let me tell you, the first president that we have that brought religion into limelight is actually Jonathan. We all remember that time when he was visiting churches, visiting the Obas, and they were casting what they anointing him that time. They were giving him endorsement from one place to the other. And that was also what now degenerated to this election. So
no. You know, even in the Constitution, you cannot use religion or ethnic whatever to campaign for election. Even in the Constitution, this audio of Peter Obi, it really.
But if this thing happened, let me ask you, Thomas. If this thing, maybe I think this thing happened in 1999, it won't be in the public domain. Because we don't have the technology. It's the technology that is
Yes.
exposing these people more. And
Yes.
it's making it to look as if the situation is getting worse. No, that's been there from time immemorial.
Oh, you are right. You are right. You can say that again. You can say that again. Yes. It's because of the internet now that blew everything up anytime. That is why we are
You are asking somebody as important as Oyedepo, and you say, okay, you need the vote from the Southwest and the Kwara. Yeah, and you are now particular. I say, especially the Christian. Especially the Christian. What does it mean by that?
Religious card. That is religious card right there.
We cannot escape it.
This is part of why El-Rufai was mad. You understand me? Let us
El-Rufai is another. You don't let us bring that one. He's another crazy guy. He's another crazy guy we should not be discussing. You cannot have El-Rufai as your supporter. You have to just be watching your back, because if we favor you today, don't be surprised tomorrow. He will say something that can actually derail your political ambition. So El-Rufai when there are some people, they talk too much. You will not know when you'll be spilling out that
the guy
useless
talks
things.
too much, I know. But me, I like the guy in performance. The guy is so good.
Thomas, any other question? Any other?
Yes. The Canada now. They gave some countries visa-free traveling, but they shanked Nigeria again. So I don't know what Nigeria do to Canada. So they pick some African countries for
Only two African countries. Morocco and one other country like this.
But why can't we be among that too? We are the giants.
And this Patrick will come and be talking jargons to
America.
About the opportunity, right?
Is it true America has given 5 years visa to people from Nigeria?
Yes.
Now I hear that.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes, 5 years. 5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
Wow. From 2 years to 5 years.
Yes, 2 years to 5 years.
Oh. Now. Oh. Wow. That is a good development. I hear it from somewhere, but I'm not very sure. Just let me just clarify.
I have like 3 people that have already get the visa through. Yeah, both visiting B1, B2 and student visa.
See that? Wow. 5 years. Well, I don't have problem coming to America anyway.
Kumi, which other African country is on the list?
Yeah, I think that's Morocco, and the name is not popular country like this. I think Central Africa.
Central African Republic?
Let me check. Yeah.
They have war.
No, it cannot be Central. They cannot be Central
Africa. Never.
Central Africa. That's the name of the country. Sotonia, something like that. Yeah.
It can't be Central Africa.
And they had Philippines too. They have Philippines too. And all like 2-3 Asian countries.
Philippines in Southeast Asia. But the funny thing is that the Moroccans, their country is okay.
It's okay, but they travel too. They do travel.
They don't travel as much like some other Arab countries.
The full South Africa.
Okay.
All this restaurant business, they do it, but because of all of them, they look the same. We don't really know that this Moroccan, this all this. They look like all these Arab something people. That's why they do travel too.
Morocco is not even far from the from the Western world, I mean, to the
Yeah,
Europe.
No, they are very close to Spain.
They are
yes,
very
very
close to
close.
Spain. Yeah, very
Yes.
close to Spain. So wow, that US 5 years is very welcoming. I
Yeah,
think
because they are even most of the people that they are releasing a lot of green card now. Even they are waiving interview, not too much interview anymore. I think most of the country, they are looking for more Nigerian in the country. That's what I feel like. Because I have like many friends that they just waive the interview. They just send the green card to their neighbors.
wow. Well, yeah, ṣé wọn ò ní kó Nàìjíríà tó kúrò Nàìjíríà báyìí? What is going on here?
And no matter what, I want to get best now on that day. That's the thing.
But if we actually use it very well, it can actually work for the country better.
Moving. Well, my brother. I can't say anybody I'm talking to Nigeria. Everybody is trying to move out of Nigeria. I say, who is going to remain in Nigeria?
Because let me tell you,
Everybody.
in 2009, when I went to India, I went there for a training, and I discovered that most of what actually improved India is actually their migrants that went to US. If you hear about it, because you know that most Nigerians, they go to India for one treatment or the other and all those things. Medical, yes. There is one popular hospital there. They call it Apollo Hospital. He is actually the person that actually established that hospital is a cardiovascular surgeon in US. Do you understand what I'm saying? Though the kind of commitment that they have towards their country, they don't, right from their time of the colonization, they don't allow the British to colonize everything about them. They still maintain their culture, they maintain their language and everything. Unlike us that we lost everything to colonization, even including our mentality. Even if you see them, they don't change their dressing even abroad. Even no matter how long they stay, their children will still learn their language. They will still behave the way they behave.
But Simba, to commemorate what you are saying, if you see Indians here, that's their thing they normally wrap for their head. They will wrap it to work. Nobody can discriminate them. But these are our Yoruba people. These are our Nigerian people. Immediately we enter.
It's not about Nigeria. It's about African generally, black. That is our problem. That is our problem. It's not only everywhere, anywhere. Let me tell you.
Even Nigeria, we are still trying out of all the Africa. Go and check all those Kenya, all of them. They don't even bring their culture over outside the country. At least it's only Nigerian trying a little bit.
So what I'm saying, generally, anywhere you see them, the Chinese, even the Arabs and everything, they come with their religion, their everything. They still maintain everything, and they are loyal to their country. Unlike us, they are not loyal. They are very loyal to their country.
Simba, in India store here, that's their small god they normally do at the entrance. You found it there. They don't shy away from it. Their culture, their dressing, everything. They don't shy away. They don't care about Australians. They don't care about Australian dressing. They put their wrap on their head. The Jews, they put their cap on their. They don't care. They do their things as if they are in India.
They work together. They see themselves as brothers and sisters. You see them in the streets. They will own the whole street will belong to them, because when an Indian person come, they will host he or she. They will give him everything that he needs. They will develop him, and they will become part of them. And they continue
to each other.
Yes, and they continue like that. Let me tell you here, you see them, even the women that are nurses, they will bring their husband here. Their husband might not even be working, and they will still be loyal to their husband. They will be the one shouldering the whole responsibility. You never see them divorce. You know, the divorce rate in India is just 1%.
You know that is
1%.
woman that paid the dowry in India.
And I'm telling you that, but I have a lot.
Yes. Because they always have money. They have money. Those people.
Simba, let me shock you what Indians do here. Mortgage, if you want to buy house here, if you are buying house of 500,000, you have to pay 10% upfront. Do you know what the Indians will do? If Sahad wants to buy house, all of them, they will gather money for that 10% for Sahad to buy his own house. When it comes to Suleiman next time, they gather the first payments to get loan from the bank. I said, really? They said, yes, that's what they did. I said, Nigerians can never do that. Never. They don't trust each other at all.
I think Ethiopia too. They're like that too. Ethiopia too.
Even it's not only Ethiopia. Even the Sudanese, I work with them here. They do a lot of things. Even some of them who are not working, they can make contribution for them every month, and they give them money to survive. There's a lot of things that is wrong with us as Nigeria.
Nigeria will pay for
Nigeria is
to buy a house.
Come on, go and check Ghana, Cameroon. They don't. All those people, they don't. Now red face, so they don't even care about each other.
We need to compare. We need to don't let us rob this thing. Whatever is not good about us, let us improve on it.
Okay.
Let me give, for example, some of our people that comes to where I am now. I do my best to help them. Let me give you, for example, there was a lady that came as a nurse. I did everything for them. They are like 10. Another one came, and I now asked this one to go and meet one of those people that have helped, just to get 100 riyal. The girl refused to give her. She said she has sent all her money to Nigeria. That one just needed this money to buy toiletries for her to get her first salary and to continue. So you can see the way our people behave. Even some people that enjoy the benevolence from another person, they are not ready to reciprocate it to another person. But this does not exist among the Indians.
No. I was so Simba. I was so marveled.
In America, we have all the Mexicans too. They do the same like that. They help each other. You can see in one apartment, like 10 Mexicans will be living together, and you will never hear them fighting.
And that is why you see them dominating. They will dominate everywhere. You see them in health, education.
I was so surprised. Somebody wants to buy a house, he needs 50,000, and 10 people will gather 5,000 for him to go and buy the house. Said, wow. Hey, Nigerians will do that? Never.
That's how they develop themselves.
Oh my God. I said, wow. So the next
That's
time
how they develop themselves.
And they dominate, they buy houses, they are fine here. They have their, what they call it, their meeting, they normally do. You can see they have community. Some places, they have community.
Let me give you a practical example. In my department here, I have 4 Nigerians, nurses. We have one Hausa, one Yoruba, 2 Igbos. You know, the 4 of them, they're always fighting. Believe me, they're always fighting. But the Indians I don't know what is, you know, is this Nigerian thing in us. You don't want to give up for this one. I can't even understand. You understand? But you see the Indians, when it comes to time of break, maybe if we have like 10 or 12 of them on duty, one of them will volunteer and go to the kitchen to go and bring food for others. The 4 Nigerians, they cannot do that. Every other person will go on his own. You see, I don't know. And that is what is actually affecting our nation. And that's why you see that visibility. And we don't, even when, let me tell you, sometimes when we talk, the Yorubas, if the Yorubas now have a nation, we become a country. That's when you now say, oh no, this one is a Gba, this one is a Gesha, this one is a this. That's when we start to see the differences among us again. So there's a lot of problems that I don't know how we can solve it. And that is what is actually making, let me tell you, look at the way Nigerian destroys Dubai now. And so if you see the way we behave is actually what is making some country not to give us this thing that you're talking about, Canada. Are Nigerians in Canada, are they behaving very well? If they are behaving very well, I'm very sure they will have granted Nigeria that waiver.
No, they can't. Because of our population, they can't do that. Canada will full.
That's another thing.
Canada will full in 2 weeks. You will see all the airports will full. No, they can't do that. And I believe Nigeria and Canada are doing well. They are doing well. The same way Nigeria and America, they are doing well. I believe. You see, someone just travel out of country, have the mindset that you want to go and rob more in Dubai. Tell me now, who does that? Nigeria, we can't even accept 10% of what we are doing to many countries. We can't. Or you will go to Igbo land now. Go and do anyhow. You see, that country, God will help you. God will help.
Thomas, are you there?
I am here.
Okay.
Oh, so Nigerians, we need to come together.
Exactly. We need that. Exactly. We need to come together.
They really blow my mind. Even people coming in here just to help people. Let me stay in your house for 1 month, 2 months to get myself together. They can't even offer, and never. It's just. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. If we can come together in terms of that, how we will come together as a country? If you can't help yourself, call Nigerians.
No, I think we're always suspicious of ourselves. So, and everybody is hiding. Everybody is hiding from one another. I don't want to.
In South Africa.
Okay, Thomas. So, are you ready to contribute money to some Nigerians to buy a house? Are you willing to do that yourself?
If you have a big community that is doing that, why not? Why not? Why can't we do that? There are people are making progress doing that here.
Come on, give me 3 minutes. I'll come back, man.
Yes, yeah. People are making progress doing that, contributing themselves together to put a down payment on a house. Like Nigerians we can't. Do we trust ourselves to that level? That's the problem.
You think trust is the issue, huh?
Trust is the issue, my brother. Trust is the issue. I will never trust my Yoruba brother self, not talk less of trusting an Igbo man to put money together to buy a house for him.
Some Yoruba, they have some community like that.
But you just answered the question, Thomas. So if you don't trust your fellow Yoruba person or even a brother, so why are you complaining that other people do it? But you are part of the problem, just like many of us are on this platform. In our community.
I'm not shying away from that. I'm not shying away from that. You know me as a truth person, I will say that's the truth. I can't trust my Yoruba brother, not talk less of trusting an Igbo man to put money for a house for him. I know what we can do to ourselves. We can just abscond. You know what I mean? And all this money I'm saying is not a legal document, something, you know what I mean? It's just in between in-house.
I know what you mean, but I was gonna say also, see, apart from in the Western world, in UK, America, whatever, that they have laws. The reason why things work so well is because of trust among the people. Believe it or not, 'cause they
That
too,
is it. Yeah.
they're human beings too. But trust me, it's the trust in the system that makes things work. They too, they're smart enough to circumvent, just like we were talking about yesterday about the oil, or trying to instead of subsidy, trying to monitor the flow of petroleum, petrol in the country. All this stuff. Look, people are crafty everywhere, but in a society, that's what I've learned in the Western world. People tend to trust, and where you have trust, just like, for example, if you go to a store, a grocery store, and you buy some little stuff like maybe candy or whatever, you pack a whole bunch in a plastic bag, right? If you go to the counter, they ask you how many do you have in the bag.
How many? Yes, they won't count.
Exactly.
Yes,
Nobody's gonna
same
spend
here.
the time counting. But in Nigeria,
No,
are they gonna count, or are they gonna say go ahead? What are they gonna do in Nigeria, for example?
no, they will even check you. They will check your pockets. Maybe you have put some candy in your pocket before you leave. Yes, it happens to me here very well. I would just say, I have 10 in the box. They don't count. They take your word for it, because they just you like, you have 10 in the box. You can bring one out just for them to scan it. They believe. They say, after, if I want to bring it up for the counter guy to count, say, no, that's all right, and they put 10. They don't. You are very right. The trust is there. The trust is there. No, it's to when I enter this country, my mentality about life really changed. Like, it's just like a like a different world from where I'm coming from. It's a different world. It's a different world, because now the trust, my wife forget her phone in the train station. Somebody took the phone to the train terminal, and we got the phone back twice. It can't happen in my country. It's the phone is gone. It's gone. This has happened to somebody before. He misplaced his phone, and he called the phone. The person said, "Come to Oshodi, come and collect the phone." When the guy got to Oshodi, the guy, I don't think you guys are listening to me anymore. Maybe I'm talking to myself. Is there anybody there?
I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, listening. Yeah. The guy got to Oshodi, called the phone number, said, I'm the person that owned that phone with you, blah, blah, blah. You said I should come to Oshodi under bridge to come and collect the phone. Do you know what the guy that took the phone told the man? He said, "Guy, you are very stupid, though. I stole you misplaced your phone. I got the phone, and I told you to come to Oshodi under bridge to come and collect the phone, and you use your money to enter bus, and you expected me to bring the phone to Oshodi. You know what I mean? That you are a fool, oh. So you think this phone, you're going to get this phone back?" I said, Nigerians. The guy even entered 1,000 naira motor to Oshodi, waiting under Oshodi bridge, thinking the person that saw his phone is going to return the phone to him. And it's even causing the owner of the phone that you are a mumu, you are gullible. So you expect me to bring back this phone to you. So it's just African, I'm sorry. We have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. The level of trust is zero. There's nothing. You can't trust anybody. Even your family member, you'll be looking at your shoulder for your family member, not talk less of outsider. Don't we see family members that kill each other because of land property? Brothers and sisters killing each other because of land property. So yeah, that's it's very unfortunate. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Yeah. This I think. Do we have ego? Can I Igolo? Abi, do I pronounce that very well?
Yes, Thomas, it's Igilo.
Igilo. I'm sorry, Igilo. How are you, brother? How are you? How you doing?
I'm fine. A long time to the panel here. Long time. Greeting to everybody.
Who is Igilo? I think I know this voice. So.
Yeah, you know me now. No, we argue before when we had to go to bed money. You and the bed say whether Obi will come and at the bed $1,500. Abi $25, $2,500. Say Obi will win. Abi Tinubu will win. You argue the matter for a very long time.
That's
yeah.
I did, my brother. How are you doing? How's life?
Yeah,
Good.
Yeah. We are trying, bro. Yeah, I greet everybody.
Yeah, so, I salute you. What brought you here today? I know something bring you here.
yeah. I saw the headline. It was very motivating that Tinubu has ended the Buhari water bill controversy.
Yes.
Yeah. So I had been crying for the past this 2023, saying Buhari was trying to play his last card with Lawan and the how they call it,
the house.
Yeah. There's a name I want to call them. You know, our southern politician. Let's say gullible, with our gullible southern politician, where you can buy them at any price as long as the money is there for them to. So I was crying that since Buhari has succeeded with SARIKI to pass this Ethiopian plane jet water. Imagine carrying the whole Nigeria, go give Ethiopia to come. I was like, I have been crying throughout this year. I say, this water bill again is the last card. The thing is going to go through. I've been crying. So when I saw the headline, I was like, God, let me quickly come and hear the gist from you guys. So I don't know if somebody can really bring me about the ending. And I also see that saw Tinubu, our president, although I didn't support Tinubu, to be frank, but I know his capacity as a man, his intellectual, his sagacity. I know who he is.
Why are you calling Tinubu our president? Some people don't take him as their president.
No, supporting him is a different thing. Backing him on some of the policies is gonna enact is another thing. The reason why most of us, we are all obedient. We believe that Obi has a different mindset when it comes to politics, and he's not gonna, since he did not soak himself with the northern politician and those Islamic politicians in the north, he will have the capacity to do whatever he can do, vigorously. But Tinubu, seeing that he has alienated himself to the north, to Kwankwaso, to Erufaya, Erufaya can do anything. Tinubu will not be able to say M. So that scares us. I say no, Tinubu will continue with the Buhari legacy. Seeing what he has done, even with Sunday Igboho opposed the Fulani hegemony, he was silent. He was even questioning them until Igboho ran away. So there was this silence in his part. So
if he talk that time, that means he's making a political suicide.
Yes,
you can't fight the person you want to take power from.
We saw that coming.
Power, now you can fight. You know what I mean?
We consider that as well, but in the other hand, we are like, come on, you are an elder statesman. If Bala Mohammed can come on national TV and say the Fulani will be allowed to carry guns to protect themselves, and even say Fulani will come from Sudan, Niger, from Futajalon to Nigeria, because Nigeria is the place. So why can't Tinubu say something? If Erufaya can come online and say all the Mexicans say, why can't Tinubu say something? That's my argument. If Buhari can say all the Mexicans say, why can't Tinubu say a little thing? The only time Tinubu say something that we all love was when he say, Olule. He called second time, Olule. Always call Olule. That was when I love him. That was when I said, okay, he is, at least he says something, because the thing is now hurting him personally. That is the one side. The second side.
Yeah, Tinubu knew Buhari is after him in some way. even though Buhari pretend to be supporting him in another way. So I think that is not a news to Tinubu. But for me, my brother, I will not deceive you. I am not a Tinubu fan, but I think God has just destined that guy for what the guy faced. He is supposed not to win that election. With the cabals, with everything, the betrayers all around him, people circumventing him, people pretend to be his friend, or Shibaju want to take his post. This one is fighting him, or this one is fighting him. All his party members fighting him, Rochi me and Mechi fighting him, AREGBESOLA fighting him. This one is fighting everybody. Yeah.
Please, after you finish with this conversation, I want you to go to channels, and there was a video with the fuel marketing today. I want to see your view on that video.
I don't have the video. Do you have the video?
I can tell about the meeting. I can tell about the meeting.
Very brilliant. I want you to go and I want us to share our view on that meeting today.
Maybe if you can send it, it's only one man that can upload video. So maybe we can talk about it tomorrow. You can send it to one man's what do you call it, the Instagram, so we can talk about it tomorrow. Yeah. Because I can't really upload it.
You were so proud of that man if you watch that video.
Yeah, we can talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, I was in short throughout this night. I did not sleep. As I'm talking to you now, I just woke up. I just slept 2 hours because my internet went off. I was actually that was the last video I was watching.
How do you feel when you watch the video? How do you feel?
Look, the lady that was speaking, that lady was like, she was like crying. She was like crying. She almost cried. I was like, this is the first.
Lady said we will never have a best president like this man.
Look, you see, the reason why some of us we are opposed to Tinubu is because we thought that Tinubu has been bought over by all these Islamic North people. I'm sorry to say, but now that he has won the election, but truth be told, INEC rigged the election for Tinubu. That is sure. But
for everybody.
Yeah, you cannot
why do you say that?
You cannot say Obi rigged the election because Obi did not have even a councillor.
Oh no.
Somewhere. To be fair to Obi, we are all here, including Thomas himself, including you. If you were here 5 months ago, you will never believe that Obi can win 5 states. I swear to God. So with all the analysis and permutation, Obi will never win 3, even 2 states, even a state, according to the permutation. So for Obi to have won the same 12 states as Tinubu, as Atiku, we should know that if Obi have had a free and fair election, Obi will win the election hands down, without a councillor, without nobody, and that is the truth. But that is by the way.
What do you call free and fair election?
Free and fair election is, yes, I know you are going to bring the argument that the same election was conducted alongside the House of Assembly, Senate, or no, fine. Exactly, I know, but the target, according to the analysis that has gone on, the response of INEC, everything, there was a target. The target is the presidency. So every other one went well, but the target was. What is making noise there?
Nothing, not my side.
Somewhere, I think it's on your side.
No, not for my side. No.
Okay.
Okay. Go on. Yeah, it's for Kumi. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Kumi Samuel now. Kumi Samuel.
Yeah. Continue. You have muted him. Yeah.
Okay. So the election went side by side the other 2 elections, but the target was for Tinubu presidency. They don't care who won in Ondo, Akure, whatever, but at least they care who won in Lagos, in some other key state of the Yoruba, of Tinubu, Kano, Kaduna, like that. But the presidency was a target. So by and large, Obi gave them a fair contest, and which I saw that, okay, if INEC and Tinubu had allowed this election to go as tabulated from the PU polling unit, believe me, Obi would have won the election. But that is okay. Now that the case,
Igolo, there is no any proof or any significant analogy to say Obi is not going. If you remember, I told you Obi is not going to win.
Yes.
I told you it's not going to win.
Even a state, you say you will say even a state.
Yes, I said that. Yeah, I'm not denying that.
Okay.
Now I know I didn't say even a state. I said it will win in the southeast.
Kulata. One man is the worst. One man even local government self no go win. Exactly. So
that we salute his courage now. And later on, it's just a political permutation, isn't it?
There is because wrong. You people were still looking Nigeria election as those days where a governor can, circumvent power just like Wike did. Look at what Wike did. Obi won Rivers State clear, but look at what he did for Tinubu. But that is okay it's okay for. The thing is that if Tinubu finally got this power after the court judgment, he should continue with this trajectory. I was trying to paint the scenario of the topic of today. The reason I've stayed in Lagos, in Victoria Island, Ikoyi, VGC. I worked there for more than 10 years in those areas. Since the death of Funchal William, since I know that man, I cried for that man, and I was angry with Tinubu for those complicity today because of that man. But I know
Tinubu killed Funchal Williams, isn't he?
No, I said he could not do investigation to know the people, to bring the people who killed this man. Are they angry for that?
How many they killed Bola
Funchal William was killed during the Obasanjo regime, and he's not the man in charge of security of the country. You cannot blame Tinubu for that.
He's a Lagosian. He's a governorship aspirant in Lagos State.
There is no wait, Gilo. Tinubu is not in control of the security apparatus of the country.
Yeah, we know now, but I know we are saying that as a state they should have pushed more effort for the investment. But although
when even the same Obasanjo was attacking Tinubu, were you not in Lagos? What did Obasanjo do to Tinubu? Was Tinubu in good book of Obasanjo? Even up to today, is Obasanjo supporting him?
That is why I expected that the case would have gone to, because Obasanjo wanted to use Funchal Williams to capture Lagos. According to that statement, he said capture. So that word capture made me even hate Obasanjo. Say, how can you capture Lagos when Lagos is working so well in the whole Nigeria? It's only Lagos, and you want to capture Lagos and give it the game? Because I know if PDP had captured Lagos, believe me, now Fulani Stooge go be a governor of Lagos State. By now, Lagos would have gone to Fulani. By now, it's gone.
So we should give that credit to Tinubu for holding on to Lagos.
That is why I told you I love this man, and I know his charisma.
You don't love him. If you love him, we will have supported him. We are supporting Peter Obi.
I have told you my own dimension of why I say, one, the man is too old. One, he's held. Secondly, he have been.
Can we say this is what everybody know? Can we say support for Peter Obi? It's just it is my brother.
No. I swear to God, I can tell you,
my brother. It
majority.
Is.
No. I am
majority, not. No. Any Southeasterner cannot convince me.
I am not a Southeasterner.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying Southeasterner. There is no Southeasterner that can convince me that they vote for Peter Obi on the competency.
But Obi win 12 states. Southeast is just 5 states.
I'm talking about just Southeast.
Okay, no. Yes. Come on, let me ask you, Gilo. Which state? Name the states that make it 12.
Obi win in Cross River State. Obi win in Lagos State. Lagos State is a Tinubu camp.
Obi won only 11 states now.
Obi win 12 states. It's 12.
It is Abuja that you counted as 12 states. And you are not saying that everybody should get 25%. Abuja is no longer a state. It's a super state.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's leave it at that. Okay, fine.
Oh my God. Nice one.
Okay. To be fair. The reason why we believe on Obi, we saw that the Nigerian youth has come to the realization that things have to change. No more party. And this is the first time where the Christian really involved in politics. And look at the result. Where is the another number? They say number. Where is the another number? Where are the number? So
the numbers are affected all over the country. Let me tell you, even we know the amount of vote that used to come from Anambra. Anambra used to give like 1 million plus votes. So what happened in Anambra is bypass. Forget about it. It's bypass that has controlled everything, and it cut across the whole federation. You can't use that one against any region.
Okay, fine. Back to my point. The point I'm making is that the reason why, because since Tinubu took office, I swear, at day local leave, I watch TV from morning till night. I had to sleep. I follow everything. Tinubu have done very well. Then I began to ask myself yesterday, I said, when I was watching this international, as in this Nigeria marketer, where they came and met Tinubu, I asked myself, exactly. Then I was asking myself, if Buhari have done taking this step, but now,
yeah, my brother, we are just swearing for Buhari today. We swear for Buhari as after I watched that.
I don't know.
We swear for Buhari. Buhari finished everything for that country.
Buhari was making us no Buhari. Successive presidents made us to feel that the marketers were against Nigeria.
Thank you.
So it was this meeting today of yesterday that made me know that the marketers are only
they are even render help now. They say they want to support federal governments.
Yeah, I mean 100 coastal buses for the start. Yeah. So what my point is that I said previously we have been made to understand that the marketers are the ones sabotaging every effort of the Nigeria government to renew subsidy.
That's what the cabal let us. That's what
exactly. So so for what I understood yesterday is that the marketer will not be the one to push for this policy. It is the government that will push it. So if the government should push it, they will now align with it. So
the lady keep on saying that the president told us that we should make sure the marketing be a free market. Marketing.
So they should not be clouded. They should not be clouded.
Everybody must allow to have license.
Exactly.
To start selling that.
Exactly. Do you know? Yesterday I watched a video. A Yoruba custom from whether Ondo Abi, Akure Abi, Ibadan was posted to
Cameroon border. Yeah.
To Cameroon border. Okay, you saw it too, Abi?
Yes.
My brother, I was crying. The guy said it is only 3 police stations that were in that place, and that place is like inside of Ogbomoso bush.
Yes.
Inside of Ogbomoso bush. No building there. It's only Okada and 2 bike or 1 keke are passing there. But if more than 40 trailers are coming there to offload, the guy is, as I'm talking now to you, this guy is in detention.
They arrest him?
Of course.
Oh my God.
He is working with the immigration, so they arrested him. Since he's a senior officer, he said they could not put him in prison, but they put him in house detention. As he talk now. So he is praying to Tinubu. He say he loves what Tinubu is doing, that they should try to make sure they remove this subsidy. If they not done finish us. They not done finish us, I swear to God. So my point is that I saw the step Tinubu is taking. Maybe they say sometimes God, they bring Amroba to come, a bad person. I'm sorry to use the word Amroba, a bad person to come. Tinubu,
no politician is saying in Nigeria. Please.
Of course, now we know that, but that's what I'm saying now. No, but according to according to what we see, or not my own decision, according to what we have been seeing on social media, internet, and the political, we saw that the file they portray about Tinubu is a very bad one. So
what about Obi? Do you know what happened about Paris Club?
No. That is what we are saying. Okay, let's leave those two comparison. But the thing is that I do not support Tinubu. But for this step Tinubu has taken, for what he's doing, I swear to God, if Buhari have done this, fuel subsidy would have gone since 2018 and
Even the
2017.
economy will not be in mess like this.
Economy will not be in mess, my brother. So I support him. Why I called him my president is because of what he's doing, not because of
people on this platform. They've never watched that video. If it's like they watch the video, they will understand. The lady tried. Even he exposed a lot of things. They exposed a lot of things. Even the marketers, they are not happy about what is going on.
They are not, because
I believe there is some cabal even chopping the money from the marketer too. Because
they said it now.
Just excited today that president make a strong decision like this, we're gonna support him, and we want to take the advantage of this decision. That's what the lady said.
Exactly.
Take the advantage so that if one way closed, another way we open for them.
And one final thing is that they really made a promise of, do you know, by June next month you will begin to see the rollout of those palliative, everything will come together. So
even the petrol will come down. That's
yeah, so and they are even regretting. She even said as at yesterday, petrol in Sudan, Cameroon, Ghana, all is about 700 in naira like that. It's only in Niger, I mean, how do you call them? Chad, I mean, where it is 500 plus. Yeah. So exactly. So I'm actually, Thomas asked me that why I call him my president. So this is the reason, because of his policies. I'm seeing that he is actually deviating from that Buhari government bar policy. I'm seeing a different charter.
I believe I'm very happy. Whenever Buhari dey get now, he go dey ashamed of himself. I'm telling you.
He go even the verse. He go the verse. So yeah. So I beg. What in about the water bill? What in they do? What in be the new development for the water bill? Thomas, answer me now. Australia. Where is Australia? Where Thomas? They don't go to drink tea. Oh my Lord,
They live
Olivia, you. They don't go drink tea.
No, I know because I joined very late. I don't really know what happened about the updates. But I just joined the chat like 1 hour 30 minutes ago. I don't really know. I think only Thomas can help us about that. But I believe maybe they don't go sleep now. I'll be waiting.
All of them want to. Even I tell you yourself, they don't go sleep. All of them.
but I love what those marketers, what they say today. I'm so impressed.
There is hope. There is hope now, bro.
My brother,
there is hope.
If they can do exactly what they say on national TV today, I'm telling you.
And one big thing again.
Even the lady said that immediately the president start pointing to them. Oh, this is the person you're gonna talk to. This is the person you're going to. I just believe the man is. God sent that man. I can't lie to you. Me, I don't know.
True to God. You see, the reason why we pray, we say, if Tinubu have said this is his lifelong ambition for the past 20 years, he has been fighting for this. So if God has brought him at his dying age, this is his dying age. So if God has finally brought him at his dying age,
I don't think you need any money anymore.
He doesn't need, exactly. So what else does he need? He has all the power. He is the most powerful politician in the whole
Africa. No.
Exactly, in the whole Africa. He's a very powerful man. So if God has brought him in his dying, because this is his dying age. After now, Tinubu is gone. So why can't he do that? The so-called,
my brother, do you know that everybody will have chance to start doing business of petrol now? Do you know that?
Of course.
That's what the lady say. The man keep on saying that he want the market to be free markets.
Exactly.
And free market is gonna be open market for everybody.
My fear now. And okay. Secondly, the reason why people know we do be there, no one to know, because we know that if anything happen,
But you
Shetima,
guys don't they fall in love now, and they see all the comments online. And you guys
no,
don't they,
now listen.
I saw a lot of Igbo guys or comments that many people don't change their mind.
You are not taking. You are not try to underline our reason why now. Here, we said the reason why we supported Obi is because we thought that Tinubu is too old and Tinubu don't to go dine with the North, and we believe that the North will control them as the control body to say all these policies will not come to life. That is why we don't want him.
Again, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Okay. Now you are applauding the bold decisions being taken by Tinubu, right? Okay. Now, initially you said you thought that Tinubu was in support of the Northerners.
Yes.
Is there anything wrong in supporting Northerners? No.
The South cannot rule Nigeria alone. Not support. I'm saying dying too much wield his power soaked with the North, where he cannot take a decision as if Barina they take decision as he wants. He can do anything, go free. So we wanted a president from the South too that can boldly do that, to take that kind of decisions like Buhari. When we say one,
and you think it can work like that? You think the person will be able to win like what happened to Obi?
You say what? Say it again.
You think I am not dining with the Northerners? You think that if any politician in the South did not dine with the Northerners, will be able to win the election in Nigeria?
No. You can, of course, we are going to dine to all the tribes are going to move.
That's the reason why Obi no win election.
Obi did very well, my brother. Obi, look at why don't go like that. Obi did
cooperate with the North.
Come in. Let me just be taking. I want to take him one by one so that we can. So that you don't need to argument.
All right.
Obi, what you are expecting, Gilo, that when during Buhari administration, that you are expecting Tinubu to be attacking or criticizing?
No, not attack. No, not attack.
That's why I think I said criticize.
No, as in try to at least to try to mediate in some policies of Buhari.
Okay. Did you think that Buhari? No. Wait. Did you think Buhari supported Tinubu?
Well, you cannot ask me so because they are from the same party and based on the agreement, it should work for him. So,
you are assuming from what you see from your own observation during the election, and did you think Buhari supported Tinubu?
Okay, I am going to answer the question with the question. If APC and Buhari and all the governors could not work for Tinubu, who then work for Obi? If you say Obi, who is there now to work for Obi?
What you are asking is not the same. What I'm saying is, did you work for Tinubu? Let me answer. Buhari work for Tinubu?
Let me answer you the question. The two policies of Buhari lately show that Buhari was against Tinubu 100%. But the governors of APC work for Tinubu. So Buhari cannot control the governor in terms of voting.
Some, not all of them. Not
majority. Uzodinma,
I agree with you.
Exactly.
Now, this both step that you think, let me tell you one thing about politics. If you know where you are going, you have to work your way to achieve your goal. Tinubu cannot be seen to be criticizing Buhari publicly. But that does not mean if he doesn't talk publicly, he's supporting whatever decision or whatever policy Buhari is running out in Nigeria. If he did that, he wouldn't have gotten to that position today. Now you can see now that there is one adage in Yoruba. They said you cannot claim, ask for the person that killed your father until when you have the sword. If you don't have the sword, you cannot ask for the person that killed your father. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's only when you have the power that will be able to change it. You don't fight like somebody who has the power when you don't have the power.
Of course.
And that is what you should learn from Tinubu.
Yes.
Tinubu, he built bridges. He built bridges across everywhere. And that is what you can see. And now let me tell you, to rule in Nigeria, I'm very sorry, I will say something that you will not like now. It's not for a petite person like Obi.
Why are you talking like this now? No, come on now.
No, let me finish.
You are too civilized to say this now.
Let me talk. You know why I'm saying this? Let me tell you, there are so many cabals in that country that, let me tell you, this subsidy of the thing that Tinubu is attacking is because he has the clout, he has the power. He's not even as a president. This thing that Tinubu is doing, Buhari did not even have the power to do it.
It's true.
Jonathan did not have the power to do it. He knew, so that's what I'm saying.
Not true. Okay.
It's not for somebody like Obi that they are, let me tell you, people that let me tell you, all this cabal, they contributed people to support Obi in his bid. That's why you see that obedience, that the so-called people are supporting Obi, they came from different parties. You understand?
Okay.
Which
yes,
Obi, this thing that you are accusing Obi of, by the time Obi becomes president, it will be like a stooge that these people that actually supported him will be controlling.
Okay.
Let me tell you, tell me one politician that will say to hell with Tinubu in Nigeria.
No one.
All of them will bow to him. Even including Buhari himself.
Yes.
So that is what we need. That is the kind of person we need in Nigeria now. If Tinubu has already now cut the wings of all these people, all these cabals, then someone like Obi can come and he will leverage. He will leverage on it. But Obi cannot have that power. I'm very sorry to say, to take all these bold decisions.
I understand. The point, I think what you are saying is that naturally, the fear of Tinubu is the beginning of wisdom. That is what you are saying. Good.
Okay, can you imagine whoever imagined that somebody like Wike will be supporting Tinubu?
Nobody.
Whoever imagined that somebody like Asari Dokubo from the creek of Niger Delta will be the one championing Tinubu's cause?
Do you know that nobody from Nigeria can speak one bad word on Tinubu? But look at how they are just calling Obi a boy, calling him a chingum trader. They abuse him. I don't know.
Because the guy is a newcomer, you understand me?
He's a so
he's a newcomer. They will say all this thing after like 2-3 times if you keep on continuing. But I don't see.
You know what? If you are a true obedient supporter, Obi is not a politician. Let me tell you. You know what? Who are the loyalists of Obi as politicians?
Obi no get loyalist.
You know that you cannot do politics like that. The people that are just following him are just the young ones, people that are not even interested in politics. It's just if Asiwaju did well,
you
understand?
It's gonna
of course.
Exactly.
Me, I really like to talk too much. Even if I support you, I'll still come out. I can still tell you. I can still say some truth about it. Obi failed to do that while he was the governor of Anambra. He should have built on that legacy, but he failed. He left it open. And that is why people are saying he's not a politician; he's a businessman. So, but
how many of his former commissioner, former AD?
No one. But
you cannot play politics like that. Believe me, my friend.
No, they can. No, you cannot. You can. But Obi leverage on the plurality of the polity.
Because Buhari don't perform. That's why.
Exactly. So he leverage
on the anger of the youth.
Exactly. And he got it. After Tinubu now, Obi is the second strongest man now. After Tinubu. Obi is a more popular man in the south. So, by the way, of course, Obi after Tinubu, Obi is the man standing, even to Banjo.
Right. Pressure there on top of Tinubu yourself. Because if Tinubu don't perform, Obi will take that opportunity.
Exactly. So my prayer is that I wish Obi and Tinubu can work together so that if Tinubu don't finish, because I know that Tinubu might not be able to go 8 years complete. He might just go 4 years.
You are not God now. You are not God.
No, I'm not saying.
We all know Buhari will die. And Buhari is even looking for there after 8 years than when he came in.
Do you see
know what he do for himself?
Carry block in Nassau Rock. Do you see him running around in Nassau Rock? This thing is common. They just need common sense. They just need something. Someone who can think, someone who can organize people together, someone who can bring talent. You understand?
That is why.
And Igilo, we should not be praying that Tinubu should not be able to do it. You know why?
No.
We are not doing 8 years. If Tinubu is not doing 8 years, definitely this is going to the north. Believe me, it's not coming back to the south.
I know saying no. Listen, please. We are on a platform. Exactly. I said, yeah, but the truth is that we all have to agree and admit that the man get bad health. So I am saying,
which bad health? On what now?
So why are you talking like this now? No, now Obi no get bad health based on what we are seeing. Based on what we are seeing, exactly. Even the man himself said that. So he went to treatment in this. So he's him himself acknowledge it. It's not from me. Himself acknowledge it.
Surgeries on his leg. Surgery. Everybody can do surgery.
The man is an old man.
Is not going to do surgery for his leg?
Why not? The man is an old.
It's not old age that kill people. Though. I hope you know.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Most of the people that said Buhari was dead then, majority of them have died even before Buhari.
We are going to check Buhari whether than him. We will go check Buhari again. Okay. I beg, Thomas, Abi, Simba, do you have any idea about the water bill? What happened to it?
No, I just saw it briefly yesterday, but I didn't read it because I read this water resources something. I don't know the detail.
So who can put on for headline say Tinubu has
maybe if you're interested, we can ask one man to put it as part of what we are going to discuss tomorrow.
Yeah, but the thing was here already. That was the thing that brought me to. That's okay. Ma, quickly join. Come and hear what was it? What was it?
Tell us what you know about it so that we can build it up.
No, I know the beginning of it, but the ending now when you say Tinubu has ended the water bill of Buhari, the controversy of water bill. So I thought maybe there's a new development, but I know the beginning, as in the foundation of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the foundation, but the thing was at the middle. It was at the bargaining stage where whether for or against, but the thing was left, they abandoned it for like.
Is it in favor of the South? Is it the bill against the southern states before or not? That's what I want to know.
Is there anything anybody go do when go do in favor of the South?
Is it the control over the resources, water resources?
No water resources to control. The man say from the coast of all waters, the coast of all waters to like 100 miles will be controlled by federal government. Will be ceded to federal government power. Like from the coast, for example, now for Ondo now, that water now for Ondo, from that coast of Ondo water, 100 miles into the forest will belong to federal government control. That means he said they can give it to whoever they want to give to do what they want to do, that they can develop it with it and do anything with it. So
into the forest or into the water?
From the water, the coast of water, from the water band into the forest, from the coastal line, 100 100 miles into the forest.
You have taken over if I would have taken over the whole of Bayelsa State and some other
Of course, okay. So just imagine my community now, 100 miles from the sea. My whole village on gone. From Calabar now, 100 miles to the sea. The whole Calabar municipal is finished. So whatever they want to develop, all that coastal line, you cannot question the federal government. And being that, exactly. So being that they have been anticipating that they want to be in power in perpetuity. So they believe any law they pass is in their favor, that nobody can change it. Why? Because they have 19 states, we have 17 states. And that is what gave a refire to come and say that the agenda of the Southern of Kaduna, he has been able to keep it in Muslim ticket, and they are going to Islamize it. They deal with them until those people succumb. And they said they have been able to even deceive the Christian in the central, where they allowed Tinubu and Shetima to take over the power, that they are going to rule in Nigeria.
We should not be looking at because the mistake we are making is that we are looking at the north as if it's only Muslim that is in the north.
According to them now, only them feel okay.
Let me give you for example. Let me give you for example. Plateau State is predominantly Christian. Taraba State is predominantly Plateau State is predominantly Christian.
Yes.
Taraba State is predominantly Christian.
Yes.
Even Nasarawa is Benue is predominantly Christian. You understand? So most of the middle central states, they are like the ones that are not predominantly, they are like 50-50.
Yeah.
I think you know the way. Let me tell you the way most of us, especially most of us from the south, look. Maybe because we don't live among them and we don't know anything. Because most of us we don't even have any idea about what they call Islam.
No, at all.
Because I remember in those states, there are sometimes that they didn't even have a single mosque. So when they see a Muslim, they think that this Muslim. Once they see a Muslim, they say this is a Boko Haram. So I think all of us, we have to change our perception. The way we talk about ourselves in that country is one of those that is causing more divisions among us. We talk about ourselves more, more in a derogatory manner than the way we're supposed to be talking.
But Simba is not. Do you know that now the South still they more moderate compared to how they see or they view other people more than the North. The North is too volatile, you know. So they're not very volatile. Okay, look at waiting.
I cannot say, because let me tell you, I've said in the north, I know that there are a lot of Southerners living in the north. A lot of Northerners.
You know my problem with our people? The same way white people talk about us without visiting Africa. That's where we see this north. I've seen one man read that, Buhari built a University of Transport in Daura, in a place where they are barely literate. I mean,
of course.
I'm sure he has not even crossed Benue. How can you say Daura is barely literate? That's the capital city of a state. I'm sure the level of literacy in Daura might be almost the same thing as a place like maybe Ilorin or something.
I don't think so.
No,
you know,
you have not been there now. You have not been there.
Compared to standard of okay. If you talk so,
not even been in Ilorin or even been in Daura. So the two states that I started as an example, you have not been there.
But
in the West here, sorry to cut you. The Americans, they think we are all illiterate. They think that we all eat from trees. They think we used to live on trees. They think every African child is a kwashoko looking. They got those kind of narratives. And that's what happens with us. Some of us have not even been to the north. And we just see all kind of things. Oh, they are barely this, they are barely that. When I went
what will you say about the quota system?
That's not relevant to our discussion now.
It is relevant. It is very relevant.
No, it's not. You see,
don't change it. Don't change the discussion. Don't change the discussion.
Yeah, it's coloration.
That one the way we talk deliberatively and then we malign ourselves as if
people we don't even know anything about.
Exactly.
So some people
Patrick, you are getting it. Patrick, you are getting it wrong. It's trauma. It's trauma that causes it.
Some people we when support Tinubu Agbero.
Simba, do you know that when I was 7 years old, in the camp, I met one guy. It's Dr. Mohammed. That time, I used to have this kind of thinking. So I now say, Mohammed, I say you are a doctor. He said, yes. I said, I must tell you, he said that I'm surprised that you have doctors in the north. He said, what am I saying? He said, in his class, a class of 30, about 20 of them are medical doctors. Majority of them schooled in UI and Ife and in the South University. He said it was the only one that went to ABU. That's
all those guys. Sanusi, this guy, all of them, they're studying in Lagos State University now.
We know those ones. We are talking about it.
You know the way we think that they are just bunch of herdsmen that just follow us all over
the percentage is large, very large compared to the South. That's what we are saying.
As a human being, speak with so much arrogance, thinking that you are better than another human being.
No, I would have thought that one.
Yeah,
now
we are not better than them. We are not.
No, that is the way most of us talk about them.
Yeah.
That's the way most of us talk about them.
We have not been to
have that reputation before.
We have not been to the place.
You remember, Patty? Do you remember the way when the peace problem started in Sudan, and people were wondering why are Nigerian students? What are they doing in Sudan? It's only Arabic that they can be studying in Sudan now. It's only Arabic. That is the way we look at people. It's not good. We have to change our way.
As if they are not doctors. As if they are not graduating doctors, lawyers, and in Sudan. As if they are not graduating scientists in Sudan.
The guy that designing Chevrolets, the guy is Hausa now.
Exactly. One Sokoto guy. His name. I forgot his name. Jamila or something.
Yeah, the guy is a Hausa guy.
Not just that, there are so many.
Yeah,
I have a lot of
designing Chevrolet.
My brother, look at the few ones that we have had on this platform. Look at that boy that used to speak. Very good accent, very sound.
Let me tell you, Patrick. When I was doing my residency, one of them came from Katsina to come and do residency in a lorry. He was the champion. He got award. Yes, now this guy is highly cerebral. Very highly cerebral. Do you want to tell us, want to prove that we are more brilliant than them? That is no. It's only our exposure. The only thing we have more than them is the exposure.
Exposure.
And now internet has made it different. Everybody.
Yes, the internet is making, because many things that I don't know about Hausa, I've not seen. Even they're listening to all the music. They do party. They do everything. They spend money.
Look at Netflix. Look at the movies coming from the north. Look at that Caliphate. Look at that Caliphate. Have you seen Caliphate on Netflix?
Caliphate, let me put this to Igilo.
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you one thing. The advantage the Southwestern I have is that both in Southwest we have both Muslim and Christian. Even in one family, you have the brother can be Muslim and the younger brother will be a Christian, and everybody has been living in harmony. Do you understand? It makes the Southwestern people to have a better knowledge about other people's religion, better than the people from the Southeast and the Southwest and the South. And that is what improved the relationship between the Southwestern people and the Northerners. We have a brother because we live among them. And the religion, Southwestern is broad. We are so broad that we have so many. You cannot. Patrick now, he lives in the Southwest. He knows more about Islam than an average person that is living in Port Harcourt.
They don't know anything about Islam now.
They don't know. The only thing they know about Islam is bad.
Most
No,
of
this
us,
my brother.
all the school we went to, we sing Christian song, we sing Muslim song, you
song
know.
on Friday. We used to do
Yeah,
Muslim
in primary
on
school,
the
yeah.
assembly.
Our primary school, we sing the Christian song in the
Viva,
morning. On Friday,
my
we
secondary school on
sing
Friday
that
is
for the
Muslim.
Yeah.
It's Muslim prayer. I know Fatih as I did here, so because every Friday I dey recite am for secondary school. You understand?
Because the Yoruba person now.
Let me shock this my guy. I'm not the Yoruba person. I'm from Edo. This my brother.
For Edo to
Let me
they
ask
get
you.
now.
You are from where?
For Edo they get.
You are from where? You are from where?
Cross River.
Okay, may I tell you something? Me, I school for Cross River. I tell you, say I go Govi school. But before I go Govi school, when I meet people, they'll say, Calabar people, now only house boy. Now only cook and house boy then be. Because they have not been there. They say, these people know they go school. Now only house boy, house girl, and cook. Do you know that's the perception they have about you people?
Yes.
Once you see any cook, did you get it from Calabar? Did you get it from Calabar? As if the only thing you can do is
No.
If you go to
the reason
Cross
why
River, you will see that Cross River is a very nice, beautiful, wonderful place. So you must travel.
Very beautiful. Yeah. Calabar is a nice place.
We are very school, but not compared to Yoruba and Igbo.
Will it be right to now say Calabar's a house boy, house girl, and cook?
The reason why they are sensitive because we can cook. Our boys can cook very well. We can cook Calabar.
It is always a house boy.
We can cook very well. That is the truth. So yeah.
Edete and Basi, they're always house boy, even in movies.
Exactly. Then I also be Mallam. For movies. The Yoruba are ritualists. The Yoruba are ritualists.
The Yoruba man be the big man where get the house, where the employer.
Yoruba are ritualists.
So it is until you travel and see these people. So the white, when they come to Nigeria now, they say, so
you know, Patrick, that was the essence of the National Youth Service Corps.
Exactly.
To eliminate this bias that we have against ourselves.
Do you know when I got here? One man in my church say, you see my degree. Say, did you go to university in Nigeria? I say, yes. He said, do you have university in Nigeria? I'm telling you. He was surprised. He said,
because you're a monkey. You're supposed to be a monkey living on the tree, eating banana.
Yeah.
He said, you went to university. Because now when we got to Canada, me and my wife, the man said we don't do any odd job. We took professional job. Even people in the church that were white, they're already there. Some of the things we're doing, they are not doing. They were surprised. Say, hey, you people, you find it very easy to settle down? I said, yeah. I said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a CPA. He said, hey. He said, did you go to school here? I said, no. He said, where? I said, Nigeria. I said, hey, you mean you have university in Nigeria?
Patrick, Patrick. Sorry to cut you short. If let's say now you hear me next year because me say I won't call my wife.
You won't do it.
I say let's say now you go hear me now for next year now because I won't come there too with my wife.
Okay. Make connect now. Make Thomas give you my number. Maybe we'll talk for
yeah, for studio.
No problem. Well, so what I'm saying is that when they start seeing some of us, they say, so Nigeria is not illiterate after all. Nigeria is not. Nigerian doctors are the one treating them here. So what are we talking about?
Even in America.
Yes.
Of course, even in UK also.
My own doctor is a Yoruba man. He's finished from Ife. He's a lot of white patients. I have friends who are doctors from Unilag. I have one that both the wife and the husband, they are doctors, they are both from Unilag. They are treating them. They have one of
now
the biggest clinics here in Calgary.
Sorry to cut you. Now, when a bad attitude, they spoil Nigeria. You know, if not so, Nigeria don't do very exposed to the point where
we don't reach that high level.
Exactly. We don't read that peak. That peak where every country is so okay. See India. Have you ever seen say US president come to Nigeria, come dialogue, or Putin, or all those great presidents? They go Indian, they go Saudi, they go Iran, they go. Because they do Australia now. Now you make the thought say we don't need them.
To be honest about matter our country. See the way we're talking about America, they now slow down. See the way they were defending America. If they
I know the badmouth Nigeria. I know they even joke with anybody who go badmouth my country. I know go even take it.
We are not badmouthing Nigeria. We dey badmouth our leaders. Not be Nigeria. Our leader with the badmouth. Our leaders.
Not our future. The future. Because that's the country our children are from. We are badmouthing our future by saying.
But it's not our fault now.
Let me tell you, Patrick, what they don't realize is that there is no country in the world. The Americans, they are marketing their country in a very good way. You will never see an American that will speak bad about America, even irrespective of the experience he or she has. The Nigerians always bring the bad ones, the bad things about our country house. We expose ourselves so much. And it's not working for us. It's going to affect us, and it's already affecting us.
Of course.
Simba, what are you going to market about your country?
You see, look at him now.
Let me speak for myself. Let me speak for myself. My country made me. Nigeria made me. I'm a doctor today by virtue of being in Nigeria. So I owe everything to Nigeria as a country. So
if you are in Ghana, also, Simba, if you are in Ghana, you also be that doctor. If you are in Sudan, also you be that doctor. You go.
You cannot say that. My country gave me that leverage. It gave me that subsidized university education. Wait, give me that subsidized university education.
Simba, you are lying. America make you a doctor. America make you a doctor.
Why are you talking? Say Nigeria make you doctor. Now free they give you.
America make you a doctor.
Let me push this, my brother Simba. That answer that you gave was what I expected. You see, this my brother say, what is there to sell about Nigeria? What is there to sell about Nigeria is yourself.
You cannot sell your university degree to say Nigeria made you. Every country has it. This is the list. This is the list.
Let me ask you a question. Is there something good to say about yourself? You.
Me? Yes.
Then you are a Nigerian. So
let me tell you the thing now. Tell me the thing. If you ask me the thing, you say you have
something good to say about yourself?
Yes, ask me what is that?
Okay, tell what is it?
The thing I can say about myself that being in Nigeria, because I am as
a person.
Yes, as a person, to say I don't endure a lot of mess, suffer, pain as a Nigerian. When we say, if I did for Egypt, I don't carry bomb everywhere. If I did for Iran, I don't carry bomb everywhere. If I did Iraq, Morocco, Tunisia, I don't bomb everywhere. But as a Nigerian, I have endured a lot of pain. So that is the thing I can say to myself. Say, so Igilo, you are very good. Say
that good thing about you.
No other good thing again I can say about myself being in Nigeria.
Destroy your citizenship then.
I don't feel destroyed. I still get hope now.
This guy don't get any good thing. The fact
No, Patrick. Somebody came on this platform that he has stored his passport, and he still come on this platform and speak about Nigerian politics.
What a hypocrite.
That guarantee a passport, Abi.
Become president.
If you say you speak good about America gave you free education as a citizen. They pay for your bills. They pay you tokens.
It's not true. What you are saying is not true. Igilo.
But
it's not true.
But even if it's not free, it's very subsidized now. Very subsidized.
So what? Which school did you go, Igilo? No, which school did you go? No, in fact, let us even ask him. Which school did you go?
No, Unican now.
How much did you pay in Unican?
Maybe 60,000, 50,000 then for fee.
And that is that is the price to pay. That is the fee for university education.
Yeah, no, it's not supposed to be, but it's okay. It's being subsidized now. So
Do you know how much you
And
pay
so
for
what are you
America?
now talking about?
Do you know how much you can pay
Sim,
for the same program in
Sim,
America?
Simba, my
What you are paying, Igilu, what you pay for 1 year, one session in university is not up to what I pay for my child that is in primary 5
of course,
for
I
one
know.
term.
My
know
guy
that.
that
I
So
know
what
that.
are you talking about?
My guy
You have to
denied
be
2 years.
grateful.
Yeah, now.
Simba, my auntie's husband, a medical doctor, he trained in UI. He started in the UCH. He's told me he spent less than 500,000 for 7 years.
No, it's not even, it's not telling you the truth. What I pay, let me tell you, what I pay as school fees and everything, I don't think it's up to 20,000 naira.
Can you imagine?
During your time now, during
My
your time,
brother,
many years back.
no.
Yes.
Do you know how much
Yes.
to go to medical school here? You will
Wow.
spend nothing less than $500,000 to go to medical school.
Did you know how much that they pay for uni as a medical doctor in
To
Australia?
go to university medical school here, you spend nothing less than 500,000. Simba, that's if you even get a placement, because the queue is too much. So most people that want to do medicine here now, they go to Caribbean. Some of them they go Nigeria. I know people
Let
who
me
send their
tell you.
children to school in Nigeria.
Let me tell you the truth now. The truth we say, apart from the sufferings we have undergone as in Nigeria, the second truth we say, our Nigeria brought civilization to us, exposure to us that made us to be so, as in there is no country we go and we say somebody can just walk bypass you. You know yourself, you know what to do, you know what to say, you can speak, you can communicate, you can say, in short. So exposure is the thing that I gain in Nigeria. Civilization, being able to read, write, even from primary school. I remember at primary 4, 5, now I start to read textbook. How do you call it? All this Mr. Ade go to school, Obi go to school. I started reading in primary 4. So compared to other countries like
so what are you now saying now? And you said Nigeria have not done anything for you.
Simba, let me say something real quick. You see, somebody from another African country recently told me something. He said, why Nigerians all over the internet, just every day, just bashing and like putting Nigeria down, like do it. Like this guy was like, what's going on? And then the guy told me that what I noticed is that people from other third world, what Nigerians do is when they come to America, London, all these countries, first world countries, right? They experience maybe nice things that's better than Nigeria. And then they'll begin to bash and compare, But the person was like, okay, what about the rest of them that came from other third world countries? Like people that come from African countries, Jamaica, all of them. They say we too, when we come to America, we experience something cool, but we don't get on the internet and begin to say, oh, because now we are in a better country, first world country, and begin to just bash and just like rubbish, calling your country zoo and all,
We are not loyal to our country.
You understand? It's only Nigerians that do it. And I was like, that makes sense though, because other people come from poor countries. They don't get to America.
Do you know why?
On the
Do you know why? Do you know why?
It's the Biafrans now. Those Biafrans. That's what it is.
No. Do you know why, Mike? The reason because there is no oneness in Nigeria. You know that there is always agenda in one side of the Nigeria or the other side. There is always an agenda.
No, my brother. Other country in Africa is the same thing. There's no oneness in any country in Africa.
Cameroon, they are fighting each other in Cameroon.
Exactly, they are fighting each other, but they don't get on the even Cameroon. They are even from Amazonia, but they won't get online.
Country, they are fighting each other.
It's not only Nigeria that the Europeans put bunch of tribes together.
Let me even tell you one thing. There was a day I was discussing with one Egyptian, with one of my Nigerian brothers, and Nigeria was saying something about he was talking derogatorily about Nigeria, and the Egyptian was saying that what you are saying is not different from our own country. The Nigerian one was saying, no, you cannot. My country is worse than your country. And now somebody from Egypt is telling you that his own country is worse than what you are saying. You are saying it's mine.
India, there's no poverty in India. There's no country. I mean, third world country. We have different categories. There's third world countries, second world, and first world countries. So there's no third world country in the world where people are not suffering poor and things. It's life. You understand? Poverty is life. You understand? I mean, everything is more. But the thing is, the way Nigerians are, they are the only. In fact, they're the only ones I see on we're doing it. I don't even see anybody else. I mean, other people have issues. Well, they discuss the solutions to their countries, but they don't. But it's only particularly the actually before it used to be just the Igbos doing it, but they've rubbed that mentality on the rest of us now. Like I see Yorubas doing it now. South. Especially people I don't see doing it much at the Northerners, but on the internet everywhere, you just bashing and I'm like, come on, man. Dragging the country on
Oga Mike, what will you say when a gunman will enter a community and kill 100 people and the government will be silent? What will you say to that country? Look at Southern Kaduna. Look at Benue.
You talk about the problem, but it's not like if you talk specifically to a particular event and condemn it, we understand that. But that's not what we are talking about here. We are talking about people just constantly
your country.
If Yilo want to write, that's the way they do now. By the time they don't speak to issues, they will go and bring another issue to rob whatever they are doing. That's what they do.
Exactly. So, my brother,
how is that one related to what we are discussing now? We are talking about patriotism. We are talking about people killing themselves.
My brother, if something event happen, maybe like the one you gave example, okay, you want to discuss it, you bring it on the table, and we talk about it, and we, specifically on that topic, we condemn whoever is not acting, and we discuss solution, we discuss whatever it is. That's it. People that will listen will know that, okay, these guys are speaking about a specific event, just like other countries, like Sudan, for example, they may be talking about the war, whatever is going on. That's the topic. Anyone are truly know that, okay, these guys are talking about a problem and they are discussing solution, they're pointing finger at who to blame and everything. But Nigeria, that's not the case. They just online, just every day, even when there's no topic about anything, but it's just constantly that Nigeria don't go better, Nigeria don't spoil, Nigeria a useless country, Nigeria a zoological republic. Come on,
it's a shame of the country. It's a shame of the country.
Let me tell you about what is going on in South Africa. The kidnapping that's going on in South Africa now. Last year, even they never experienced it in their life. Do you ever see the citizen coming out shouting the way we always do? The only thing, we don't loyal to our country, no matter what. We are not, and that's the reason why other countries they treat us anyhow. Sometimes Cameroon. See now, we just remove subsidies. See how they are crying.
Mike, let me say this to you guys. I'm not, my English, I'm still learning. When I encounter many whites here, they will say, "Are you not from Nigeria?" I said, "Yes." "No, are you not from Africa?" I said, "Yes." But some African, they can't even speak English. Your English is very fluent. I said, "Really?" I said, "I think I'm still learning." He said, "No, your English is very fluent, but we've met some Sudanese. Are you guys not from the same country?" I said, "No, we are not from the same country, but we are from. But how do you learn English?" I said, "Our English is our first language. They teach us in school in English. That's why I can speak English fluently." Oh, so sometimes I just think, so we are not doing bad as Nigeria.
Nigeria are not doing bad at all.
We are not doing.
Nigeria is light years ahead of many Africans. Even when I interact with other Africans, like they look up to us like, you guys are education-wise, we have the most universities on the continent. Nigeria has more universities.
That is why is it somebody was saying, how come Nigeria they go study for Sudan? Because compared to our standard, our exposure, why you won't go to Sudan? That's why they are saying so now.
Why what?
But why is China is everywhere?
Chinese not everywhere.
Is everywhere? Why
China is skilled now.
Also now everybody's everywhere. My brother, listen,
technology.
My brother.
Technology.
In life, everybody move around to look for treasure, look for opportunity and things like that. There's no way Nigeria can provide opportunity for it's not possible. Even United States, it's not every last citizen. Though America is like extremely rich and when you guys compare yourself to America, just laugh. First of all, America has the most powerful military in the world. They control the war. They control the world trade. They control. They are member of the UN Security Council where they decide global policies. So you can't put yourself next to America and expect to be as rich or as advanced as America.
America, that whenever they don't have money, they can go and print money.
They can print money
their debt ceiling, and they don't pay debt. They don't pay their debt.
And some and you know the funny thing is people don't understand, like there's even America as rich as it is, 90% of employer of labor is not even the government, it's private companies sector. And you understand, private companies, corporations. But in Nigeria, it's like everybody expect that the day you are born, so government somewhere should prepare everything for you and set everything. It's a lie.
Mike, earlier on we were sorry. Let's just go back to Mike. I'm asking you this question because you are in the US. We read about a lady that was killed in Nigeria and that was shot dead by his neighbor. Then we were talking about gun violence in America. So I don't want us to labor on it too much, but I want somebody living in America to give us their own perspective about the gun violence, how people just get annoyed, go into their house, bring out guns and kill. Normal fight that we normally use fist in Nigeria. In America now, if you look at my girlfriend, I can shoot you down. So what do you think as an American?
Yeah, if I begin to tell you, like, I've had more friends killed in America than I can think of. Like way more than friends. I can't even think of friends that's been killed in Nigeria. Say, I said, don't want to know that maybe it was that a car accident or something. Dude, in America, even my mother, the first gun robbery she experienced was in America. My own mom. You understand? Dude, when it comes to gun violence, when it comes to violence, even crime self, I'm telling you, America is ridiculous. Like, it's worse than Nigeria. Like, way worse than Nigeria. Like, in America, you can't just be walking around at night. There's like, except maybe you live in one rich neighborhood, anything like that. Say you want to live in normal poor environment in America. In Nigeria, I can live in poor neighborhood, be walking at night. In America, you can't try it. You can't try any neighborhood where it's poor, you can't walk around at night just like that.
Why?
Yeah. Because
why can't you walk around?
First of all, there's too many drug addicts. And when they say someone is a drug addict, they're already crazy because they need to fund their drug addiction. America,
so they can do anything to get drugs.
Yeah, they
can kill,
exactly.
They can rob.
And they are out there doing that. That's how they fund their addiction. And then there's accessibility to guns.
Please mute yourself when you are not talking. The noise is coming from you, please. Thank you.
Me?
Mike, go on.
Yeah. So when it comes to chaos, my friend. Hey, in America, for you to say you want to leave.
Maybe you are listening to us. American Adalekoko and Enigmatic, they are just telling us that we should mind our business. Americans, they are not complaining. So that Thomas, everything is all right. Everything is all right.
My friend was talking about mass shooting. Do you know how many mass shootings, school shootings they do every year in America? You're talking about mass shooting in Kaduna or something like
Thomas,
that.
Can I interject?
Oh, yes. Yeah, coming. Yeah. Then we'll go back to Mike. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
I have opportunity to have like 2 or 3 brothers in America. I'm the only one outside of America among them. And I've been living outside Nigeria for almost more than 21 years now, both in Asia. Now I'm living in Europe for nearly 3 years. I've seen the culture here, the culture of being individualism and also freedom for these people sometimes give most of their citizens that I have the right to do whatever I want to do. In American context, that individualism and also, let's say, free democracy, I mean, we practice democracy, everybody have right. And the way they teach them at school, give them that courage, or you can toe any line you want. Because my brother told me that for a child, they will quickly tell him if you have a problem, the first thing just to die the police immediately. You don't even need to consult your father or your mother or your grandmother to tell him or her your problem. You just call the police. So, and as they are growing up, and you know, in a capitalist society, everybody wants to make money. On the face value of it, Ajali Koko are enigmatic. They know the truth, but they don't just want to talk about it. I just think that is what happened to them this morning.
Then they're just being patriotic to our American.
So they know the truth, and that's why they don't want to talk about it. Actually, when you look at it, in America, the black people, I will not call it the D word, I will call it white powder. The black people sell the white powder, and the most usage, the people that use more are the white. And you guys have been talking about patriotism before. I got a job in China in a university teaching accounting and business. And most of my colleagues that time, they were from America, UK, and the rest. And I discovered that before they go to the classroom, they want to like breathe or maybe be encouraged in the classroom, they have to use something. I did not know this before until like I saw them that early in the morning, they always feel dejected and depressed. They are not themselves. And they will just say, they will just call one another and they will go to the bathroom. And before they, after they came back, so that thing has been inculcated into their society. And when I came down here in Europe, and I have some of these guys as friends, they also told me that this particular area is known for people that have drug issue. To be frank with you, we Nigerians, we should count ourselves lucky. But you guys have said it all. We don't appreciate our country at all. We do not.
We have some of the best culture in the world. I mean, like
I'm not even talking about culture now. You ask yourself, when I was in China that time, and then a lot of Nigerians started pouring in, some Chinese will ask me, how did you guys get money to come here? Because first, what they propagate to them is that Africa is dirty. They don't have cars. They don't have nothing. How come more and more Nigerians are coming? Where do they get the money? After about 5 years, they now change their mind that Nigerian people are rich. So tell you the truth, no country in this world will forgive Nigerian debt because they see Nigeria as a rich country.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So
let me say something real quick.
As a rich country. And then they were like, and you know, to be frank with you, an average Nigerian is very outspoken. It won't keep quiet if we believe in his ideas and his principle. And when we want to fight for Nigeria among other countries, we will fight very dirty and very hard. But being patriotic to our country, we are not. When we go outside, we will obey the rules and regulations of that country. But when we go to Nigeria, we have that ego. Then I can lord it over everybody. Now, if I arrive, everybody should respect me. We will talk as if that. So what I'm trying to say is that in foreign land, you obey the rules and regulations. In your country, you won't obey. And then you turn around and blame the leaders every time. To me, I always have the belief that leadership and followership are terrible. As we have bad leadership, we also have bad followership. So because when this set of, now we continue to have a new set of leaders now. Let's see what will pan that out soon. The most important thing for Nigeria is to have a courageous leader to take some bold move. Because if you don't take that bold move, that country will be in serious trouble in no distance time. Now, go back to the gun problem in America. Now, when they give them this freedom and they now say, okay, you can get a gun. But unfortunately for them, they cannot regulate it very well. How can I go to like supermarket, like ShopRite or wherever mall you are, and then you can just buy a gun off the shelf like that? And when you buy a gun off the shelf, you know children are very inquisitive. You think you already hide the gun, but they know where you put it. And they can see the behavior of their
Remy, Mike, tell me I'm lying if, see, this is what I heard about getting a gun. If you are 18, go to the gun shop, point to the gun that you want. They will collect your name, send your name for background check from the police. The second day, you pay for your gun and you pick up your gun. Is that right?
Yeah, that is
You don't even need to be
informal
18.
way.
You don't need to be. You don't even need to go to gun store. Just walk to any neighborhood. Ask anybody.
But the
Hey,
So I'm
informal
do
way
you
just
want to
saying
of
buy a gun?
legally. I'm saying
getting
legally.
this gun is more
Informal way of
easier.
getting guns. Yeah.
Informal ways like the backdoor in Nigeria is more easier. Why you give yourself so many stress like that? You know, you ask yourself, why is those people that are, how do they get used to this gun easily? So they can also go to the back door and get. America to me is a beautiful country where everything goes, but their institution of state is still working. Nigeria to me is just a mini America where the institution of state is not working perfectly. So that is the major difference. So when you look at it very well, although I give it to America because it's a developed country, but I just give that because in America there's so many loopholes. So many loopholes. But in Europe, there are none. The loopholes is very little because they monitor you to death. They monitor your bank account. They monitor everything. They monitor your life. But maybe in America, the system is still loose. So, and then the character, people tend to be very angry easily. And there's this tendency of a lot of
But Remy, when you get angry, you don't have gun in the house. You know that is another different thing. But I said earlier on that there is a spirit behind gun. People said, "Oh, Thomas, you are talking rubbish."
So that means when they do their background check, they are not doing a very good job. Because if they are doing a very good job, people that are prone to get angry easily, they aren't supposed to get gun easily.
No.
Let me help you out. No, see, you can do all that all you want. You don't. Most people that buy gun, they don't even buy from store or anything. They just buy from somebody else.
So that's what I'm saying. Informal way is more common. So
yeah.
Look at the incident.
How does what Remy? Sorry, what kind of background check do you do that shows somebody who can be angry in the future? You are talking of how do you do? You are doing your background check on historical. Somebody who is capable of being angry, or somebody who is capable. What kind of background check can you do like that?
Maybe Simba will help me this way. Maybe in America, this developed country, they have most people medical information from when they are born, and they can see their trend from primary school to high school to university.
Yes, that is there. You have your trend. You have everything is documented.
It's very easy to
anger. Which medical school treat anger? Oh, now you only go to school to go to a hospital when you have malaria, you are sick, or which one treats anger? Which one treats?
You don't understand my meaning. What I'm
saying, those kind of information are not available in your medical record. That if your wife provokes you, you can shoot him. Which kind of test will a medical person carry out? Which kind of report will a medical record? Do they have standards for that kind of record that will record that? No.
Yeah.
But the problem of you can see underage shooting. The other day, a boy of not less than 11 years who just went to one school like that and killed a lot of children like that, just like that, just as simple as like that. That I can just walk in and they say they have the best security. How come that boy go to that school with the gun? How does it beat the security?
The problem is with the law. The problem is with the law. They don't want to accept that. The same way they will say their democracy is the best.
For me, generally, I think the gun producing country have a very big or mighty influence on American politics. Because they are the ones that
America is not the big guy. America is not the only gun producing country. There are other gun producing countries that are more disciplined. Like, for example, Russia produces their weapons.
Do you think they are practicing the free democracy in Russia?
No, okay, hold on.
No, they don't have the right to bear arms law in Russia like that too. In America, they have the right to bear arms. It started from the beginning of the creation of the country.
Yeah, Remy,
like, go ahead.
I can argue with you. Democracy is not, because you've experienced democracy, maybe you've experienced communism, but democracy is not necessarily the best form of governance. Everybody has, it depends on
that gun issues has nothing to do with democracy.
No. So it has, Russia is everybody is disciplined in Russia, right? They are disciplined, their culture. I think the best style of governance for them, I think, is what they practice, and it works for them. So far, it has been
Yeah.
working for them for a lot of years. So you can't say it's not working for them. It's actually working for them.
No, you did not get me right. I'm trying
No.
to
So what I'm
say,
saying is, hold on, let me just finish. When it comes to gun licensing, military, and all of that, Russia has the same privilege US has in terms of production of arms, and they are more disciplined. You can never see, and there is more orderliness, and their children are well trained, more intelligent in terms of military understanding, in terms of shooting, in terms of it will suffice you to know that at 13,
Yeah, gun ownership has nothing to do with gun production.
no. Even at 13, I've seen Russian boys keeping arms. I mean, being trained in military schools, and they are not misbehaving. So
No, you are mixing something here. Listen,
Mike.
The law that says right to bear arms, meaning right to just own weapons, is not there in other countries. It's only in America that they have that, where everyone just have right. It's your constitutional right to bear arms. You understand?
So, but the thing is, I think the law has fault, because why are you bearing arms in a country that is supposedly safe? That's the thing. Why do you need to bear arms?
I don't. Just like somebody said now, and my brother is also there. He told me that there's some place that if you rent an apartment there, that place is crime infested. So that means you are putting your life in danger.
Yes.
So you have to go and rent an apartment, maybe a little bit pricey, in a more safe
Yes.
environment.
In America, if you want to be safe, you have to go and rent an apartment, expensive apartment. If you want to rent cheap apartment, your life is not safe.
Yes.
It's like you are not safe. You are living around crazy people, and they can shoot you anytime.
Mike,
that's how crazy
does
America
it
is.
mean that it comes to the question that in the world every country has a problem? The problem is just with Nigeria is just perception.
Yes.
You
are right.
Every country has worse problems.
Every country have a problem, but there is a way that they don't find those problems into the stream and in the media easily. Like in China, they will control it. Like in America, most of these news that they think is terrible, they also have a way to control them. I'm not sure, but I'm damn sure that not every news, just like in Nigeria, you will see a lot of Nigerian newspapers because somebody is echoing. I don't know. In a lot of Nigerian newspapers, you see that they want to sell their paper, and they will tell you that strike in Sokoto or in Borno killed 100 people, which are fake news. And nobody checked them. Nobody sanctioned them for this kind of news. So apart from what they show them in the West about Africa, what about we Africans? What are we showing the rest of the world? When you flip the Nigerian newspaper, most Nigerian journalists, they are just looking for terrible news most time. You cannot see most of them to talk about. It's only paper that I think always do a very good job is Premium Times, when they analyze issue or something like that. But some people, what they are just looking for is this negative news, which most of them, they can be fake news, or they just, for example, maybe there is an insurrection in Benue State now. Maybe 10 people die. They will just hijack it to 100 people. Who cross-check them? Who sanctioned them? And this is what the rest of the international community are reading when they go online. Or they will not, Nigeria have instability. To be frank with you, I know that it's not yet so super good in Nigeria, but Boko Haram have been decimated a lot. Look at what is happening in Borno. Look at the governor there. Look at the schools. Look at the road. Look at everything that is taking place in that state now. So when I look at the Southeast and I see my brothers and they are killing one another, I don't really feel very happy about it, because these people are also very industrious. And these are places that are supposed to, the people themselves, they need to develop their own state. Not everything have to come from the federal government like this. So we ourselves, we must really help ourselves. And when some people,
but Remy, you are being which English shall we use? You are being conscious of that
Yes.
you can't the Southeasterners as brothers and sisters, which I do as well. But if you listen to some people, somebody was saying yesterday And on another platform, I don't want to mention name, you should know what I'm talking about, that if they are sitting at home, what concern Nigeria? If they are the ones suffering themselves, so if they are sitting at home, what concern Nigeria? Nigeria should, all other people should mind their business. All these rhetorics. Sometimes we just give up.
The problem is everyone. Okay.
Yeah, let's hear from Remy. Yeah, I will come back to you. Yeah.
This problem arises from over 2 decades ago to the southeastern. When you look for money too much and you push most of your young people into trading, everybody go and learn something. So if you learn something, and then your boss sets you up in future, you yourself can become super rich quickly. You need to go to like most of the market around Nigeria where the people are doing their business. Initially, they can be 10. Before 1 or 2 years, they are already 50 or 100. They continue to bring people from their home country. And when they do not have this formal education, or they only have maybe primary 6 or GS3, we are venturing into this, then it's easier for their mind to be cajole. Can you tell me, everybody, that you are Yoruba here? We have Yoruba agitators, they want to go away. Can any Yoruba professor come to you and tell you, no, go away from Nigeria, we don't want? Can any Yoruba agitator can tell Yoruba people, even that, can he say that Nigeria, Yoruba people should not go to work on Monday? Or would they listen to him? Because no matter what, Yoruba people still believe in formal education. They still believe in pushing you, go to, even there's no work, they still continue to send their children to go to university.
Of course, some people will finish BSc, they will not get job, they will go for master, they will not get job, they will go for PhD. They still continue.
Will still suffer to continue to send them to school, but the other way around. So that is why it's so easy for these agitators to cajole them.
I tend to disagree with you on that. We have millions of uneducated Yorubas too. I can easily mislead, just like
Mike. I disagree with you.
Wait, let me learn. If I learn, you understand. The difference is this: if one Yoruba guy from nowhere sit down in London and begin to say he wants to be the supreme leader of the Yoruba people and begin to think he can use his mouth to trick Yoruba people, first of all, even the most uneducated Yoruba guy will look to his traditional leader, his Oba, or we have leadership structure in Yoruba land, where a Yoruba person believe the person that can decide the fate of Yoruba land is the traditional rulers. You have the Alafins there, the Oni of Ife is there.
Mike, you're getting it wrong.
But wait, let me learn. Also, one thing that will happen is typically in Yoruba land, like the leadership will talk, or maybe governors and things. But in the southeast, what you have is they don't have traditional rulers that anyone look up to. And then the socio-cultural group that they have, like Ranese, those ones are just there for money. So they are not really there to lead their people. The governors, they are just there to come there and make money. So whatever is going on in their territory, someone can sit in London and just be brainwashing their youth. They will say nothing because they don't care. Or they So what they have in that place is just leadership that's not, that doesn't care about the general population of their general populace. So that's what's there. It's not really like, because someone like Kanu, when he started his brainwashing, all the leaders there, and he said, okay, quiet. And the guy was misleading this young youth, just using propaganda to trick them.
Mike,
Mike, let me tell you something.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me say something. Mike, in this contemporary age, in Yoruba setting, no matter how rich you are, if you don't have education, you are at the back. You are relegated to the back of leadership. What I mean is, let's say you have money, you have business, you're into trading, and you don't have formal education. Any small boy that goes and gets education, even if he's not as rich as you, is considered enlightened enough to take a leadership position. The reason why is because people that are our thought leaders right from 1960s, people like Obafemi Awolowo, they believe strongly in education and they institutionalized it. And everybody's psychology is like, no matter what you do, no matter how rich you are, you need to have education. So I can tell you today, that's why you can go to contemporary Yoruba lands, even in the interlands. The father may not be able to read much. Maybe the father went to Polytechnic, but he's going to invest any money he gets into making sure his child gets education.
And you can see evidence in someone like Oluomo. Look at Oluomo that is not well read. At least his son is going to MIT. Has Oluomo ever gone to MIT before? No. Does he know what MIT is? No. But whatever he's getting or whatever he's getting his money, he understands that they need to invest in education. So that's
I want
why
to interject.
Oluomo is intelligent now.
Who told
Can
you?
I interject, please?
He didn't go to school now. He didn't really go to school.
No, because he's educated. Education is not necessarily having this formal education.
No, I'm saying that.
Can I interject, please?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. What Mike said is true about the Yoruba dynasty, where they have cultures, Yoruba king. You have people, elders, where they can, if there's any issue, no matter how rich you are, or no matter how brilliant you are, there is a traditional ruler, a king, where people will take your grievances to, and you go, they will solve it, and you respect them. They are obas, they are like the Padebanjo, Pakintoye, all those elders where you.
Adebanjo is not considered even. That's the thing.
No. It is how they call it.
We don't follow those social cultural. We follow the traditional rulers.
That's the thing. We don't follow like
Mike
that.
Remy, do you imagine Igboho telling Yoruba to sit at home and they follow him? They are sitting at home.
So the person that just spoke now, you really miscalculated it. If you truly say that Yoruba people believe in our leaders or our hobas, then we would have voted. Some of them that did not support Tinubu, they would have voted for Atiku or whoever they want. Adebayo just supported Obi. Adebayo supported Obi, but Yoruba people did not vote for him, except in Lagos. So Yoruba is totally different from that.
Exactly.
We are put in narrative there. Even if you are rich and you are not well educated, you will not sit in the committee of highly influential Yoruba people.
Exactly.
We have political leaders. We have traditional leaders. All of them work hand in hand and finding a balance to push Yoruba agenda forward. You can see that at the end of the day, most of these Yoruba leaders, they have to come together from different parts of Yoruba land and support Tinubu. And apart from that, an average Yoruba man have his own principle and liberal mind. You can see that is why when some of them voted for Obi in Lagos, they didn't fight. And when in Osun State, they decided to vote for Atiku, what happened? Nothing happened. So we are totally, I know what I'm trying to say here. If you look at the trajectory, how many Yoruba do you think continue to learn trading? When you learn trade and you not go to formal education, there is a tendency for your boss to influence you. That is one. Two, and then because majority of their people are going to trade because they see it as an easy path to make money easily. Then they have their leader that set them up when they want to start their own business. Second, this person also influence him or her. So it's very easy to cajole them. And what helps the northern part of the country is because religiously they are more harmonized. I'm talking about the Northwest and the Northeast. And they still believe in their leaders because their leader, whatever you tell them or whatever you say here, sometimes they still take care of their community. Because there, they give donation, charity, they help one another very well. Their word is their bond there. When they say they want to do something, most of their leaders do it. Of course, it has been so late because they didn't do the right thing for several years, but still they are still doing something. So that is why people like till today, how can even the elite there, because the elite continue to shrink in the Southeast, not expanding like the Southwest. And when you're
I agree with you because Southwest, a lot of people. Don't be amazed that, for instance, Southwest people travel out, so they move out outside the country, and you see that when they are getting to their 40s, their 50s, they are aspiring to go back home to also find a way to influence some upcoming new young ones to go out, see the world, and come back. See the world, and actually, we just see the way Tinubu's governance will progress. As it progresses, you will see a lot of developmental plans that they will encourage people that are outside the country to start coming back.
Another thing is another thing. Tinubu being a president of Nigeria, he will still listen to some elders in Yoruba land. they
Definitely,
can call him to
he's
order.
not the only one governing that seat.
I think our situation has more to do with our culture than education, to be honest. Whether educated or not, it's still our culture where you respect authorities, you respect elders, you respect the certain positions. But in the southeast, I mean, literally, a small boy can insult, just say "shut up," like to elder, or it's just the culture. That's why even they are intellectuals. They have a lot of intellectuals. They are educated. Those ones,
the
if one
Southwest
educated,
Mike, the Southwest are metamorphized a lot.
I don't think our situation, our structure has a lot to do with just because we went to school, we went to become
I'm
English
trying to
speakers.
say,
Because our culture alone.
I am
Because
it's not only English, it's exposure. The thing is, we see one thing about us is once you see something good in another place, we find a way to metamorphose it into our culture and imbibe it so that we can.
I agree with you on that. What I'm trying to tell you is this: even if you go to the most less exposed Yoruba land, right? You understand? There's still that cultural structure there where we know who's we know what authority is, and we respect it. You understand? We have structure of we have structure of leadership like king, ballet, chiefs. And we respect that. So a young boy cannot wake up and begin to. You can't just mislead him.
Starts from the family, from your children, your father.
That's what I'm saying. We have even within Yoruba family. Wait, let me say it, within your immediate family, for example, you can't insult your older brother now. Wait, let me say this. Wait, bros, let me learn. You can't just say your older brother. The way you talk to your egbon is brother kini. You understand? That's when you talk to your older brother. It's a taboo to even respect your older brother. You understand? So it's our cultural structure. It's not really that because we went to English school and became westernized that's making us.
I think we are imbibed together. Yoruba people are very respectful people. They will respect you even if they don't know your age. Even if you are older than them. If a Yoruba man is older than you, he can still use air for you. A kind of showing respect because maybe he does not know the details about whether you know this or know this. Some people are just like that. The point about this is that although we have our cultural background, the balance and but they do not influence our political view or most of our view. If a Yoruba man can say
no, but that's not my argument. No one is saying that they influence our political view. I mean, no, I don't even think our culture is interfering with the Nigerian political.
We're not really. If you look at the Southeastern
Remy, what we are trying to say, Mike, what she's trying to say is, see, we have been everybody, individual person in Yoruba land is trained to be able to think on your own, look at the situation, see the whole situation, think and make a decision, informed decision. So looking at the way, look at the way family grew up. You cannot just insult your elder brother. In that little, you need to start to think of how to start constructing your language in such a way that it's not abusive, it's not insultive to another person's personality. Then that's how you formed your language and your vocabulary. Then also when our leaders talk, they make us see reasons to make a decision or come to a point of for negotiation. You don't just say everybody sit at home. The next thing anybody will ask is, why will I sit at home? Why?
So
exactly. You always question things. You need to provide
just to quickly buttress your point. I have somebody who just finished microbiology, a bachelor, and doing a service now, and we want to push this person abroad to study something like what do you call it? This science. We want him to study something like epidemiology or something like that, STEM, something in abroad in UK and the rest. Or this health issue. There is this particular course that maybe Simba will help me. It's about health for master degree or something like that. And some people are pushing him. No, why don't you go for another bachelor degree nursing 3 years? He refused, said no, he will never do bachelor degree. He's going for master degree. He's not going to do. So this is what we are talking about. Even the parents talked to him, said no, it's not going back. This is what he really wants. But so you can see at that age of almost like 18 years old or 19, I think he's going to 20 now. He has his own liberal mind. He has what he really wants in life. We cannot just push him to do what you parents want. So sometimes when our children are growing, when they are writing jam, We ask them, what course or major do you want to take?
Exactly. That's the point. We ask them, what do you want?
Not that we just dump them on them.
No, we ask them. Exactly.
Yes, what I'm trying to see, look at the Southeastern before. They have a lot of highly educated people, but look at the trajectory for the last 20 years. Look at the trajectory by yourself. When you look at the trajectory for the last 20, look at the Yoruba space. I was watching the fight.
Remy, I wanted to ask you something. Let's assume in this election it was Tinubu that lost the election. Do you know that the way people will be coming out to say rubbish in that space, it will not happen because we will have analyzed everything.
Move on. Yoruba people will have moved on.
But God, let's not ignore the fact that there's some historical antecedents, like things that happen and certain things people are feeling about the past. Let's not forget that the Igbos are coming from that bitter civil war and still very present in their mind, and they are still aggrieved. They are still angry. Let's not forget that they are coming from that position, and they have agenda. They have their leaders that keep preaching to them that one day they will fight revenge and they will get their Biafra. So that thing is still in their mind. So you can't compare this kind of people with Yoruba people where we don't have that kind of history.
Mike, is Thomas there?
No, yes, it's there.
Mike,
Thomas.
Mike, are you with me?
Thomas.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm here. Simba.
Please give me. I want to go out and come back now. So I'm just alerting you. I want to go because this discussion is interesting.
No,
just give me 2 minutes.
Okay. I'll send
Don't forget that they are not the only ones that have been bruised in this Nigerian marriage. Yoruba people have been bruised. Do you know what it means that for them to deny Awolowo the one with respect to kill Abiola?
People enlighten me. Is the only Southeasterner that was killed in the Afghan war?
It's not only them now.
Look at this scenario very well.
It's their leadership now. They are brainwashing them without.
And the thing is, Mike, when we say Easterners, it includes South, it includes Port Harcourt, it includes Bayelsa, it includes Akwa Ibom. It's not only limited to that small colony of Southeast. So why are they the ones agitating? South have moved on.
Let me tell you what. Let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer to it.
Mike, in addition, let's assume when Abiola was not given that chance to rule Nigeria, and we have the Adebanjos, we have the Tinubus, all of them going on exile. We also have this, all of them, so many of them. Let's say they have now come back and start agitating for Yoruba people to go to civil war. So you can see we have that kind of thinking ahead. And you can see that the Yoruba people, okay, there's nothing we are going to do. And unfortunately for our Yoruba people, we lost our son at the course of this struggle. And to rub insult on us, we also choose a leader for us in the person of Obasanjo at that time.
Exactly.
And what do? We accept it. And after Obasanjo also choose his own leader. And
let me tell you the root of it. See, the problem will come from the Nigerian states, documenting their past, documenting history, documenting events, and teaching it to the people and the children. So what happened is, my brother just mentioned here that in the Biafran war, during that war, and also Thomas mentioned that many Yorubas died. Even my own.
In fact, the war does not concern Yoruba at all.
But we suffered losses. Exactly. Everyone suffered losses. Everybody was victim. And the event, the way it happened, if anyone had learned the true fact about what happened and things like that, you know that this thing, not just stupid young men that made bad decisions and it led to disaster. But unfortunately, because the Nigerian state is not teaching that history, and they are not formally teaching it in their space, the people that misled their people, that created a disaster for their people, they started creating fake stories and twisting everything and just brainwashing the next generation, and they are consistently doing it. But we don't have that in our own space. Let me get across.
My question to you: if that's so, Lagos has history. Lagos documented their history.
But nobody is twisting.
Change Lagos history.
That is what I'm trying to say before.
Why were they attempting to change Lagos history? Lagos
exactly.
Lagos had it documented. Now you said because Nigerian state did not document their own history, that's why they are in the last election. We could see that they were trying to also import themselves into Lagos and change Lagos history.
Exactly. So that's the disaster because
people talk to their children and they voted massively for Sanwo-Olu. It's so simple as this. This is when you go to war, we go to war.
No, maybe you guys misunderstood what I'm saying about the history. The event that happened, the civil war that happened, like the way they teach their elders, we teach them, tell them the story.
Mike,
they tell them in a very
wrong. Distorted.
It's not. No, Remy,
it's all about. I told you before. For the last 20 years, most of them, they have not been having that formal education. And when you don't have that formal education, you only have little of it. There is tendency for people to cajole your mind and to shape you whatever they want.
I get
I know some educated people that are even like literally they were told wrong shit and they believe it.
In school, we were taught many things. School taught us many things about logic and philosophy. How to think logically, then arrive to.
Well, how many Nigerians actually got that high level of education? How many Igbos got the highly educated one among them? Even if you are educated, even if you still don't go do your research, you're still going to believe the conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom is.
When the people that went to school, Soludo was telling them.
Yes.
Was giving them the answer to the election.
Hold on. Well, AY, hold on. Mike, do you remember one professor that I would always come here? I listened to him some weeks ago, still saying, Buhari is a Jubri from Sudani.
Exactly.
A whole professor.
That's what I'm saying. So because you are educated doesn't mean you.
I think that professor is coming from the point of hatred. That is
Remy, it's not only a point of hatred. Most of the people that could think logically are people that probably they came to the West to school. Look at during the before
Buhari is from Sudani.
Soludo was giving them.
Let me tell you guys what it. Thomas, let me tell you what it is. Listen. The thing is, they have agenda, right? They have agenda to be pushing propaganda, and the goal is to use that propaganda to implant hatred in the hearts of their people, right? The less educated one. So that way they believe that hatred remains. They will forge eventually when the time comes, they'll be willing to maybe fight and and if that hatred remains, they'll continue to hold on to the Biafran dream. You understand what I'm saying? They will wait, let me get across. So you will see a professor that will come and say, yes, Jubril, he knows, but he know that the the gullible ones among them will trust him for information. You understand? Because just like we were saying, if we see our highly educated Yorubas talking like what is Yoruba, we believe something tells us that we don't already know, right? Some of you will go and do research, but if you don't have time to do research, just take it for his word because he's a highly educated person. So the highly educated one among them, they are sticking to that agenda of pushing propaganda. So they will. You understand what I'm saying? So they know, they know that whole Jubilee thing is a lie, but they know that if they say it, me being a professor, if I say it, the illiterate Igbo boy who didn't go to school is just a trader who only knows how to trade, that doesn't know how to reason logically, doesn't know how to.
They will say check the nose, check the
exactly.
Ear,
he
check the left
it.
ear, check the blue here, check it's working, it's getting younger.
Exactly.
It's just
you know if you know, do you watch Dr. Damages? You know this guy named CM. That guy is a big time propagandist. Like he's one of those kind of people. The guy you could tell you what
he's just cashing out. He's just cashing out. That's it.
No, they want to continue to push that agenda of making their people see Yorubas, Northerners as enemy constantly, so that way they don't give up on their Biafran hope. That's what it is. So they will continue to push propaganda.
I asked a question. They said they want to go away, and if you really want to go away, you have to be coordinated and organized. And your elite must also join you to go away. Because if you are not coordinated and organized, how do you go away?
The problem is, even if let's say they want to go away, the problem is they are not even organized in such a way that they are thinking the Biafra region contains the South. When they want to tell you about resources, when they don't want to tell you about resources, that Nigeria is using our resources to build, they are using our resources to build Nigeria. Then you ask them, which of your resources? Because the last time I checked, the oil in the southeast is not as much as on those states. So which of the oil? Why are you counting south?
No, the reason why they want Port Harcourt is because it's a seaport. If they can have that one and including in their own.
But Port Harcourt does not belong to them.
I know. I understand what they are fighting for. They can never.
Remy, they said anywhere they are tying to Rapa, na Biafra land.
Okay, they are tying Rapa in Bangladesh too. It's true. I'm not lying.
You don't see what they are very delusional, man. Very delusional.
Haven't you heard that narrative before? Anywhere they tie to Rapa.
So not only
if you notice Akwa Ibom does not recognize themselves as Biafra. They don't recognize that.
None of those South people. The funny thing was that the people that really created that war was even those South people. They are the one that created the war now, because Ojukwu declared Biafra because those ones decided they wanted to have their own state. And they go on and say, okay, we'll give you, they won't give them their state. And that's why Ojukwu forcibly declared Biafra and trying to force them to be that one country. And so they were the one that actually fought. And most of the soldiers that even fought against the Igbos when the war was the South. Most of them were South.
Mike, when you look at it today Nigeria, if they go to any war, who will lose more? They will lose more. They are everywhere in Nigeria with their pocket of investment.
Even if they decide to go back.
You know what amazed me?
Please stop, Remy. Stop this. Them let me finish. I don't like saying. I don't like looking at that.
Let me finish.
The thing is, if they decide to look at what Lagos is.
Listen. Sorry, let me finish. What I mean, their pocket of investment is just an art of trading. But when I look at the 5 billionaires in Nigeria, they were not there. We have
even look when you say act of trading, act of developmental economics. Let's look at developmental economics, not just transactional economics. Developmental economics. If all of them say, okay, they are moving to Biafra today, we will suffer. Do you think everybody's now saying that before oil came, Nigeria was surviving well? Southwest the economy was doing well, right? On agriculture, using agriculture as their.
Okay, so nobody suffers. So they can just go back to their palm kernel. It's that simple. Palm oil.
No, so the thing is,
the thing is this, the Ijaws, if you ever lived in the south area, those riverine tribes, those people cannot stand the Igbos at all.
Yeah,
like that thing. The thing is,
rivers and the rest. Yes, they don't.
If you go, like most of us don't know. The thing about many Yorubas is we see anybody from that area, we say Omo Igbo. You understand? We think. But those ones, those ones would rather form a country with the Yoruba.
Mike, politically, they're already dissociating themselves. Look at what is happening to now. I'm just hoping. Look at what is happening to their region with the South now in terms of contention for Senate presidency. Now they are trying to say they don't want to back up Akpabio. Before they will say South and Southeast are the same. Now South is trying to get something. Southwest is not even trying to. Southwest is even okay. Let's support Akpabio. It's a Southeast that is even giving. Is one of the people giving Akpabio a problem. Now, when power shifts to the north and comes back again to the south, now when South easily gets the support of Southwest, they will start crying marginalization now.
They are just hurting themselves in that country. The thing is, unfortunately, let me tell you, unfortunately, the thing is, the ones that are destroying their image, messing them up politically, the Kanus and all those, like, those guys are, if you look at their background, they're a bunch of criminals. So, unfortunately, the people that have the loudest voice among them tend to be the worst of them. And the ones that are supposed to be decent, like the likes of someone like Alain Oyema, all those intelligent Igbos, they're just quiet. You understand? They just allowing this, even the Obi himself. Like, you just allow all these idiots to just destroy your political chance, career. You know, like, they are real intellectuals. Are quiet, and these people, if they want,
don't rate Obi. Obi does not. Obi has shown me that if they decide to campaign without propagandas, it cannot stand.
Who has the dog?
My dog is my dog.
I love dogs. You love dogs as well. Yeah, wow, I love dogs, my brother. We have a dog before, but when we moved to another city,
We got our house, then we moved to another city. We have to rent before getting another house. So the landlord said he doesn't like dog. So we give it out, but we got another house. Now we are planning to get another dog. I love dogs, my brother.
So,
is it a puppy?
It's a small, yeah, it's still a puppy.
Small puppy. Yeah. That's what I go on with you. I love dogs.
Is it a Labrador or Boaba or which brand? Which particular what do you call it?
Breed.
Breed, yeah.
What's the breed?
Okay.
I don't know. I got it as a gift. That's why I just started.
I love dogs. So I love dogs. If you don't want it, send it to me. I'll have it.
I'm even liking I'm liking her every day. Like
no. Like, I love dogs.
They are good, really. They will play with you. They are very loyal. They will protect you also. It's a very good.
I love dogs. Since I was baby now, dog. I love dogs, my brother. Yeah,
so
continue with your.
As we are saying, everything boils down to Mike make a very good assertion, which I agree with him, because if you have leaders and people can listen to their leaders, I think that will be of beneficial. But when you don't listen to their leaders, you can see when they come here, they castigate all their leaders. In fact, Yoruba people who will not castigate all our leaders. We can say, okay, fine.
We know they are yam heads. We will not castigate them.
We know that, okay, this is what we can say about this one. This, of course, it is like that, but it's still doing something we can see. And the Yoruba are politically aware. If you do not rule very well, in the next 4 years, they will put you out. It's so easy. And that is why you can
exactly. Yoruba people are very aware. At least
even the same Tinubu we are supporting today, if in some 2 or 3 years not doing something, we are going to be at the forefront criticizing him. So he knows that. We will not say, okay, because he's from our tribe, then we should just allow him to do whatever he wants, or he's not doing the right thing. So that is one aspect.
No, he even knows that if Tinubu knows that if he doesn't perform, nobody's going to welcome him when he's coming back.
Yes.
Everybody, and it's going to affect his generation, the name Tinubu. His children will change their names.
Yes. Look at the Oshibados now. I think what that guy, I'm sorry to say this thing, I see people that are extremely short to be very evil. And you can now see that everybody just use religion just to, it's a camouflage, okay? The true intent of the man is in his heart, but they use religion just to camouflage. Look at him. He's supposed to be number one campaigning for Tinubu today.
For Tinubu? I call him his carrot every time.
He came back quiet. Nobody even.
Do you know that majority of Tinubu aides and other political actors, they don't want him. They told him, don't pick him, that he's going to betray you. They prefer that Mamora to be the vice president.
Yes, Mamora. Yeah, Mamora.
And they don't want this one. And everybody was but Tinubu stick to his gun, believing that, I don't know, as a leader, sometimes your judgment can be suspect. Sometimes you think, okay, fine, he's a pastor, and moreover,
there's a way Tinubu enjoys forgiveness from people.
Yes,
sometimes.
And AREGBESOLA today, with whatever he has done, he's now saying Tinubu is the architect. Of course, Tinubu is the architect. He's your political godfather. But what did you do in turn? You just destroy everything APC have in Osun State. You destroy it.
But my brother, God just destined Tinubu to be president with all that man.
Now, why is just too much for anybody to take?
No. I can't even take
an average human being will have
give up. Just give up. Just give up.
He fought a very bitter primaries. The wrong way to the campaign. He campaigned throughout Nigeria.
Look at his legal case, Seth. He's just God just like
you can see what is happening in the tribunal. You know what is happening in the tribunal is very funny. Now,
you're just laughing now.
PDP are claiming that they won Nasarawa State. It's not Obi. They are also claiming that they were cheated in Anambra, or so you can see they're already fighting among themselves. So the judge, this is no case anymore at the end of the day. Because
that's what I'm saying. I've been telling people they've been laughing since last week because the accusations are ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it will get that boy to that one. for him to win, he must discredit the state in the southeast. And for this man to also win, he must also say that I won in the north or something like that. At the end of the judge will just say these people are unserious. So the winner just be, okay? And when you look at all the things, double nomination have been dealt with in the Supreme Court. And when you talk about passport, that one will be easily dealt with.
25% has been
dismissed already. So, and then some people now, the witness will now come say, I signed the paper under duress. Where can you show where is they force you to sign the paper?
No, they put gun on his head. They put gun on his head.
Nothing, you just sign it. It's a lie. The people who are dealing with are extremely intelligent people. So all this fabric, they know. You can now see now. Now they are on their second week. By next week, Obi will be done with his testimony. It's over. And Atiku the same thing. Maybe 3 or 4 weeks is over.
Tinubu is just the way Tinubu has performed so far. This subsidy issue, I don't know what Tinubu did that country still calm today. Everybody is still aware. NFC they have power to go and protest.
No, what happens is that if you have a leader that believes in discussion, negotiation, let's talk. At least before you settle issue, you have to come together. Let's discuss it. But when you have a leader that is authoritarian or that will not communicate with other people, that is what you see. Now, Tinubu go to the extent of meeting the labor leaders himself. Before I like Buhari, but he won't do like that. He went to like yesterday, he was making the major marketers. He will be telling you.
He meet them one-on-one.
Supporting him. I was like, this guy.
He meet them one-on-one.
Yes, of course, one-on-one now. It's one-on-one.
Wow.
Wow. So when you look at this man, this is an extremely rich man. Extremely rich.
I think this guy has secured his funding for next election because the way those guys that are supporting him, I don't know what he's telling them in the meeting.
He is playing with politics. He has already secured Benue by giving them secretary to state government. That is cement politically. He has already cement Northwest by giving it 2 political posts from the Speaker House of Rep. They will get it initially, and also give them Northwest at the Deputy Senate. They will get it. Don't let us deceive ourselves. So look at the way he's shocking. You look at the way he's building on his success. People are not saying that now. They will be thinking, how does he do it? But if you are a very intelligent person, you can see the way it's going. Everybody is shouting, Rufai will become the SGF. Now it's Akume. The North Central people, they are not shouting anymore about speakership anymore. Because
exactly.
What do you want? We give you a very good position now.
And Christians in the Middle Belt field included. Akume is a Christian. So I'm like, this guy is playing his game and he's playing the perfect game. He's just picking it out one after the other. He's the game himself. He understands the game.
Look at the guy he played for secretary. This is a level-headed politician, well experienced. This man never talked, and he won Benue State for him. He's not somebody that will be talking blah 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 blah. So I think what I'm just expecting now is that I'm looking at 4 key positions. I'm looking at finance ministry. I hope he has a petroleum ministry also.
No, it's his guys that we will put there.
Yes. And I'm also looking for Attorney General of the Federation. Mind you, you might not put Wale.
Fashola will work in this government.
I think Tinubu might give you a shocker. Go and bring a technocrat from America or England to be finance minister. You never even know at all. And then Wale will be his economic team leader. You can see that we can now say categorically that this guy Dele Alake will probably be the information minister.
No, he's going to be the spokesperson. I don't think he's going to.
No guy is going to be the information minister there. Either of them maybe just swap the position. I think both of them have a big role to play. So
but you know there are other places to fill. I think we should look more beyond. I think some of these guys.
I want that Aguilera, that guy from I don't know.
Yeah, you can put that guy. You can put that guy.
I want him to be a spokesman, just like Additional or Gabalawa.
But I feel Dele Alake should be the spokesperson. Like he has a very commanding presence. He can command the media. He can point the media the direction he wants them to go.
These are top media guys. He has been in that field for years. Everybody respects.
Yes, no. So it will curtail things like fake news. If you notice, Arise Arise opposition is coming down. The amount is coming down little by little because you don't have anything to say again. They are already debunking you, making you feel not credible any longer when you are trying to be an opposition. You understand?
So, like I said earlier, we need that country needs to be organized, and the relative peace we have already had that we see in a leader that is organized. When you are organized,
he's really, really organized. I don't know how he does it. He's doing everything according to the law. What the law says is really, really organized. I don't know.
So that is why he also chose Femi Gbajabiamila. Apart from he's very close to him, this Gbajabiamila is quite experienced in the legislative field. He has been there for nearly 20 years. So you know how to draft a bill, you know how to lobby.
Even my question is, what's the future of PDP now? Because the way Tinubu is already, Wike is their voice of opposition, and he's already with Tinubu, and he's already.
The best bet for that PDP is just to form a new party. And come together with some part of, I don't know, maybe Labour come together with some part of Labour and other party. Because now the party is no leadership structure very well. Atiku still
I think Atiku should just resign and be an elder statesman.
No, what Atiku want to do is that you want to make sure that the Makinde and the whatever, they don't control that party. But do you have the resources to compete with them? You are not a state governor. You cannot use your money. You do not stay in Nigeria 24/7. So you still want to control that party. I don't know his intention. Maybe you want to contest when it is something plus.
No, Atiku, you know, that's the problem with Atiku. Atiku will feel he can still contest in 2027.
He's greedy.
But he will still lose.
He will lose. Nigeria have rejected you. They have rejected you totally. So he's greedy. The game is playing now is that if I don't get it, this party should not go to the Makinde and Wike and the rest again. So that is the politics is played, and it's not good for that party. But whatever the situation they find themselves, they just have to rebrand and reorganize again.
But even the governor now, I think experienced politicians, I think people that are in that party should look forward beyond Atiku and align with the future. The future is in Makinde, the state governors. All those state governors should be the one in control of the party as of now.
Makinde is not really it's good, but he cannot control any major vote from the southwest. Even if they pick him to be their president candidate in 4 years or something like that, he won't.
Nobody will even vote for him. Who will vote for him? Makinde is overplaying his hand, man.
So the only thing is that it's not going to be easy for Yoruba too after Bola Tinubu, because we have to produce another leader in that mode.
I don't think Bola is systematic. I don't think Bola will leave a hole for himself like that.
No, what I'm trying to say is that we need a new set of young people to start understanding this man now, or to study him.
Yes, so but we have the thing is we have leaders in the southwest, especially turning from Lagos and all the it has permitted into other southwestern states, except Osun State, where this Aregbe messed up. Aregbe should not have messed up. If he has looked beyond what is selfishness,
the point is that power corrupt. He was a minister for 8 years and he thought he has all the power and he can influence. But at the end of the day, you lost out. You also make your party to lose out. What kind of game are you playing? So at the end of the day, and unfortunately, the person you thought you are fighting is now the president of the country, even more powerful than you, more than 5 times. Because even if you have made some infractions and if EFCC is after you, you can go to jail easily without the man blinking an eye to support you or to help you. So when they play their politics, and unfortunately for that governor, or the former Osun State governor, it's a gentleman, an accountant, an accomplished technocrat. He is not a typical Nigerian politician. If it's that one, he would have found his way to the heart of Osun people. Now they have can you just believe what Osun people do? I know that they love their delegates, but they descend so low that they don't even care just to vote for anybody. And let's hope that this man that they voted for pay the areas they are looking for.
Sorry. The Adeleke, I don't think I'm very connected with Osun. I mean, that's like where my second home. The Adeleke, I knew Adeleke. Wait, let me say something. Hold on. I knew Adeleke was going to win because I've been spending time in Oshogbo, Osun. I mean, for the past maybe 5-6 years. And even before the election, people were already saying it there that they will vote for him. Two reasons is the Adeleke are very big there. And first of all, they have Adeleke University is probably apart from Ife, I think probably the second, the biggest university there and popular university in Osun State is Adeleke University.
Mike, I'm
The
not
family.
saying, Mike, listen to what I'm trying to say first. Before you
But also, wait, let me say the other point. Let me make
that
the other point. Wait, let me make the other point.
Adeleke family, they were superb for Osun State. But I'm trying to say that, and for Yoruba people to descend so low to pick the lowest of the Adeleke in terms of everything.
Oh, that guy. No, that's why if you allow me to land the second point, you will get it. What people were saying, well, Nisuru, what people were complaining, most people I spoke with there, when they were telling me that they will vote for, they said PDP, not even Adeleke, even before Adeleke say he wants to run, they say they want to vote PDP next. And this is what I'm like, what? After you guys what's his name? AREGBESOLA for what he built, because the guy really built so many things in Osun. He did a lot of work. They said the reason is not because we don't want APC. We like the fact that they build infrastructure. But one thing they knew, they experienced when PDP was there was that money was flowing, because they knew that the PDP guy was sharing money and there were money flowing. They say, but since APC came in, the money is just not flowing around. Like it's tight. So they are saying they want PDP to come back for a little bit so that money can flow again. And then maybe later they will vote for APC. That was the logic they were using. I mean, I agree with you that they went down low, but I'm like, it doesn't make sense. But they were telling me that when PDP was there, they were spraying money, sharing money, and allowing money to flow.
Mike,
and people were seeing money. So that's what they were telling me, which it didn't make too much sense to me.
Adeleke boy I've checked him over and over again. The guy is empty.
He's empty now, we know. Even people will tell you that the guy is empty, but they still say they want PDP.
It's the brain of Davido's father. Davido's father is the backbone of that empire.
Yeah.
Everything they build is the one. Dr. Adeleke is the
he's Davido's father that built his university too now.
Yes, so he's the one in charge of it. The guy is just by family, the way Yoruba guys work. When someone is prosper, the guy did not want to start giving them money anyhow. So what he did was, instead of when he invests in business and the business is making some profit, he takes it from them and use it for them to invest in shares in the company. So as the company is growing, automatically when they spend, because they have shares in the company, they get dividends and all of that. It keeps them afloat and all of that. That man is the Dr. Adeleke himself, is the backbone, is the brainchild behind their empire. So this guy, I've checked him. Look at his governance structure. He has not even named 7 months or 8 months into governance. He has not even given named commissioners. Imagine, what are you doing? What have you been doing? You're not even ready for governance.
And the way the guy has been behaving towards traditional people there, like the guy is just disrespecting traditional rulers, just.
Do you know this fuel subsidy? He was saying it was not good. I was against. I was like, look at this guy.
That is what they voted for. The first thing I wish him good luck. But first thing, after 6 months, if he's not paying that arrears, they will also vote him out.
It's more than 6 months. More than 6 months.
You cannot expect any unless this man listen to his brother to rule for him. If he's going to be doing things by himself, he does not understand the intricacies of the governance. I don't think he will understand it. But if he allows his brother to rule on his behalf, then maybe Osun people might be lucky.
Does his brother have that time?
So that is the problem. So you have to employ people who's going to be ruling for. He is not going to be the one ruling that state because he does not have the knowledge. He does not have the wherewithal to rule a state like that. So automatically he has to rely on his commissioners. And commissioners, if they think that what they will be selling, that something they will favor them so that they can get their money. So at the end of the day, they will now know that for them not voting for that the former governor, they will regret it. But if they were not,
there is no way. Even if it's the guy, if Oyetawa was ruling Oyo State will never vote for Adeleke because they should be able. I was surprised that they were not able to see through the lines of.
What they voted for is because the Adeleke Ademola brother, they love that guy. Sheruba, they love him, and because some of what the Adelekes have done in that state through education and other stuff, so that is, and moreover, AREGBESOLA also helped them. because AREGBESOLA was fighting Oyetola for the last 4 years.
Yes,
and he was fighting Tinubu. So everybody just said, okay, how can he win? So it was a terrible policy from Aregbe totally. But he's now regretting it. But whether you
see, no matter, and see, that's what Tinubu was saying. No matter your fight, don't let your fight lead you to your opposition, because all of you will suffer for it.
Yes.
If you fight and everybody goes into opposition, all of you will suffer for it.
You can say that presidential election, they were divided. Most of them still voted for Tinubu. The margin of defeat is just about 10,000 votes. Article. So you can see they were divided. They don't know what they are. The problem with that state is that because a lot of people are civil servants, and if you are not civil servant, then you are into religion, whether Christianity or Islam. So that is the politics they play there. It's not a policy of religion or politics of civil servant. And civil servant, they like to write petition to complain. Everything is about workers. That state, they prefer that everything just pay me my salary. Don't even develop the state. Just I get my money, so I say, no, I don't want you to develop. So if you want to develop that state, there is no way they are not going to commit to continue to borrow money to develop. And they don't want it. They don't want it. So
most of them don't know that Aregbe made a lot of financial mess when he was around. Even though he was building project, he was just taking money, taking loans.
Yeah, it's true. He make, but at the same time, it's reflective. We can see it. He did try. He tried, and that is their.
He tried, but the loan he left for but those infrastructure were not opening up revenues for the state. That's the problem. They were not opening up revenues for the state. Those infrastructures that he was building then. So
even the so-called your state, to be frank with me, I don't see Makinde. To me, I cannot even give him a pass mark, because if you go to Ibadan, apart, what did you say? The roads are not wide enough. There is no totally visible, but because he continues to pay salary, the teachers.
That's the thing. Makinde cannot come now and say he's paying salaries alone, because I think he's doing poorly. My assessment of him is doing very poorly.
And I don't think he has really
because that's his first
IPR of that state. It's just the politics is playing. We call it politics of convenience. Just
he has even tried in a way. So the problem I felt he needed to do that was the first time he was experienced public service. He has not experienced public service before, so that was the first 4 years.
I hope he can do one that is this second. If he does not do something this second time,
no, he knows now he has to do a lot of things because he has to compete with Lagos.
Yeah, his name is just. It's not going to be a future leader in Yoruba land. It's not. You know what the advantage of people that are ruling Lagos?
No, he is also seeing now that because people like Sanwo-Olu will be rated far ahead of him.
Yes.
Later. So that's the thing. If you want to be a future leader in Yoruba land, everybody will be like, when time you were in office, what were your contributions? Yes. No matter what we say, Sanwo-Olu will have more clout in Yoruba land post
in fact, if Sanwo-Olu, if we can build that fourth mainland bridge, continue all this rail line, and continue to expand Lagos, in fact, man, no.
If Sanwo-Olu can even start that fourth mainland bridge and opens up all this railway, Sanwo-Olu is a future presidential candidate.
Yes.
When it comes to Southwest, he still has a lot. He's still young.
The way I'm looking at the future of Nigeria politics, I think the Southwest and the North will dominate for a long time. If the South are really, because the way the Southwest are playing their politics right now, the way they are organized. I mean, you mentioned the future,
but Mike, that is what the internet they don't want to hear.
They don't want to hear. There are another people I know that can really, I mean, like compete will be the South people. They stop jumping on the north of the southeast and separate detach themselves from this southeast toxic politics.
Wike also has a presidential admission.
That's what I'm saying. Like Wike is doing. Wike is detaching himself away from the southeast.
So you can see the South people have started lining up in support of Akpabio. Look at all of them going all around because they have started playing a very good game. So in the next 16 years,
because think about it, the South is the way the kind of politics they play. They just bomb bridge. That's what they do. senseless backward politics where you bomb bridge. You understand my politics. Even people you don't like, you have to build bridge with them. The Southeast, they constantly burn a bridge between them and the North. And now, if you already lost the North, where you can't even perform in the North in any election, now you are competing with Southwest. You don't have future. Forget it.
With Southwest. They are competing with South.
No. What I'm saying is listen. What I'm saying is right now, yeah, the future is looking like the South will be. It's going to be a headache. But what I'm saying is the only. Wait. Let's use this previous election to kind of, judge. At least they did well in the South. That's the only place they did well. You understand? So what I'm saying is, if they only have to rely on the South politically, they don't have future in becoming president of that country or even doing well.
South is rather aligned with Southwest.
And the South, if the South, those ones,
Southwest. When it comes to power, comes to the South again.
If the South have brain, listen. If South have brain, right? If they want to be in the forefront, they need to stop playing this puppet role they are playing with the Southeast. You understand? Where they just they're just lining behind Southeast to lead them astray. Because the Southeast is just leading them astray. The smart politician is wait, let me say this. The smart politician in South know better. Like people like Wike, he quickly distanced himself from Southeast. Like, I'm not with these people. I'm with the Southwest. You understand? He understand that, listen, for me to have a good political future, I either have to align myself with the Southwest or the North. Because aligning with the Southeast, you just rub their dirt on yourself. You understand? Unfortunately, a lot of South politicians, they haven't grown, they haven't rise anywhere politically. It's because they started aligning themselves with Southeast. And they are rubbing Southeast and dirt on themselves.
Mike, that is why I'm telling you everything will change. If Akpabio will become the Senate president, that means in the next 16 years, the presidency, if they play their policies very well, the presidency will go to the South. I will tell you why. If Tinubu rule for 4 years, the northern part of the country, they will want Tinubu to continue for another 4 years. Because that means in the next 8 years, it go back to the north. Maybe north central or northwest.
So if it goes to north central, they are going to use
if they spend 8 years, anybody that know how to play his policy know that he has to align with the national politics. And if the South they have the Senate president in their hand, and the way they are playing their politics now, then when it comes to in the next 16 years, I bet you they will get it.
It's not only next 16 years, next 8 years, when power goes back to the north, the vice presidency will rather go to the south. Don't you understand?
That's it. That's the way
they are playing.
It depends. This South they are not playing good politics. The only few people playing good politics.
It depends on
those want to be very old. Listen, the only few South people playing good politics is maybe the Wiki and the Akpabio.
Yes,
but in next 16 years, this guy will be old. This young South boy that even like
Cross River or Cross River is APC that won Cross River.
What I'm saying is, many things. The way Obi swayed people now is not the way Obi will be able to sway people in the next cycle of elections. Next cycle of elections, everybody knows that when it comes to national elections, everybody will think well before you vote. You know where you want to go and you think well because nobody's going to go anywhere. And now, South, looking at them following Southwest plan politics, they know that if Tinubu, they can churn out a large number for Tinubu in the next election. And when it's time for the power to go to the north again, let's say it goes to North Central, or let's say presidency goes to the North Central. Now, in the Southwest do not want to stake claim towards vice presidency. They want to pick South, not Southeast, as vice president. Because when it goes like that, then maybe, who knows, we can seek for another position in the top 4 for supporting the Southern vice presidential candidate. So that's why I'm saying that if South does not churn out good numbers for APC in the next election, there's a danger Southwest will just stake claim again and pick the vice presidential candidate, and that's it. And they will still win.
The only part of South that's playing smart politics is just the rivers. The Benin, those ones are just playing their own politics. Edo State, I can't even be. Those ones are the biggest disappointments. They're
Edo
just
State
playing
will
on
swing.
their politics.
Edo State will swing.
No, what kill Edo State is that they use propaganda. Edo no be Lagos. They regretted now. Okay.
Those guys are mumu complete because
No. They regretted so many things. If in fact, they voted them as for Obi, but when Obi continued to tell them that they didn't really need them, so they started abusing Edo people. That is when they
Mike, War Peace is coming for you. War Peace is coming for you.
So they regretted their actions.
What Peace will agree with me now? What Peace can't disagree with me. What Peace is only few Edo with brain. It's only one of the few Edos with brain. The rest of them, they are just. I mean, these people are so dumb because if they understand politics, they understand that from the beginning. When in the beginning during the First Republic, when they aligned with the Southwest, the time of the NRO, all that time, they used to have their way in Nigeria, even to the point where they had the ability to create their own region. You understand? The Benin, they used to happen when they aligned with the Southwest. They used to have their way in Nigeria, anything they want. The Yorubas don't have to, they team up with Yorubas. And then Oshomole knew that. That's how Oshomole, you understand? The Oshomole were aligning politically with the Southwest. And he was beginning to find his way. But guess what? The people, most of their dumb ones that are coming up today, don't know anything. They started turning their back on Southwest, aligning with Southeast. No egos that don't give a damn about anybody. Those ones will lead you astray. Now those ones are leading them.
Those are very selfish. They are
Very selfish, exactly.
No. Now, don't insult our Igbo brothers.
Those ones are leading them astray. They politically now.
Why can't they tell Kalu and Uzon to fold when they know that South is taking their claim to Senate presidency? If it was Southwest that seen that thing, they will tell their people to fold. They will tell them to fold, that please fold. When they were telling Oshimajo to fold, and Oshimajo was saying he was not folding, they were just looking at him. Everybody knew that the whole Southwest was not with Oshimajo, because they told him to fold. It was on his own. And I can tell you, in those 1,271 votes, I can tell you most of those votes, even Ogun State's vote was not there, because they folded. And folded for what?
How many votes did Oshibajo get in primaries?
I don't even know. Maybe 300 and some, 200 and something. So when Bola Tinubu was getting 1,271. So do
you know what baffles me? Everybody was stepping down, and Oshibajo was sitting down there. To me, it's supposed to just concede there. Maybe Tinubu will change his mind about him.
Now. Is then when he came back from when he left the office, vice president, when he left office, you could see that Tinubu has ignored him because it is not relevant to us anymore. Everybody just say, okay. The reason why there's no visible displeasure towards him is because we are mature. Yoruba, of course, you are still
Yoruba. Yes, you are right. You are right.
We are mature. I don't need to tell you that you messed up. It's just my action and my inaction to you.
Yeah. Into no saying mess up now.
Now look at it. If now in the next 4 years or next 8 years, when they want to start deciding, these people like Oshibanjo, their class now is when people like Tinubu are going, or they are very old. They are very old. They are the ones that are meant to move into the class of Yoruba elders, thought leaders that will be deciding national politics, our stake in national politics, calling all these new politicians together and say, no, this is the way we should go. Now, when that time comes, you will not have mouth. You will not have anything to clout. You will not be able to tell any new politicians to say, hey, you step down for this one. Because your trajectory...
They will ask him now. They will say, did you step down for your boss?
Exactly. So look at then, when Fashola is talking, if Fashola is talking and telling a new politician, you step down for him, they will listen more to Fashola than listen more to Oshibanjo. That's the way it is. And that's why we say track record matters. Like Kalu now and Uzona, so they say I'm in the race. And funny enough, they are so stupid that they want to be deputy president to a Northwesterner, Yari. They are, all of them, they couldn't agree 2 days or 3 days ago because they were still fighting on who will be the Senate president, who will be the vice president. Yari is saying that, I want to be the Senate president, you'll be my deputy. why will you want to take Senate presidency back to the Northwest? If not because of your selfish interest. And Southeast is looking at them and they're not saying anything. And they expect that when they want to contest for presidency next time, South will come out and support them. No, it doesn't work that way. And Wike is already getting vocal on this kind of matter. So that's why I said, and when it's time, let's say they are contesting, Southwest is really say, okay, we'll support you for vice presidency. Go. They will go. And one thing is, in the Southeast is failing to understand that if you are contesting for presidency, you need the support of your southern region first before you can cross the Niger, not just crossing the Niger. So, because they have small number, so they need the support of Southwest and South first, by their support, a large chunk of their support, then they move across the Niger to start soliciting for support. So imagine if Obi had gotten the support of Southwest in this election. We will have won the election clear. Let's say Tinubu was in place and everybody say no, Tinubu don't.
It will really be a battle if he won the heart of the Southwest. Yeah, it will really be a battle for Atiku.
Yes, even it would have been a battle for Atiku. Atiku would not have won. Let's leave Obi and Atiku, and Southwest laterally followed Obi and say, okay, because we tell Tinubu to fold and Tinubu will have folded. So unless they will supported him, he will have won clear hands down. He doesn't even let Atiku clear Northwest. He will still have won hands down. But
it could have been a big battle.
Imagine if Obedience didn't play bridge burning politics and its ethnic politics, and they just play. They didn't do this Baba way nowhere and they shake, that dumb dirty politics. If they played like clean, gentle, handshake across region, bridging politics, Yorubas would have sympathetically voted for Obi in you understand?
Yes.
For the sake that all they could have said is our tone, in a sense, you understand?
No,
because if you think about it, everybody would have said,
at the start of the campaign was Obi. Obi had the sympathy at the start of the campaign. With the way the campaign started, you know that Tinubu did not get his own steam running. It was Obi. They started more. Obi started more. Out of all the 3 or 4 candidates, it was the one. He had been gaining ground, and he was gaining ground, and everybody was like, okay, this guy, we are looking, okay, this guy is talking to the issues without, all these appetizer of I understand the issues, and everybody like, okay. But when the IPOB faction of the everything started entering, and they started to use issues of health, issues that were not there, to Baba Weno well and all of that, man, everybody was like, no. Towards the end of
do you know my brother, that Baba Weno well something. Do you know Tinubu got some sympathy on that ground?
See, APC election report.
That's why Tinubu won the Southwest in much number. Is that of sympathy?
From negative.
That's of sympathy. It's not that Southwest really like Tinubu now. It's that of sympathy.
Even most people that come here that came for supporting Tinubu is because of that sympathy now. Even at Jali Koko, as of last year, used to be a big guy. Like before the whole election even began, for camp anything.
No,
he was always talking about Obi is my guy.
That's what I say. Obi did not understand the context of Nigerian national politics. There are things you don't. If I go to the north, if I'm a politician, if I go to the north, there are things I don't play with. I don't play with their religion. You understand? Because I understand. I don't play with their religion. I talk courteously. When it comes to Southwest, you don't play with our elders, no matter who
elders.
They are.
No.
Especially the people
I got now mocking them about their health.
Oh no. You don't play with that. You don't play with
that. I learned something from Yoruba. Even if your enemy is dying like this, if I'm your enemy, AY, if I hear that you are sick, that's my enmity. I will first of all remove that.
I will come and visit you.
I will come and visit you.
Yeah, exactly.
That is who we are. That there's one year we are fighting. It's not that you should die.
Even Thomas, if you see the child of your enemy that is having difficulty, you know he's your enemy, but it's his child.
You will still help them.
To help, yes.
No. We are not. No. I can say the Yoruba has that one. We now anything now. Do you know how many fights that I just gave birth? Do you know how many fights giving birth are settled in Yoruba land?
Exactly.
I'm fighting with somebody. The person gave birth. Yes, I can't fight with the new baby. Let me go and visit, and that is all. The fight is finished.
Exactly. That's true. That's very true.
No, that's who we are. That is who we are. We have our problem, we have our differences, but when it comes to all these peculiar things, we don't joke with it. I've seen many bats that are settled rift in family, in friends, just Lagbaja just gave birth. What will I do now? I can't fight with the young, I can't fight with the baby. Let me go and greet them. On the way, when they get there, they will just say, so now you remember me because I gave birth. I can't be fighting you now. You just gave birth. And that is it. The fight is finished, gone. No. That is it. I think that people should look for that in Yoruba. No, we are not. We don't do that kind of. I'm fighting you. You should die. No. We don't roll in that manner at all. We still be sympathetic to you, no matter how the differences we have. You gave birth, you are sick, people will come and visit you, even though you are enemy, because because that thing Tinubu face, my brother, not be smart,
So those sympathetic votes, and now that Tinubu is even in the last 10 days.
That was disgusting.
As in they didn't go to the attacking.
And the guy trying to correct them, they even just attacking. I'm like,
So
they don't care. They don't care. It's just Obi has blindfolded them and brainwashed them. That is the problem. They are not seeing what you are seeing. Nah, I don't think so.
No, I think they should go and repair their base. They should go and repair. They should be strict with their campaigns. I know we still want to come in 2027. So far, Tinubu has been doing well, really. So Obi would need more than propaganda to win elections in 2027.
He has defeated religion now, so that means you can't use Christianity votes to cajole people.
The thing is, you can't use Christianity and ethnic stuff anymore.
Forget it.
You can't use that anymore. What everybody will now be asking next election is, what did you do when you were in your last office? And unfortunately for him, Obi does not have the credibility. You understand? He doesn't have sufficient enough records.
The street credibility, as nice talker. He doesn't have the street credibility.
Yes, he doesn't have the street credibility. You don't have the normal record credibility on how to get things done. So you still likely hopefully lose. And Atiku will not even. And the thing is, Atiku will be the easiest person to defeat in 2027 because there's nothing he wants to do.
People cannot come back now. What people won't come back do, my brother?
Atiku wants to contest in 2027 now. That's why.
No, now. Come on, they white. Waiting.
Don't you know he's holding on to PDP?
So if he's not contested, why is he trying to dictate to PDP now? He's supposed to.
He's still trying to contest.
Yeah, he wants to contest again at 80 something.
He wants to contest again. And the thing is,
are you kidding me?
If Atiku still contest, man, the guy
that's the worst dumb ever.
No, Atiku wants to contest really because he's in charge of that chairman, new acting chairman of PDP is his friend, very close friend, and they're still scheming, and they're still trying. That's why
one of his backer, I always push him to contest. He said Raymond Dokpesi. The guy gonna just give up.
The guy has died now. That's why Thomas, see the number of things they've done to appease Wiki. the governor of Rivers now, they made him chairman of PDP, a vice chairman of PDP Governors Forum. They put Bala Mohammed Bachigo as chairman. So Wike's boy as vice chairman, so that they can mend fences and they can work together in 2027.
What do you think? What do you think Wike, Obi, and Tinubu in the last election?
Wike is still a factor. If PDP wants a healthy opposition in 2027, Atiku has to go. Wike has to lead that party. Wike has to really lead that party, because Wike.
Wike can't defeat Tinubu now. I don't think so.
No, Wike would just tell you the truth now. Nobody should bother to contest. We have made a consensus that Tinubu will be that's what they arrive at. That's what Tinubu. That's the best thing to arrive at, because Wike is already lending his credibility to Tinubu's government. And if Wike is doing that, and if Tinubu successfully give Wike something like Minister of Petroleum, you know that Wike does not have any choice than to support him. Rivers is gone. This current governor
I'm seeing Wike in this regime with Tinubu.
Yes,
I'm suspecting
exactly.
him. Yeah.
Or they should give him Minister of Works. That's where I want them to give him. Let him give him Minister of Works. Like we're doing all those crazy projects.
My brother, he really worked for Tinubu. That guy. Nah.
That's what I'm saying.
Nah, something else.
The current governor of Rivers State does not have political base. That political credibility is using his Wike's political base. So it's as good as that guy is just Atiku is just chasing shadows. The real deal is Wike. When it comes to Rivers politics, the real deal is Wike. So
Shegburu, Amechi, all of them just go silent.
Amechi is out politically.
Wow.
Amechi should be one doing what Wike is doing, but Amechi was not smart. He should be the one doing what Wike is doing today.
I don't see Amechi in Tinubu's cabinet. I don't think so.
Never. His boys are not even there. They're not even close. They are not even close. Because Amechi messed up. He went to work for Atiku. Why will you work for Atiku? Why?
Amechi work for Atiku. How?
Yes, no. Why? At the end of the day, they switch camp.
How did he work for Atiku?
Yes.
When did he work for Atiku?
We can say it now. They swapped.
Because it doesn't mean
and from day one, Amechi has not been supporting Tinubu from day one.
Because he lost.
The major supporter of Tinubu is Magnus Habe.
Yes.
That is the policy that I've been playing. And Wike is also always goes to Lagos to seek for advice from Tinubu. So it's like Magnus Habe. There are three players there. Habe, Wike, and Amechi. Amechi is garrulous. He's so proud that he lost out and he's not a good loser.
He's a bad loser. Because I remember Bat went to visit him to seek his support to mend fences for after the primaries. He did as if he was satisfied, but he was not satisfied.
No, it's not. He was not satisfied at all.
Same with Uzo Kalu.
Yes.
Same with Lawan. I met Lawan too.
No, Lawan is a little bit. Lawan, nothing he can do. The best thing for Tinubu is that whether
what is it? Nothing again. Lawan lost now. How do you explain? Lawan won his election. Tinubu did not win in his place. Atiku won there. So what are we saying? There are people that start.
I'm just talking about this dispensation. No matter what happened, Tinubu candidate for Senate president and speakership must win by all means. Because if Akpabio did not win, if that Kalu won and win, there's going to be a big trouble for Tinubu. Because that is what Atiku and the rest are banking on. If they can control one or two of the houses, then they make Tinubu government. They will make it ungovernable for him.
Even I was surprised.
Can you imagine that? And they are not even considering the effect of
the they don't care. They don't care. That is what they're after. They don't care.
Do you know the conversation in Labour Party's camp now? Do you know the conversation in Labour Party camp now? They're trying to direct them that they should not follow Kalu, Abbas and Kalu. and Kalu arrangement, that they want to follow Yari and another guy. Is it Betara, or they want to follow the arrangement? Why? Because Dati Ahmed is saying that if Abbas is from Kaduna, is from Zaria, if Abbas becomes speaker, his influence in the community in Kaduna State will wither down, right? So same for, he's saying that, so same for Alex Oti in Abia State. If the deputy speaker also becomes deputy speaker in Abia State, it will counter Alex Oti's influence in Abia State. So if they disrupt the arrangement, LP will automatically gain more ground. That's the.
It's not easy because most of this LP, they already give them juicy position committee. They immediately will vote for Akpabio and Abbas. And moreover,
no. So the thing is, they are looking at, it's a party, and it's this discussion that is also going on within their party that if they disturb the arrangement, they will gain more ground for 20 as against 2027.
What Remy is saying, that the individual also want benefit for themselves.
But that depends on the loyalty of the how strong.
Do you think most of these candidates that they want on the Labour Party, they are already in APC or they lost out in APC and ABGA and the rest primary? That's why they went to LP. Do you think they really obey what to be with all them? They will be looking for their own because they know that.
I don't. Obi is the national leader of Labour Party now.
Do you think they will listen to him?
Even if they don't support Tinubu, if the Tinubu candidate win, that means the position they might not even get any committee again. Is it not better for them to try and then get the committee and go and beg their obedience later?
And Nigerian policy is all about money. If you don't in a juicy committee, how do you get those bribes?
If they are not in juicy committee, they won't be able to do something for their constituency, which means they might not come back.
Yes.
No, that's another thing. That's another part of.
They also
because
want to come back and
the budget.
Why would they leave their own head and be fighting Obi head?
But Patrick, are you not even seeing them defected?
They might not even defect.
They don't even have to.
They may not defect. If they defect, they will lose election. If they defect, they will lose election.
If they defect, they will lose the next election. They won't defect. They will stay. Why do you think Wike did not defect?
Those in Labour Party, go and write it down. More than 60% of them will defect.
That's what I'm saying.
My brother,
they can't defect. They can't defect. They will
no. AY, they will use money to hypnotize them. Forget it. I want all the
money. They are just waiting for Labour Party to
not like that, though.
Once that party explodes, finally,
you know something now. Patrick, I think it's getting more difficult because if you cannot, it's very difficult to enter one party now and quickly stake claim to a ticket anymore. Enter within 2 years and say you want to challenge for ticket and all
there are
that.
more competition
because of this current what happened in this electoral cycle where you are at risk of being challenged.
So why don't you defect earlier now? Why don't you defect earlier?
Let me tell you, it's their honeymoon period now.
They are waiting for that party to explode, and when that party will explode, I will tell you. In the next 1 or 2 months,
I'm not sure the party will explode anymore. I think they've left them to themselves.
My brother, if the party explode, they will defect and go to PDP. If they are
not all of them will go to PDP.
If they are from the east, they will defect and go to PDP. If they go to APC, that's the end of their career.
That is what Atiku is banking on. If they make
this meeting that Atiku called, the strategy called PDP retreat. They tricked them. They tricked all other opposition parties to come so that they can do a retreat together. But the truth is, PDP is trying to curry their favor, for them to come.
Do you know what Tinubu did to counter them? Do you see Wike going to set out twice in a week? They are countering them immediately. That is politics.
And Wike granted a media chat, so I don't know. Tinubu is a master of the game.
So at the end of the day,
don't be surprised, Tinubu will meet all the legislators across board.
He's meeting them tomorrow, opposition party legislators.
Everybody. And Tinubu is a master settler.
I think Nigeria is going to one party state. One party state.
When Wase and Direct, hello guys, when Wase and Direct they said they want to go for speaker, you know what Tinubu told them? Okay, Wase, what about if I made you a minister? Look at that stroke alone. What about if I prepare you for the next governor in the next 4 years?
Governor of your state.
If you're a right politician, what will you say? The president wants to pass me in 4 years.
And that's true. And that's true. Once he can become governor of Plateau State to challenge this guy.
And you know Tinubu has the trajectory of making people governor.
Yes, not even the tragedy now. He's the president, and the
Let's not
president, the
talk.
politician. What are you talking about? He knows how to play his game now. He has all the power. Nigerian president is very powerful. The president telling you go and prepare for next year, you're going to be governor.
Let's not overestimate though.
No, we are not overestimating. What I'm just trying to say is that politics. What I'm trying to say is that
they just use Mago and Mago. If not, they really
anything goes in politics.
In Lagos.
Patrick, he lost Lagos State, but he still got his stuff.
Of course, I mean, they use Mago to cover Baba Shemu.
But don't you think they just let them have Lagos?
You almost leave that one before now. If you almost bet your money, you would have lost that money that time. You were saying one.
Of course. I said.
What happened in Lagos is that Lagos.
Agents only Yoruba. Now those Omale Yoruba. Now you vote for Peter Obi.
I think we overestimated Tinubu's capacity in Lagos.
Patrick is not. What I would say is, Tinubu is not infallible, right? It's not that he's infallible, but the thing is, there's confidence because I think one thing I've noticed about him before he enters the negotiation table with you, he already knows what he has a backup plan A, plan B, plan C on things that he can offer that you will not be able to really say no to. Because I noticed that most people that go into negotiation with him, everybody always comes back smiling. Almost everybody that I've seen.
It's a projection. What do you want? Do you want to die for speakership while you can be a governor in 4 years? And when you can still remain relevant? Or you want to be a speakership now and then you are gone forever? So you ask Saraki now. What is Saraki today?
No, not really like Tinubu. Some of those things we are.
I'm just giving you an example. I'm not saying it's Tinubu that plays Saraki like that, but because he went against his party, where is him today? Look at what happened in Kwara State this last election. They want
politically dead.
They want to rep state. They want everything. And where is
Saraki? Politically dead.
No, not really. The guy can resurface.
Resurface when? This is the third time they are going to.
The next 8 years is a
not resurfacing anywhere anymore.
No, you get that's for presidency.
What he's going to do, what that man is going to do, go and write it down. He will find his ways back to EPC. That is what he's going to do. Find his way back to EPC.
But the problem is once you have that tag of being a betrayer, it's very easy. You are dead in politics because they can't trust your words.
Yes, it's terrible. So all these guys also, all this Yari is so selfish that I don't even know. You are from the Northwest. What have you contributed to the party? Last 8 years, you led your party to lose everything because of the fight you have with other people in KB or wherever does it come from that time. They lost everything there. Now you are now coming back. You want to be a Senate president. Where from the same north, we have a vice president from the northeast. So how can the Senate president now be a northern candidate again when we have the vice president? When we have the vice president from the north, he's so selfish and so greedy. But at the end of the day, they will play along with him. He doesn't have the people to support him. Does not have that number. They are just making trouble.
No, and the thing is, we know some of those guys will go back to PDP because you look at Tinubu knows people that are really core progressives. There are some people that they are not core progressives and they know, and they have that coloration of being affiliated to PDP. They are just here for conditional appeasement because Ojizo Kalu is already sitting in bed with PDP guys. Yari,
that's what you want to do. PDP and Labour, maybe they come together and they infiltrate the other APC, but it's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. That card will not get it because in politics, they are not stupid. You do not work for this man, and when it comes to your own election, you won't convince it with 30,000 votes, which is just meager. So he is a betrayer, and his own people too. They are not really supporting him. And I'm telling you that if most people elected on Labour Party, they are also from APC and ABGA and PDP. And they are just waiting for any party to explode so that they can go to national politics. Most of them will be there.
But do you think Obi will allow the party to explode?
What do you mean? Obi already allowed the party to explode already. It's not that he's willing or stopping.
You know why I'm saying that? Because Obi cannot get tickets in PDP if he goes back to PDP. So
Obi too cannot use Labour Party because you know that Labour Party cannot be the momentum cannot be like this in 4 years time. So he doesn't care. So what he cares is that the money he garnered through donation in Labour Party, how can he remove that money after he lost after the tribunal? And then he go his own way and chop for it, and then he will now start looking for another party if he really want to contest. But I bet
he cannot use. You know, one thing this election has taught us again is you cannot approach presidential election just like that. You need to plan end to end.
What really help him is religion and the Naira swap, and because Buhari does not perform above average. So that sentiment and some of the Nigerian youth, especially, you can see the noise are coming from the south. The northern people, they know who they want. And anybody that's going to win the presidential election need the north more than the rest of Nigeria. If they do not support you from northeast and northwest, just forget it. Don't even try. You cannot win. Because they have the chunk of the votes. So if Tinubu see that is look at what is playing out. Look at the way they are pacifying them in northwest. It's like a bribe. They give them the speakership. They also gave them the deputy senate president. That is a master stroke. And Southeast get a what do you call it? The deputy speaker.
That really soaks sliced bread.
But what do you want? You yourself, you also contribute 1% or 2% to the vote. To be frank with you, now you can see the politics has now become, what did you bring on the table? It has not become that. So what did you bring on the table? If you do not bring anything on the table, don't expect a miracle. This is not about you do not bring anything on the table, we still give you a juicy position. It's gone. That era is totally gone. I'm sorry. It's gone. Your people.
But don't you think Northwest is cheating the every other part of Nigeria? Because
this is not about cheating the other part of Nigeria. The North Central, they are crying. Look, they have national chairman in their hand. Now they have the secretary to the state, to the federal government in their hand, and they are still going to have the majority leader in the house, maybe the Senate and whatever. They are still going to get that position ahead of the southern part. So what do you want? And they are still going to get a juicy ministerial position. I think everybody just want to lay claim. And now Akume is a leader in the North Central. In fact, I was thinking that they are going to give it to Lalong, but because Lalong lost Plateau State, how can he fight it?
Lalong also played nonsense. He played in nonsense.
No, he lost Plateau. They lost Plateau. So you can say, and Benue that we are not even expecting to win, and they won, and they compensate. This is reward. So that is why they always say that this man believes in, if you work hard, he will reward you. And that is fair. Akume worked hard, they won the state, they also won the presidential election, and they were equally rewarded. Plateau lost everything. So you can see. And so now the North Central cannot also cry because they have two juicy, powerful positions in their hand already. Secretary to State Government and National Party Chairman. Which one do you want to release? The Northwest, they don't have nothing. They only have this Deputy Senate President and probably they'll get the speakership. So it's balanced. And the Northeast, they have the Vice President. Southwest have this, okay, the President. So like you rightly said, to me, I think anybody that wants to be the president of that country should have started working 4 years ago and continue working to the next 4 years. That means you have 12 years to serious work. Now, if a northerner that is going to be president of Nigeria in the next 8 years should start working now. I've been working already. You have to penetrate the South so that they can like you. Kwankwaso is trying to put himself in that position, but I think
they are grooming Kwankwaso for that position because it looks like Kwankwaso across party lines, Kwankwaso has that influence too.
No, I don't. He has to play his politics very right, and they have already thrown something in his front. Make your people vote for Akpabio and vote for Abbas. If you get that one, then we are talking. You must bring something on the table before you can lay claim.
But does it? But I don't think the guy wants to leave a NNPP to come to.
Who told you? He will leave NNPP before you even blink your eye. Can NNPP win election in Nigeria? Is it only Kano State you want to rule? He will leave immediately. So all of these small parties, they will collapse before you even know it. They know what they are playing now. Who knows? Look at what happened in Kano now. Atiku cannot even, did not come second, came third. Look at the distance. Even if it does not make
I don't see Kwakwanzo coming up. Kwakwanzo, I think we overestimated him as well. Look at him now. We even expect him to have better that the North will vote for him over and the rest were disturbing us on this platform. Oh, the North, they will shock us. Only Kano, not even Jigawa. You understand? Only Kano. Obi has more influence than him.
I think the North Central, they should start to play their politics right in anticipation of 8 years. They should play it right.
To me, I feel the power should go to North Central, not Northwest.
It should go to them if they play their policy. If they don't play their policy,
no, I think let's be objective. The next president should come from Northeast.
No, I don't think so. Because Northeast is already
North Central have produced presidents now in the military. Gowon is from North Central. Babangida is from North Central. Absalam is from North Central. 3 head of states.
So if they are looking at that, if Zulum continue to do what he's doing, then it's a possible candidate too.
Who?
Zulum, the governor of Borno State now.
Zulum or Shetima?
No Shetima.
Why?
It will be Shetima. You have to look at the precedent or the accident of Nigeria. It's not going to be easy for you to be a vice president and then you want to contest to be a president in Nigeria.
I run a campaign. I run a campaign.
Jonathan did now.
Jonathan case is just by necessity, by chance.
It was not a vice president. I was a president. Now it's like
Don't worry. It depends on Tinubu's performance.
So let me ask you some questions. But who was the deputy? Who was the vice president to Obasanjo?
Atiku would have imagined.
Wait. How many times have Atiku vied for this position already?
No, Obasanjo. No, in that time.
I'm building something. How many times has he? 5 times, right? Who is the vice president to Jonathan?
That one didn't contest at all.
Yes, he went and sit down. Now, how did Osinbajo go to Lagos after his 8 years?
No, because he has a stronger candidate.
What I'm trying to tell you is that Nigerian people will tell you that 8 years of vice president is not enough for you. They won't pick you. That is
No. You are giving a wrong conclusion. Osinbajo, if Osinbajo had not had a Jagaban, it's possible that Osinbajo would have been president now.
No, if Osinbajo did not have a Jagaban, Osinbajo would not become a vice president, and nobody does not know him. He does not play politics.
No, if Osinbajo, what I'm saying, wait now, if Jagaban didn't run, it's possible that we'll be having an Osinbajo presidency now.
No, I think Atiku will win.
Okay, yeah. But what I'm saying is that you see, Atiku would have won, which means another vice president would have emerged. So the fact that you're a vice president does not mean you cannot be. Our democracy is too young to. You can't have a pattern yet.
Patrick, I'm not sure Shetima has a base enough, a regional base. He has a state base, but Shetima does not have a regional base.
Wait for the next 8 years now. Wait for the next 8 years.
Okay, they say we should take it easy from the comments, so you can discuss other.
How are you telling me that? How do you want? Okay, for instance, look at it. In the next 8 years, there are candidates that can run South, Northwest. The elections will be very fierce in the next 8 years. NNPP, Kwangaso will run Northwest. There is a possibility Northeast, PDP or not PDP. This Bauchi guy, Mallam Buhari'S, can run. Yes, he can run because he's on good terms with Wiki, and he will have finished this. Patrick, I used to use him. Mallam Buhari'S. He has a very good base. He has a very good base in the Northeast too. He can run. Then this guy too also has ambition. Yaya Bello. He can also run. So if you choose the 3, it will be a very fiercely contested election.
Yeah, I understand. But does not mean that the Shetima cannot run.
Well,
one, the Northeast, Kanuri man had never been president in Nigeria. That's one. Then two, he's going to be running with a Tinubu. He's going to have experience. He's had legislative experience. He has been a governor. Now he's been going to be a vice president for 8 years. And depends on his performance and the way that man looks and the way you understand Tinubu, he knows how to use people and make them shine. If Tinubu wants to present that guy in the next 8 years, Tinubu would have prepared him and showed him to the world in the next 8 years. I'm telling you. And that guy, the way he talks, come across to me like somebody
the
who
only
will,
difference that can happen
he will
in
win
the
the
next
heart
8
of Nigerian youth with time.
Well, the next thing that I think anybody that wants to win the election in the next 8 years will need Tinubu's influence. Whatever we say about it, Tinubu's influence will be a very, very key factor.
And that man is intelligent now. He's intelligent and he's articulate, and he looks like somebody that is going to be a loyalist. Somebody that once he say he stands with you, he stands with you. It looks like that. And Tinubu likes that kind of person too. And mind you, it's going to be easy to sell Shetima to all Tinubu boys. Very easy. It's going to be easy now. Than Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso is an outsider.
Well, experience shows me that Tinubu will pick somebody from his team from his inner caucus to succeed him. Number one, that's the first experience I know. Then number two, the second thing I know is Tinubu can pick an unpopular person and also against everybody's wishes, and the person will run.
It's not going to work with presidency. It can work in the states. It can't work in presidency. That model of choosing a Fasola, unpopular from nowhere, it can work in a state. It cannot work in the presidency. That person must have network across all the states too. He must have a network across all the states.
Because I'm thinking, my mind is telling me people like Yaya Bello who also want to give it a try.
Yaya Bello is going nowhere. Because in the next,
he has Agidi.
In the next, Agidi cannot sell him. If Agidi sell him in Kogi, will Agidi sell him all over Nigeria, Calabar, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Port Harcourt, everywhere? Agidi will sell him in those places. You know now. Now, let me tell you the point that you people don't observe. Before this election, how many of you knew Shetima was that an articulate person?
I didn't. Nah.
Exactly. You will start seeing some things that you people don't see before. Look at Shetima. Look at the person he chose to succeed him. Is that not a good leader? It is somebody that is thinking like Tinubu. That man, that Zulum that you saw was a polytechnic rector. Was a rector in a polytechnic. Shetima appointed him to be a special project manager. As in, they had a special project and he put him in charge. From there, he saw that this guy is good. He made him governor.
Well, anybody that wants to be president of Nigeria, first, you must have boys. You must have a network of boys, successful boys that will be willing to work for you.
And this guy have friends, Shetima has friends, in Ogun State, I know Amosu is his friend. A lot of governors who are his colleagues are his friends. A lot of them.
I will not object to Shetima presidency. I love that guy. Nah, the next 8 years, if he come out,
for me, I'm here to. I think I still need him to prove some more for me his capacity.
No, given the situation, I'm praising everybody on ground. I think he will come first 3. In the next 8 years, it might be otherwise. So let's see. It's going to depend on how Tinubu performs.
Put Obi and Shetima, put them in interview, in debate.
Obi go shake small.
Obi go shit for body.
Obi does not speak statistics to fact. He just use statistics to correlate his opinions.
Let me tell you, Ayo, do you know that Obi speak his statistics when he's inside the studio and when he's having a monologue, not when he's in a debate with somebody that he knows has capacities for figures.
Is this one?
If he
and speak to the road to recovery, because we've been through. Oh, where's Governor Peter Obi? Has run away. You should go and bring him for me. I need to talk to him about a few of those. Go and bring him. I don't want to join issues with Governor Obi. He's an excellent governor and a patriotic Nigerian, but a few of those things he was reading are not quite accurate. Thank you. Don't run, sir. Thank you very much for retrieving Pastor Obi for me, Governor Obi. So thank you very much. Now I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the Nigerian economy and answer the questions that I know you've all been answering, but I won't join issues with Governor Obi, but every now and then I may stray, a bullet may hit him. But so it's all about building a productive economy, and it's really the
Patrick, I think in the next cycle of elections, some things will also not matter. Like, what I mean is, at least if you look at Lagos, things that matter in Lagos are not really things like I'll build this road, I'll build this health facility, I'll build this thing. They are more of your policies, right?
Yeah.
What policies you want to implement? What have you done before? It's not like all these Anambra guys, I'll build you road, I'll build you this. So I think
you're
in
right.
the next 8 years too, that will be the conversation going on.
Yeah,
looking
you're
at
right.
Tinubu's plan, everybody now looking at, imagine next 4 years, everybody has access to credit. There is a minimum exchange rate, is unified, everybody can access XFX, do your business normally, just that you pay your taxes. So everybody knows the direct impact of taxes, raising taxes in the economy.
Yeah,
You
that would be
understand?
the topic of discussion. What would be your tax rate? What would be your
Exactly.
interest
So
rate?
what would be your
yeah.
what would be my tax rate if I'm a student? What would be my interest?
Is it
If you're
gonna
saying
be? Are you
there
gonna
are
tax
things that
businesses?
CBN
Are
does
you gonna
that
tax businesses more? Are you
doesn't
gonna
make
tax?
sense.
Yeah,
It
you're
still
right.
doesn't make sense in the Nigerian economy. When they
You're
say
right.
there's inflation, they raise interest rates. People don't really understand. They can't connect to the fact that CBN is raising interest rates, right? So, but you know that if you are on credit and you have a mortgage and all of that, and you hear that CBN raises interest rate and it trickles down to your bank telling that they raise interest rate on your mortgage, and you know the way that it affects the mortgage you pay. Do you understand? Hello? So
Yeah, we are hearing you. Yeah.
So the message will directly hit everybody. So not everybody will nobody will be looking to, okay, I'll build road for you, I'll build a facility. No. Because everybody will think that is your normal responsibility. What else are you going to
Yeah,
offer?
we'll be shutting down by 9 hours 30 minutes, so we can go and rest.
No problem.
Yeah.
So I think the more of the communication will be more of economic policies, and Nigerians love money a lot. So
now who no love money? Americans no love money.
No.
Canadian don't love money.
No. At that point, you know what I mean? At that point is everybody will be trying to protect their businesses.
I know. I was just joking. Yeah, of course.
So then you'll be talking about, so what's the number of FDIs, foreign direct investments
You see the big boys in Lagos, then they protect their business. They can pay for Sanwo-Olu. All those chief priests, all those guys. They know what is Lagos is giving them.
Exactly. So everybody will want to protect their business and all of that. So that will be I expect that to be the conversation in next.
You see all of them following Sheyi Tinubu all around. Do you think na small thing?
So
no be small thing. No.
Everybody will be looking for government to push up your business and all of that. So I don't think the issue of this infrastructure and providing infrastructure, one thing about Tinubu has not even got into infrastructure. Like he's just making it look as if in this like infrastructure is something normal that you will do. We'll continue Buhari's infrastructure, but we need to get these economic policies and security policies very well in place before we move on. Well,
but this man the guy has taken the bold step. This subsidy, I know it's not going to be easy, but it has to go. It just has to
the
go.
thing is, every Nigerian, there is some the way we do things in Nigeria, we adjust quickly. We cry, it surprise you that now in Nigeria, every price of food is now stable. Everybody, within the last 10 days, everybody has adjusted. Everybody has known what to cut from your expenses, what not to cut. If you are going out 3 days times a week, going to club now, you reduce it to one time. Every Nigerian knows how to adjust.
I heard that they are doing carpooling now in Nigeria.
Exactly. So things that opportunities for new businesses are already coming up.
What is carpooling?
Carpooling. For example, in this place, if all of you are walking around the same area and you live around the same area, you don't have to all drive there.
Yeah, of course.
So I might drive this week, you will drive us next week, like that.
No.
That's not the only thing. Everybody's trying to change their stuff. If you have a bike now, like Ogun State government is already planning that all those bikers that have PMS cars, machines, bikes, so they will bring it, they will give you electric bikes. So everybody's trying to do something like.
So Ogun State government is giving electric bikes now.
They want to. The Kwabeni said yesterday after the oil marketers that in the next 30 days they will roll it out. So they will bring your petrol bike. They will
convert it.
Yes, to electric bike, and probably you just put it on credit. You pay extra when the value is.
But why we do big boy in Nigeria. Some Igbo still drive bike to work here. We see them on the street driving electric bike to work.
No,
it's not that they can't afford the car.
Even now, some people are really thinking of importing bicycles, electric bicycles. Don't you know, even in Abuja, they're already trying to mark up bicycle lanes that everybody is trying to. So see, the thing is, we are smart people.
Board to work, yes, skating board.
Skating board, yeah, of course, yes, skating board, yeah, you're right. Electric skating boards,
exactly.
Yeah, they are inventing here as well.
The one has gone beyond you really being official, suit and tie. There are many jobs in Nigeria now that you don't really need suit and tie. You have your laptop and all of that. Some already are saying, okay, 3 days at home, 2 days at
exactly to cut your gas.
Exactly. So Nigerians are already adjusting. Tinubu knows that Nigerians will adjust. I will find smarter ways to get
it needs to go. I was even thinking they will be removing
that Cameroon and all other people are already crying now. Cameroon and all other countries are already crying.
I saw one video like that too. The Okada people from Cameroon.
Yes, I saw it too. Protesting.
I didn't really hear what they are saying, but I know like they are not happy.
Someone said in Fufu that President Tinubu's government is ash and all of that. I'm like, did you vote for him? Are you Nigerian? They are Cameroonians from
so they want us to be the one catering for them.
Exactly. What's their president doing?
They are not holding their president accountable. The man has been there since 1989.
What do you think about this Turkey president? 6th timing. What's going on in Turkey?
See, it's their democracy. I don't want to talk about those guys. You can't remove them. What about if you talk about
6th time?
If you are talking about Turkey, what about Rwanda? Rwanda that is close to us there. So it's and that guy just changed their generals. I think that when that guy came for our inauguration, in his mind was like, hope they will not remove him one day from office. When he went back to his country, he just changed all the generals, fired some people.
Wow.
Military. So that's it.
No. And Nigeria is still peculiar. I can just imagine somebody ruling us for 40 years in Nigeria. I'm just imagining
his family straight. How will you rule us
for 40 years?
Thomas, what are you talking? Even Buhari that ruled for 8 years, he was willing to go back even before the 8 years finished.
Before the 8 years finished.
Nigeria will allow so much for him. talk less of ruling for how many years?
No. Obasanjo even tried third term, he failed. Third term agenda. Oh my God, nah. No. I still give it to Nigeria. We are still we know. So I still say we know what we want. I can still say that.
When somebody says Nigerians are not smart, I'm just looking at that like almost an average. There's a report I read that almost Africans are one of the most well-read people, especially when they move abroad. Before they move abroad, at least for the diasporans, they have a minimum certificate of having a bachelor's. When they go abroad, there's a tendency for them to read further, to masters and all of that. And if you look at every household in Nigeria now, at least maybe some part of the country, maybe like western southern part of the country, everybody says that the minimum requirement now is a bachelor's. The masters is good. So if you look at the population of people that are going to school now, is increasing every day in Nigeria. So it's making it very difficult for people that will come to lead Nigeria not to be very highly cerebral. So all those eras of certificate forgery, you did not go to school, you want to forge.
Among Tinubu and who is more educated, Jonathan and Tinubu?
Jonathan is very
Jonathan. Yeah, Jonathan is more.
Jonathan was almost a professor now.
Almost a professor.
Almost.
That's but it's just a dumb man. That man is a dumb.
Do you know that his wife has a PhD? Even that Jonathan's wife.
Wow, Patient.
Yeah.
Patient has a PhD.
Yes, that woman has a PhD.
Wow.
PhD.
How come?
I sorry to
what do you mean by how come? That woman has a PhD.
If Kwakwaso can have a PhD, who else can have
a PhD now?
What are you saying?
With that is spoken English.
No, doesn't matter now. Doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
What about Dino that went to Base University to study law, get a law degree?
Do you know how many degree Dino has? Masters upon masters, BSc upon BSc.
Fake degree at times. He went to do one 2-week course in Harvard and say, "Oh, from Harvard, I'm a Harvard graduate." They can.
What of your beta will be? What of your beta will be? Is that which courses? Nigeria, we like to.
He has a lot of courses from Harvard University.
We like to deceive ourselves.
It's Harvard trained, okay?
We love to deceive ourselves too much. But Nigeria is well read, Sha. No, give it to them.
We are well read.
No. This way Nigeria can read. No. We Nigerians.
If you're talking about that one, I know a man that have 3 master's degree and he also has a PhD. I never see this guy. He's a lecturer. In fact, he's a lecturer that is even teaching all the lecturers in one university here in Europe. He's so brilliant and so intelligent. I don't know.
There are people in Nigeria that have almost 2 PhD now, not 3.
When you look at those people from Ekiti State, in one family, you can see 7 professors. What do they want, sir? One family, 7
Yoruba Nigerians, we are well read. We are well read. I think we
it's all over Nigeria. If you go to Edo State too, you have professors. The first professor of neurosurgery, Gray Longe, all these very powerful professors from Delta, from Edo, from Cross River, I think Nigeria is just blessed.
No. We are blessed. How many professors do we have in Australia?
They
don't read here. They don't read here, my brother.
Why people don't read? It's just we that we love to read.
Look at Southeast now. Southeast people are well read. Look at Tokonjo-Iweala. Her mother was a professor. Her father a professor. Her younger sister, her husband.
Husband is a doctor, neurosurgeon.
Husband is a neurosurgeon. The son is a doctor in Harvard. The sister is a surgeon.
All their children went to Harvard. All our children went to Harvard.
Her husband is a neurosurgeon.
Yes.
Even her sister.
Wow.
Her sister is a surgeon too. Like his father. Her mother is a professor of sociology from Yesovar. Her father is a professor. of economics or something. If you go to
So
East, you see so many professors.
So the standard is already at highest peak. No excuse for you.
Exactly. Imagine they have children. How will the children not be read?
The husband went to Harvard too. Harvard Medical School. The husband went to Harvard Medical School. So and there are so many families like that in that Arochukwu side, or that Delta Igbo side. Even in the East, you have a lot of learned people.
Look at that the Rwani family. That professor of or what Bismarck Rwani.
Bismarck Rwani, Alfred Rwani's son.
Oh my God!
Are you talking of Dafinone? Dafinone. Yes. Almost everybody in the family are chartered accountants. Dafinone in Delta too. They have Delta people go to school like mad. Edo people, Yoruba people, Ijebu, everybody. Even that's why I say even this Northerner.
Especially from this Kaduna,
Northwest, Kaduna.
I know a professor of Greek.
All those Bala Muhammad, all those look at
and even they are spoken English.
Look at that.
You see that Hausa accent, but flow English.
So
very clear.
That brother is a professor now. That is that brother. That brother is a professor. Very sound professor.
I love English. When Hausa is speaking English, those ones that are educated, I love their English. With that their accent of Hausa, like Shetima. I love listening to Shetima, my brother.
No,
that guy.
I listen to Bello Erufai's son. He's spoken English.
Why? Look at his spoken English.
Bello Erufai. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I
think have you listened? I think I listened to Tafa Balewa.
Yeah, I've listened to his speech too.
Oh my God!
I think their accent is better with English than our own.
It's better, my brother. I love it.
Accent. If you see Yoruba accent in English, it's terrible. I was listening to Adeshino. I said, "Oh my God." Yoruba accent has a way of damaging your English. You speak like Jegede Shukoya.
Oh no, but the goal is just to know what you are saying. You know, understand?
Hausas have better accent with English.
Yeah,
that's how.
I think Hausas. I think our problem, and also Yorubas. I think we don't know our language. If you see anybody that knows Yoruba language very well, the person is likely to be able to speak
English very well.
Very deep.
Yeah. That's the issue now with Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka will just tell them story from our law, and they will give him a word on his book. He will tell them Yoruba story and put it in correct way in English. They will give them all those Dio Fagua's book. If you translate them into English, don't you think
all those folklores?
You almost get a Nobel laureate now.
I don't think they are even teaching them English literature. What books are they using in Nigerians for English literature now? Because when I was in the secondary school, even from our from one or something like that, we read a lot of books about Olarotimi.
Demand died.
In fact, you have to check what are these things, and when you're in the literature,
the gods are not to blame.
The way that woman very strict, and English literature teacher, they are always very strict. They are very strict. They will explain all this hyperbole, simile, everything to you. And if you don't get it, they will cane you.
Exactly. And you will
math teacher to beat you the hell out of you. And that math teacher, they are so wicked, they can cane you to death.
My teacher, I remember my geography teacher. Oh my God.
Yeah, they are also wicked.
Geography teacher.
That one.
Oh my God. My brother.
The most wicked teacher is typing teacher. when you are typing, you are picking it one by one and see the K. I say at that time, from 1 to from 3, you will do your typing, everything, all the subject, you do all the subject. I couldn't wait to get to from 4, so I'll just drop that typing and shorthand.
Do you remember shorthand?
I just drop it. They will say you go to the bay to bay. Today is the payday. You remember that Pitman shorthand textbook, right? They say today is the payday. Go to the pay to the pay.
My math teacher is the most terrible. That man, whenever he comes to class, you always have like 5 pancreas, different shape. One with
I like math teacher,
and he will use it every one on you when he's beating you. I've never seen. The man was around 60 years old. Everybody in the school, we fear that man. We are so scared. If he's coming from our way, everybody have to sit up. And unfortunately for me, he was also my class teacher. And he will come at 7 a.m. to check whether we are swept the classroom. Our desks are in order. If they are not in order, we are early. I say as the first period, even before the teacher comes, he will beat all of us. He will cane us.
We have to shut that. We have to shut that now, guys. Thank you so much. It has been a nice session with you guys, hanging out with you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll catch again tomorrow. Yeah, thank you so much, Patrick, Remy. Thank you, Patrick, for coming back. Yeah, Remy, everybody. Yeah, thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. We'll see you at the other side. One man has deleted my song. Go. What will I play for you guys now?
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.